Hello everyone and welcome to the Supported Learning at South Staffordshire College Virtual Open Day. I'll be discussing the SEN provisions with you at South Staffs. So our first one is our futures provisions. So we have two provisions, one at Landbased Stafford and one at Talk Campus in Tamworth. So these two provisions are our bespoke specialist areas and we have four groups within each provision. So we have the yellow group, which entry tends to be learners operating at P4 to P7, groups of about 6, and tends to be social communication, interaction, quite a sensory curriculum input. We then have our purple group, which is very similar to yellow, except it's for those who've got heightened or lessened sensory input, output, and processing. So this would be a more stringent sensory diet for either those who need sensory stimulation or sensory reduction. In that sense, again, looking at roughly a group size of 6. We then have our blue group, who are operating roughly P7 to E1, slightly bigger group of size of 8, and they, again, follow a curriculum but all individualised to learning EHCP outcomes. We then have our green group, which slightly bigger group again of 10, and learners tend to operate between entry level 1 and level 1. Something to note within the futures setting is these listed are primary areas, so we range from complex and profound multiple learning difficulties, complex needs, through to mild learning difficulties and general learning difficulties and disabilities, both mental and physical. What separates futures from one of my other settings is that learners within the futures provision also have a secondary need of personal care, medication during college hours, or need the secure environment because they are a flight risk. So within the area, we have a curriculum that is facilitated through subject areas, but the underlying principle is the RAPA assessment tool we use, which is linked directly to the EHCP outcomes and has the categories of participating in society, being healthy, independent living, and employability. So as discussed, we have varied subjects. So some of these are independence or life skills, animal care, creative arts, digital tech, horticulture, physical, maths and English as separate and also embedded throughout the others. We have work prep, volunteering and work experience, both in group and individual experiences. We have enrichment activities. We do trips and visits and socialising. So the groups mentioned earlier tend to be the class groupings, but during breaks and lunchtimes we do like to let the learners socialise in an open space, the common room referred to. Those learners who do have a heightened sensitivity to noise, we do also have a quiet option available. This then brings us on to our second provision, which is cross-college supported learning, or CCSL for short, and it's named as such because we offer it across the rest of our provisions. So we have 4 campus sites: Rodbaston, Lichfield, Tamworth and Cannock, and within the CCSL provision there is Support to Learn, Route 2 and Prince's Trust. So Supported to Learn is a progression route for green learners from the futures provision, as well as an entry level for learners coming in from outside of the college who don't have the 3 secondary needs mentioned previously. So this one would be Supported to Learn. So this is the progression and entry point. So it's a 1-year study program. It's roughly group sizes of 10 and still under the RAPA assessment. So we use a variety of curriculum subjects to facilitate the individual's progression, which again links directly back to the EHCP outcomes and the RAPA categories mentioned to the right. Our next one is Supported to Learn Independence. So the difference between these two is Choices looks at academic development of a learner, trying to develop areas and academic knowledge, ability through English, maths, reading, writing, to then hopefully progress to routes to college. Whereas the Support to Learn Independence is a progression route from that for learners who can't develop academically. So what we focus then on is the independent skills side of things. So this would be a 1-year program, again, small group of 10 learners. using EHCP outcomes to write riper targets than the category stated, but with a focus of independence. So leaving with increased independence to then be able to have support or reduce support when out in the community, either returning home to supported living or an independent living environment. Subject areas are very similar to the ones we have for futures. We try and utilise everything that we can. So within the supported to learn, these opportunities would just be based in the wider college site, whereas futures tends to be within its secure building. So again, subjects offered similar and campus dependent. Work experience, again, group or individualised enrichment, trips and visits, and socialising. Within the supported to learn, they do have designated zones within the wider college and quiet areas that are for those learners, but again, it is in the wider college area. We then have our routes provision. So routes to college is the entry point. So this would be for learners who are more academically able than stated in the supported to learn provision, but not yet quite ready for a mainstream course. So this tends to be the entry point into the wider college. So it's a one-year study program. It's a small group, so we're looking between 10 and 15, and they deliver and learn on a formal qualification. So it's a BTEC entry level 2 in personal, social and development. This is carousel learning experience where learners get to have an experience of the opportunities available through wider college. So this is all campus dependent, and they get to see if there are any interests or aspirations that may develop. And then what we do is progress them to routes to vocation. So routes to vocation is a one-year study program. Again, small groups, roughly 10 to 15. This time they do a vocational studies qualification at entry level 3 BTEC. And what this is then looking at, so in routes to college, they got to sample lots of different subjects that they were interested in. Routes to vocation, they'd have then identified an area they're interested in, but with the ability to still try something different. So we do a carousel of different units available. This is campus specific. So animal care and horticulture, for example, would be on our Landbased and campus. Any of the creatives, so performing arts, music, music tech, drama, would be Lichfield. Hairdressing, health and social, Tamworth, for example, but not limited to. This is then a fork point as well in the provision. So routes to vocation is a progression opportunity for learners. They've got an idea of what they'd like to do, and is an opportunity, if they're able, they can then progress into mainstream environment. So mainstream offers are known as gateway at entry level. So if that would be something that your learner would be interested in, or you'd be interested if you're a young person after this point, there'd be the gateway talks later on today. For those learners who have plateaued at entry level 3 as academic ability, we've then got our routes to independence offer. So this is where we go from the qualifications we've been doing and we go to a RAP assessment style again. But with this one, it is looking at independence. So in comparison to the supported to learn was around supported development, this one is looking at independence development, and it would be focusing on things like travel training, increased amount of work experience and independent work experience, whereas previously it would just be supported. Getting them ready for the world of work and living independently. We also use this as a pre-supported internship year, so we help develop learners the skills that they're going to need in the internship program, which I'll talk to later on. So within, as discussed, we do a range of subjects and opportunities. We like to do a lot of crafts and learn through doing. We like making things as practical as possible for our learners. Regarding subjects on offer, it depends on which provision learners are in. So in the routes to college, learners are on a PSD qual. So they tend to look at units such as working towards goals, working as part of a group, community action, healthy living. And so this is ideally getting the learners comfortable and used to the college, getting them to work as a group and interact with people they don't know that we're going to be with for the year, giving them as much opportunities to explore the college and campus, getting used to the bigger settings, as a lot of them come from quite small SEN settings. And the routes to vocation depends on the campus, because we tend to have different opportunities at our different campuses. So For example, at Rodbaston, we'd look at developing practical skills for maintaining plants, checking small animals healthy, planning taking part in a visit for some of the units. Tamworth, basic food preparation, the introduction to the hospitality industry and producing a product, as an example. Lichfield, developing creative media skills, taking part in performances, and art and design exploring 2D and 3D shape and dimension. And then RIE moves back to the RARP assessment style where we focus on soft skill development, opportunities for the learners, and how we can meet their aspirations of employment or volunteering. So we do that through developing travel training with the learners, looking through work skills, so their current ability to what they need to be able to do to achieve the job or experience they're wanting to do after. CV building, mock interviews, and there's a more or higher expectation on work experience and opportunities within external placements to help them prepare. And we also use this as a pre-internship year. So what we tend to do is, while out on travel training, look for opportunities in the community for us to then develop this and possibly look at an internship placement later in the year. Work experience within the routes provision is a two-pronged sort of thing. So we look at encouraging learners to find their own work experience to complete on their days off or when they're not at college as an individual basis. We as a college look for varied provisions for individuals that we can then help support them into. So we have a team of support workers and work experience officers that help support individuals in if they need it. What we also do in Roots is we do group work experience opportunities, and we try and make these as varied as possible and to the learners' aspirations. On the same sense that we use opportunities we've got to develop the soft skills again, so continue with the thought process of the communication interaction with others, the working as a team, working towards a common goal, getting those softer skills developed ready for developing into the wider college or wider world. As part of the Routes to Independence, we also do the travel training, which we use as opportunities to visit local areas in our community and wider afar. So Rodbaston learners, for example, have gone to Wolverhampton, to Cannock, to Stafford. Tamworth learners have gone into the town, have gone to Lichfield, vice versa with Lichfield. We also try and find it because we do have learners from wider areas, and we look at opportunities within the local community, because one of our biggest aspirations is for our learners to then go back and contribute to the local community they're coming from. So that's something we also look at when looking on the individual basis. And again, some examples of the different subjects that they've experienced through the Roots programme so far. We then have Prince's Trust, which is a slightly different model in what we've been operating. So a lot of this to begin with was to then get them into wider college. Prince's Trust is one that if a learner's heart was set on a specific vocational area, but unfortunately they didn't manage to get the grades because wider mainstream colleges come with entry requirements of certain grades. If the learner wasn't available to achieve that, the Prince's Trust is a one-year study programme that helps them and gives them the opportunity to develop the maths and English ready to progress next year into the mainstream, while also in areas of their interest, for example, catering, some of the horticulture and work experience. So as stated previously, the main crux of this study programme is the maths and English development for learners, so they can then progress into their areas of interest in the wider vocational area. What we do is a good chunk of that is dedicated to GCSE maths and English development, but for the other time of the college offer, we do work experience in the interested areas. So with the Roots, we try and use it for general skill development, soft skills, work experience, and giving them experience of wider opportunities. We tend to find Prince's Trust learners know what they want to do, it's just they were unable to get maths and English grades. So within this work experience, we encourage them and we try to assist to find the experience in that specific area. For example, if it was in the hospitality industry, we'd look at local cafes, restaurants, bars, hotel chains within kitchens, things like that. If it was the travel and tourism, look at local travel agents with Tamworth, not that far from Birmingham Airport, such those opportunities. We do continue to use enrichment activities, trips and visits as well to give them a wider experience while they're developing the maths and English. Units we use to do this is things like teamwork, community project. We have a specific experience for work experience unit, and personal project in which we encourage the learners to focus on their aspirations and the subject they're wanting to do and the career they're wanting to pursue, as this can help educate them in the same sense of where they are currently and where they need to be to, and use this year to facilitate those needs and skill development. A supported internship program is then a 1 year employment opportunity. So we do a 1 year work placement with different organisations, which is linked to the learner's aspiration. And they do 1 day in college, doing their maths and English, their tutorial work and CV writing, interview skills, etc. And the rest of the day, so this can range from a 2 to 4 day placement, depends on the individual and the work placement, where the ultimate outcome is them then progressing on to paid employment. So progression and transitioning through the college and offer is whatever entry point a learner comes in at, there is a progression option available either within my area of Futures and CCSL. They could progress to mainstream, a supported internship or a traineeship or apprenticeship, with the end goal of them going out to paid employment, volunteering or living independently or with increased independence. Within the college, we also offer, within our mainstream areas, support for people with learning difficulties or disabilities, and the learning support team are fantastic in this sense, and they're there to support you from start to finish. And we also offer financial assistance for those who may come from low-income households, or if the certain ages or dependent, and the hub staff will be able to help you with this. So up next we'll be going through how to apply for the chosen course you want to, and then we'll be live Q&A session with Judy Correll, who's my Director of Faculty, myself, Carmen Davis, who's my Operational Leader for Futures at Talk, and Georgina D'Onofrio, who's my Operational Leaders at Futures Rodbaston and also a tutor on the CCSL programme. Speak to you soon. Good morning, everyone. So we've had some questions coming through already, so we'll address them as we are now. Good morning, everyone. We've had a couple of questions come through. So Rachel's asked what day support to learn. So her son is currently at one of our learners. So Rachel, our timetables will be coming out towards the end of this term for next year. Obviously with the current situation, we're taken by government guidelines, but you'll get timetables before you come back so you can prep your young person. We have another question, what the course is made up of, is it practical or theory based? So I'm going to go to Carmen for this one, who will discuss the futures provision. And then Georgina will be able to discuss the roots provision. So Carmen, over to you.
Right, so futures, it is quite a lot of practical work, from anything from creative skills to work experience, to digital technology. But then also as well, we've got the theory with English and maths as well. So if anybody currently has qualifications, we would look to them to develop those skills further in the future. But yes, we do have quite a mixture of lessons and studies. So yeah, it covers across all parts of the spectrum.
Within the Roots programme, we have the lower entry, which is like your entry 2 up to entry 3, and within that it is very practical as well as theory. But we would start you off, it depends really what sort of assessment you needed, But a lot of our assessing is to do with witness statements, so we're trying to make your assignments very practical, so that we can look at the progression that's made throughout you being creative, whether that's cooking or whether it's with animals or work experience activities like running an enterprise activity. There's lots of different things that we do that's very, very hands-on. We even link in with construction teams, woodwork, building our bird boxes, and doing some gardening. So very, very practical.
Well, thanks. We've had another question. Would my son need to bring a packed lunch, or is there a canteen? So on all campuses we do have canteens. It'd be your choice if you wanted them to come with a packed lunch or not. Including the futures learners, we try and incorporate this and use it to develop their money management skills. So they'd be supported to go over to the canteen to purchase their lunch. Those from low-income households as well, that we have bursaries that we've provided for that as well. So just like the schools with the free school meals. We've got a question from Vicky. My son's starting Roots 2. What's the start date? So I'll take that one. So the start date would normally be the beginning of September. We're looking at the 9th, I think. But obviously that's completely to do with the current situation. So we wouldn't give a confirmed start date yet, obviously, because we're following government guidelines. So from that, we'd have to respond as and when. But once we've got learners that are confirmed in our learner cohort, we'll be in constant contact with parents to give you an update. So we've got a question from Kirk. If students work in practical areas, do they need to buy PPE or is it supplied? So George, I'm going to come to you for that one.
Okay, we do usually, on interview, we do tell the students about the importance of wearing PPE, and we would encourage people to try and get their boots and their overalls before starting with us in September. However, it can be quite costly, so we do offer a bursary, and we would say that when you come in to complete your application form in August, we would look at completing the bursary form in August with you, so that you can try and get some funding to buy your boots and overalls. And a kit list is provided either on interview if you needed it, or it could be the very first week during your transition week with us.
Thanks, George. So one of the questions we get asked regarding our future provision quite a lot is how many days can my son or daughter attend futures? So Carmen, if you wanted to explain that process.
Usually, it depends on parents, the young person, and their needs, and the local authority. But usually, a high proportion of our learners are 3 days a week. We do have some learners who are 4 days, and we have quite a few who are 5 days at Futures Talk. But really, we offer a programme across a 5-day week if that's the need of the young person.
Well, thank you. There's one other question we get asked quite a bit is regarding transport. So obviously we've got several campuses across the area, and the college provides transport to the Landbased campus from a multiple pickup site for the minibus service we have. For those learners who need more bespoke transport, we ask you to go to the local authority and liaise with their transport team. Any assistance we can provide, we obviously will. But so if, for example, we have a wheelchair user or somebody can't deal with the confined space and volume of standard transport, that's when we'd ask you to liaise with the transport team with the local authority. And again, we work quite well with them. So how long is the course is the question we've been asked as well. So again, this will be split between futures and roots. So Carmen, if you'd like to take the futures side of things, and George, if you'd like to take the roots.
Okay. So at futures, we look on a year-to-year basis. It's usually looked on as a 3-year progression route. Depending on the progress of the young person, can show progress, and then they will continue, and then it's reviewed every year in an EHCP review meeting. So really, we look at 3-year progression, but it is reviewed every year. And as long as the young person is making progress, then they move on to the next year. So that is how it happens, really, for futures.
Okay, so for the Roots 2 programmes, we have, again, much like futures, we would look at the needs of your son or your daughter, and what sort of level they're at, and what their outcome is really. Do they want to go into mainstream, or, you know, are they much more practical and they want to go look at work-based, getting a job or support internships. So we would look at the needs of the learner. We would do offer it yearly, so it seems like 36 weeks, 16 hours a week, which is classed as our full time, over 3 days. The great thing about doing 3 days is that you're going to have 2 other days where you can do work experience, or take part in other volunteer groups, youth groups, kind of community activities. So the 36 weeks, we would look at your progression. If you started at Roots 2, at the entry 2, you could then work towards Routes to Vocational Studies, where you find out what you're really interested in. More, again, looking at trades, and then RIE, which is your 3rd year, that's independence employment. But I'm not saying you would go that way. You could branch off throughout any areas of the college, and much like futures, we literally assess you each year. English and maths is very important. We embed English and maths in all of the qualifications that we offer, and the years that we offer. And then as you progress, again, we look at where you want to be, what sort of job you want to get in the future, and then we'll try and steer you that way throughout college. I think I've answered that one. I'm not sure. I could go on and on.
Thanks, George. And so another question we've got is, what are the start and finish times each day? So this varies between provision and campuses. So a typical start and end time will be between 9 and 3:30 for futures, and 9 and 4:30 for Roots. Depending on the day, we finish earlier on a Wednesday because that's when we organise our team meetings and do all of our planning prep and meet with wider college. So on a Wednesday it'd be shorter, so it'd be finishing at 12:30. From that, it's time to wrap up. So thank you for joining our session this morning. The session's now come to an end. If you've still got some questions or there are further information you'd like, please get in touch with us. You can call us on 0300 456 2424, or you can email inquiries@southstaffs.ac.uk. And we're happy to answer.
I think Karma would like to add something.
Yes, I'd just like to say that the Wednesday thing is for wider college. Because we continue. So our typical day usually starts around about 10 to 9, for learners to get in, to be met and greeted, and some days they may finish at 3 and some days they may finish at 3:30. So just to make that clarity between the 2 provisions, Roots 2 and Futures. That's all I wanted to say.
Brilliant, thank you, Carmen. So thank you for joining, and we look forward to hearing any further questions or inquiries, and hopefully we'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank
Bye.
you. Bye.
Bye.
Welcome to the virtual open day for animal, veterinary and equine courses. I hope you find the information useful. If we do not answer all your questions, please email us on enquiries@southstaffs.ac.uk and we will get back to you as soon as possible with all the information you require. Thank you for listening. There are lots of reasons why you should study animal care and equine courses here at the college. We've got an on-site zoo, which is open to the public, and a commercial stables, where we run affiliated and non-affiliated British show jumping and British dressage competitions. The staff here are very experienced and have worked in a variety of animal settings. We also have staff members who are primate specialists, avian specialists, we have a vet nurse and an eventing specialist. They can't wait to meet you all in September to share their experience and knowledge on your first step to a career in animal management. When you join us in September, you will be enrolled onto a study programme that covers not only your main qualification, but you will have the opportunity to learn other key skills through practical work experience, maths and English to prepare you for the world of work. You can gain valuable team working skills by joining us on trips abroad or local trips to dogs trusts, crufts and other enrichment activities. We also commit to regular one-to-ones so that we can track your progress and achievements together. We have uniform and equipment requirements for the courses. So for animal care, you will need a navy overall, steel toe-cap boots or Wellingtons, and waterproofs if you prefer in the winter months. For equine, you need plain dark jodhpurs, polo shirt and sweatshirt, yard boots or riding boots, a riding hat and gloves, and a warm coat and waterproofs. For dog grooming, you will need a dog grooming tunic and a dog grooming kit, which can be purchased through the college's online shop. When you do practicals for animal care, we have to stipulate that there is no jewellery, long hair needs to be tied back, there should be no facial piercings, no false nails or nail varnish, and this is due to health and safety reasons for both the animals and for you. We have a range of different programs for you, and you can choose from various levels from entry to level 3. Each applicant will be reviewed at enrolment on an individual basis to check that you are on the correct level course. But as a quick guide, the entry requirements are grade 2s and below for entry in level 1, grade 3s for level 2, and grade 4s and above, which should include English, Maths and Science for level 3. A quick overview of our courses are as follows. Equine Level 2, which is an introductory programme on all aspects of equine care. You'll be in college for 3 to 4 days per week, with one of the days on practical skills development and yard working. Key subjects that you will study include health, behaviour and tack equipment. The Equine Level 3 Management course is a more advanced programme aimed at those wishing to progress to higher education. It is normally 3 days per week, with 1 day practical development and the other days, which will include the scientific theory aspects and underpinning knowledge of management of horses, and include nutrition, health and behaviour. For animal care, we have our Gateway programme, which is a taster of all land-based subjects, and it is an ideal starter programme for your vocational journey. Our Level 1 programme is an introductory course to all our land-based specialisms, animal care, equine and land. We teach a variety of subjects which include accommodation, feeding and behaviour. Our Level 2 enables you to concentrate on animal care whilst improving your English and math skills. You will learn how to understand the signs of animal behaviour for handling, and you will complete subjects such as kennel and catering care and introduction to British wildlife. Our Level 3 animal management is the equivalent of A-levels and involves a deeper understanding of animal management and the scientific elements of biological systems. Our Level 2 VCA is a prerequisite course for the Level 3 apprenticeship in vet nursing. There is a high emphasis of work placement during this course, and it is mandatory that you have a relevant placement in place for the start of the course in September. We offer 2 nationally recognised qualifications for dog grooming. There is a minimum age of 18 to start these programmes. You will gain the skills and knowledge necessary for entering the dog grooming industry. For HE and Access, please join our HE team this evening at 6 p.m. for more details. We also run other land-based subjects at the college that you may be interested in, including floristry, horticulture, countryside and agriculture. You can find out more about these at 11 o'clock this morning. There are lots of career opportunities when you finish here at the college. You could be a vet nurse, an animal centre assistant, a dog groomer, or even an equine coach. There's lots of possibilities once you complete your course here. We offer lots of student support, so please make sure you watch the session on this today at 12:45. Don't forget to visit our website and apply online for courses starting in September. This is the end of our virtual tour. We're now happy to take any questions that you have regarding any of our courses. I'm going live now. Here, quick, quick, quick. You can't see. Here, here. Yeah. Oh, there's the delay. Yeah.
You've all been live for a few seconds now, so Carol, would you like to start answering the questions?
Okay, so we've got a question here from Caitlin about when our enrolment dates will be. I'll pass that to Marcus.
Hi, Caitlin. I believe it's we start on sort of the 7th, so we'll be enrolling any time around that area, 7th of September.
And James asks what the balance is between practical and theory. Can you answer that, Amy?
Yeah, no worries. Hi, James. For animal care, for all levels, we will be doing elements of practical per week. Obviously, depending on what level you are, will depend on how many hours you do, but you're looking at roughly about 3 hours of actual practical sessions. That will be across all qualifications. However, what we try and do specifically for animal is if we're doing a theory session on something like animal behaviour or enclosure design, we will go and obviously look on the zoo to make sure, we've got a zoo in front of us, we might as well use it as much as possible. So we will try and use it as alongside theory sessions as well as your practical sessions.
Thanks, Amy. So Caitlin said she had an interview a few weeks ago but hasn't received any confirmation, and she wants to know if she's got a place on the course. So Caitlin, you'll be receiving some email confirmation in the next few days regarding your place on the course from Learner Services. So Jessie's asking, I've enrolled for level 3 animal management. Could you tell me how many days at college a week this is, and if I will need to find a placement in advance, as it may be hard due to COVID-19? Charlie, can you take that one, please?
Certainly I can. Good morning. Yes, the days a week is 3 days a week, and in terms of your work placement, we do prefer you to secure a work placement prior to starting the course in September. But if you haven't had success in securing a placement, don't worry, because we will support you once you're enrolled on course.
Okay. And Charlotte asked about the VCA level 2, if she still needs to buy the navy overalls, and what does she have to wear when she's in placement? Charlie?
Yeah, hi. Yes, on the VCA course, for whilst you are undertaking practicals, whilst in your college timetabled lessons, you will need the navy overalls and you will need some steel toe cap boots to be able to undertake practicals on our animal zone. Whilst you are at placement, you will need to wear whatever uniform that your employer has asked you to wear.
Okay, and we've got a question here towards equine. Kerry, do they have to ride when they come on the equine course, and what type of horses do we have?
Okay, so riding is an option for the equine programme. So because it's an assessed unit, not everybody chooses to ride. Some people choose to keep it as a hobby and focus on other areas for their career options. So it is optional. Those that do want to ride, there is a ride assessment that takes place before being accepted onto an assessed unit, because obviously we're limited on the time between starting the programme and taking the assessments as well. So we try to make sure everybody's in the right place. As for the horses that we've got a full range of horses on site, from a Shetland to a Clydesdale Cross. So we've got a complete mixture of horses. Some of them come from a local trekking centre, and some of them are privately owned on loan to the college that are out competing at weekends. So there's a little bit of something for everybody.
Thank you. Caitlin's asked whether or not she's able to go to more than one placement on the level 3. Amy, can you answer that one, please?
Hi, yeah. So for your work placement, the whole idea of it is for you to get as much experience on the industry, because the animal industry is so varied. So it can range obviously from zoos to pet shops to kennel and packery assistants. We would, kind of try and get you a range of experience. So if you can find a couple of placements throughout the year, that would be really, really beneficial for you to try and understand which industry you'd like to go into as a career option. So yeah, definitely, you don't have to stay with the one placement throughout the whole year.
So Julie's asking how many days level 3 equine will be.
Okay, so level
and how much practical work? Sorry, Kerry.
Okay, the level 3 equine is a full-time programme. So it's 3 days a week in college, and they're full days, with a study day, because there will be revision for exams and homework to be completed and tasks for your next sessions, and hopefully 1 day in placement. So it is a 5-day week, but with 3 days in college. Of that, 2 days of theory, and there is a full day of practical on the yard. And during that day, we try to replicate an industry day, a yard day, so with duties at either end of the day, and then a mixture of lessons and tasks throughout that day.
So Hannah's asking if she needs to find her own work placement. Charlie, can you answer that?
I certainly can. Yes, we will support learners in securing and finding work placements, but learners need to find their own placement themselves, although we will offer support. This is because, as Amy was mentioning earlier, the animal care industry is so vast that you may have a particular career aspiration, so therefore we would encourage you to find a work placement based around that industry. But also you would want to, first of all, look within your local area as to what you can get to easily in terms of your work placement, and then maybe looking further afield if you need to.
Okay. So we've had one from Kirk around whether or not we can provide support to buy the overalls or boots. Marcus, can you pick that up, please?
Sorry, what was the question, Carol?
Will learners have support to buy overalls and boots, the PPE?
I believe they have to provide their own, don't they, for things like equine and animal. We can provide, obviously, good links as to where they can get them and buy them in bulk, so we can get them relatively cheap. So that's it, really. Would that be the same for animal and equine? Just passing over to the staff.
Yes, although the learners can apply for a bursary through the Learner Services team to help with financial help towards paying for equipment and kit based on individual basis. I believe that the Learner Services team are also doing a talk at 12:15 where they'll be able to provide some more information on that.
Thank you, Charlie. So,
sorry, do we have a link to that on our website as well? We must. So for the Learner Services Department, so if they need to get in contact with us, they can.
Okay, so Summer's asking about transport, available, pickup and cost. So Summer, if you drop us a line, we can send you out the timetable for the transport with the associated cost, because it's different for each pickup area. Sam's asking about the number of hours work placement in a vet assistant course. Charlie, can you pick that up, please?
Certainly. On the veterinary care assistance course, you will be timetabled on lessons at college for 3 days a week, and 2 days a week need to be at a veterinary work placement. And over the year, you need to complete a minimum of 600 hours of work placement in a veterinary placement.
Okay, and is level 3 vet nursing apprenticeship the only apprenticeship, or is there a full-time course for vet nursing at level 3?
If we can pass over to Hannah for that one, please.
Yes, hi. With the level 3 apprenticeship, you have to be in paid employment, so you have to be on a minimum 30-hour contract within a veterinary practice that has a training practice status. So you have to find yourself a job prior to starting the course.
Okay, so Lauren's asking about dog grooming and a placement for level 2. The level 2 dog grooming course, you don't necessarily need to have a placement, though it does help, particularly if you want to fast track to level 3, Lauren. So if you're able to get a placement, that's all. That would be great. It's also a great course for starting in the dog grooming industry. Yes, it is. And if you want to do a complete career change, then it doesn't matter if you have no experience, because level 2 you can go in with no experience and build up to the level 3. Charlie, have you got anything else on dog grooming that you want to say?
Yeah, no problem. So yeah, the dog grooming courses, all learners have to start on the level 2 as it is a prerequisite for the level 3. And as it is a part-time course, learners have to be a minimum of 18 years old to come onto this programme. Going back to the work experience, is that we strongly advise all learners to gain a work placement in the dog grooming industry, as this will really support your education and your experience in terms of your skills development in dog grooming. It also gives you more industry awareness of the dog grooming industry, because it is a very, very fast-paced industry. On completion of the level 2, then you can either go into employment as a dog grooming assistant, or you can progress onto the level 3 program, which is the level 3 diploma in dog grooming.
That's great, thank you. So Kirk's asking about whether or not he can use partial completion of a course in animal care from somewhere else, or whether or not he needs to redo the whole course. Amy, are you able to answer this, please?
Hi, Kirk. Yeah, it may be possible, but we would have to look at what college you did and the courses and what awarding body you have done the qualification before on. At the moment, we're running a City and Guilds animal management qualifications, so it may be able to just specifically transfer maybe from a level 3 year 1 into level 3 year 2. So we would need to really look at what awarding body you've done the qualification with.
Brilliant. So when can people get their timetable and their results? Marcus.
Hi. Timetables are written for September for all our courses already. However, we have to obviously take government guidelines into consideration because we're not quite sure yet what's going to happen in September. So we're working on several versions of timetables now, depending on different scenarios. We're hoping that September everybody will be able to come back as normal full time and go through a really exciting induction program and start their course as normal. However, we are also working on timetables where we can do some of the theory at home online, have sort of a rota basis where some students come in and some don't, and some work from home and work online while others work in a classroom. We also, obviously, because all our courses have lots of practical in them, so whether it's animal, equine or vet nursing, we will obviously require students to come in small groups so that we can all socially distance and everything else if that's what we need to do to make sure that you get the practical teaching that you need in order to get the skills to develop. So timetables are ready if we're coming back full time. However, they may be subject to change slightly over the summer depending on how we progress.
And it's fair to say that we'll give them out at enrolment?
Yeah. I mean, they'll be ready for the start of the year because we'll obviously know then what's happening and what we can and can't do. But we're also looking at, ways to bring students into college. We're looking at social distancing measures. We're looking at ways we can move around the campus, keep everybody safe, which is important. But ultimately, you want a good educational experience, and timetables will reflect that.
Thank you, Mark. So Charlotte's asking about the start date of a placement for the VCA Level 2. You need to have a placement in place when you come to enrol, Charlotte, and you will be starting your placement from the first week of the start of the new term to be able to fit in all the hours that you need. So we've got another question here about how many days a week the Level 2 animal care is. Amy, can you pick this up, please?
Yeah, sure, no worries. Both level 2, all animal management, animal care courses, very similar to how Kerry's explained equine. So it is a full-time qualification, and in terms of your days and hours being at college, so you have your 5-day week, and you will be expected to be in college for 3 days out of those 5 days. Where obviously we said before you'll be doing practical and theory sessions, and then for the 2 days that you are not at college, one day will be your work placement day, and your other day will be your study day. It's really, really important that obviously you use your study day. As Kerry has said, you will have homework. There will be different assessment methods, so you may have to do revision for different exams and different assessments. So you need to realise it's a 5-day week, so full-time qualification, but you'll be expected to be in for 3 days of those 5 for your actual qualification being at college.
And Amy, can you just confirm the work placement hours for both level 2 and level 3, please?
Yeah, so it's 150 hours per year for both level 2 and level 3. So that's why we've taken it as 1 day a week out of your 5 days of your full-time qualification. So it'll give you ample amount of time to fit in those 150 hours throughout the whole year.
Brilliant, thank you. So Hannah's asking, what happens if she doesn't get the grades for the course she's applied for? Kerry?
Okay, so obviously from the presentation that we ran at the start of this, you could see that we've got a range of levels for across the programs. So if you don't achieve the grades you were expecting, or they're not quite what you wanted for the level of program you've applied for, that's not a problem. All you need to do is bring your results and come and talk to us once you've got them, and we can discuss with you your options, because obviously we do have the level 2 program and the level 1 program as well. So you can start on those, and they would be 1-year programs, which would then give you the skills and the knowledge to move back up a level, either from level 1 to level 2 or level 2 to level 3. So there's always an option available, whatever your results are.
Okay, that's great. And another one for you, Kerry, is for equine courses, do we have to wear the jodhpurs plus the polo shirt on a day-to-day basis while they're in college?
Okay, so the uniform is for the yard. Okay, so at any point when you are on practical, you will be required to be in jodhpurs, polo shirts, suitable footwear, boots, and you'll need your hat and gloves as well. Okay. The majority of the time, that is only 1 day a week. So the rest of the time, you can wear normal, appropriate clothing for classroom sessions. So jeans, jumpers, things like that for your classroom sessions. But on any time that you are required on practical, you'll be required to be in jodhpurs, boots, hats, gloves.
Okay, and Charlie, if you could pick this one up, please. Caitlin's asking whether or not she can complete her work experience at weekends and during holidays instead of doing 1 day a week.
Hi, yes, there is a possibility for you to do that. But if you do wish to take that option, then we would need to have you would need to have a sit down with your course tutor and to have a look through some health and safety documentation. There will be, obviously on weekends and holidays, we're not going to have staff available if there was to be a health and safety issue. So to enable us to be able to safeguard you effectively, we would need to fill out some more documents and health and safety forms to ensure that you are safe at your placement during those times.
Okay, so I think we've come to an end now, but if you have not had your questions answered today, please email us on inquiries@southstaffs.ac.uk and the team will pass the question on to us and we'll get back to you as soon as we can. Don't forget you can apply online for a September start course now, and the links are on this live webcam. Thank you.
Hello everyone, and thank you for joining our virtual open day. Firstly, let me introduce myself. My name is Marcus Roberts and I'm the Director for all our land-based provision. Secondly, I want to express a very warm welcome to South Staffordshire College, but particularly our Rodbaston campus, which hosts all our land-based courses. Rodbaston has amazing land-based resources and we provide a first-class learning environment to include subjects such as agriculture, countryside management, horticulture and floristry. In addition to these courses, we also run extensive animal management and equine courses and a full range of construction and agricultural engineering programs. Rodbaston Hall sits within our 200-acre estate and we pride ourselves on ensuring that every part of our campus is for student learning. The estate here is your classroom and ranges from formal teaching rooms, demonstration areas and extensive practical learning resources which utilises our estate fully. At Rodbaston, you will get first-hand practical experience and subject knowledge in conjunction with our extensive network of local farms, parks and industry specialists which ensure you are work ready or able to progress into your chosen field of study. As well as our extensive resources, our teachers are a huge asset and provide you with expert tuition. They also give you access to industry professionals throughout your course and ensure that every student is ready for employment and that you progress within your subject area and career aspirations. We pride ourselves on the extensive and innovative methods of teaching, learning and assessment and incorporate many technological advancements in our delivery. When you join us in September, you will be enrolled onto a study programme of your choice, and this will include your chosen subject area. Depending on your entry qualifications will depend on the level of course that you will enrol onto. Staff will liaise with you through the interview process to determine the best level for you to ensure that you are successful. Alongside your main subject, you will also be required to complete valuable work experience within your chosen subject area. Teachers and specialist work experience staff will be on hand to help you find exciting work opportunities for you. You will also receive individual and group tutorials to support you through your course. And where applicable, you will be required to further develop your English and Maths while you are with us to enhance your employability opportunities. Okay, so now I just wanted to briefly run through our land-based subjects area that we run at Rodbaston. In agriculture, we run a Level 2 full-time course and offer apprenticeship opportunities. Agriculture is at the heart of everything we do, and as an agricultural student, you will have full access to our farmed rural estate. We have excellent links with local employers and regular trips to a range of agricultural enterprises to enhance your learning and improve your skills development. Extensive use of guest speakers is also integrated into your course in the form of masterclasses, and we deliver a full mix of modules designed to lead you into employment or progress you to an apprenticeship. In horticulture, we offer both Level 2 and Level 3 full-time programmes and also a range of apprenticeship opportunities. As a horticultural student, you will utilise our formal stately gardens, which comprises of lawns, borders, flower beds, mature trees, walled gardens and lakes. The grounds at Rodbaston boast an extensive range of trees, flowers and shrubs to ensure you gain knowledge of and a full range of skills on a wide range of plant species. The horticulture department boasts the modern glasshouse system, horticultural technology and landscaping facilities, and we provide individual student plots to develop your skills and undertake practical projects. Throughout your course, students will develop excellent practical skills backed up by cutting-edge technical knowledge to enter this exciting industry. Potential countryside students have the opportunity to study full-time Level 3 course at Rodbaston. Similar to our other land-based courses, our countryside students have full access to our amazing rural estate, which includes multiple habitats. As a student, you will have access to vast woodlands, ponds, grassland, canals, streams, moats, hedges, wet woodland and reed beds. You will be provided with an excellent balance of practicals, which are backed up by the science of conservation and habitat management. This course also offers great industry enrichment trips to Cannock Chase, Chase Water, Staffordshire Wildlife Trust, nature reserves and beyond. In floristry, we offer levels 2, 3 and 4. Our floristry department boasts purpose-built facilities with modern and well-equipped classrooms. We utilise fresh cut flowers each week, and as students you have access to our formal gardens and our wider rural estate to supplement natural foliage in your designs and creations. As potential florists, you will gain valuable experience making a wide range of displays for a variety of events, and you will be provided with excellent practical opportunities to hone your skills. Many of our courses are offered part-time to allow learners to engage with industry and work around their current commitments. Career opportunities are vast in the land-based sector and too numerous to list in this presentation. On this slide, you will see a very small snapshot of some of the careers that you will be prepared for by studying one of our land-based courses. The land-based industries are a multi-billion-pound sector, and there are many opportunities both locally, nationally and internationally within all aspects of our land-based provision. With farming, horticulture and the land becoming a more and more vital as part of the economy, there will be many more opportunities for young people to enter a career within the land-based sector. This is an exciting time for our land-based industries and an excellent time to prepare yourself to enter this wide and varied sector in the future. Please also remember that many of our students got into really good employment and many of them continue their studies with us here at Rodbaston, either as a full-time student or as an apprentice. Many also go on to higher education study. We offer lots of student support, so if you would like more information on this, please watch our virtual presentation at 12:45 today. Alternatively, please do not hesitate to contact us if you have further questions in the future. Following the virtual tour, please don't forget to visit our website for further information about our courses and everything else we have to offer, and you'll also be able to apply for a course online right now. So, that brings us to the end of our virtual open day. It is a real shame that we are currently unable to do real-life open events at the moment, as I believe that seeing Rodbaston College really sells itself. But hopefully, this presentation gives you a snapshot of what we have to offer and the exciting opportunities that await you here. If we have not answered all of your questions below, you can email us on enquiries@southstaffs.ac.uk and we will get back to you so that you have all the information you need. However, please do now take this opportunity to ask our staff some live questions so that hopefully we can answer your queries straight away. Thank you for joining us today, and I look forward to meeting you in September.
Okay, Jamie, you can start now.
Okay. Well, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to South Staffs College, to the Landbased and Countryside virtual open morning. Do bear with us. We're hopefully all the technology will hold up. At least it's a little cooler outside, he says, looking out of the window. I have some colleagues with me, and between us we can hopefully answer some more of your questions. They'll be coming down a feed, so if occasionally I'm looking slightly off the camera, do apologise. We will be there and ready. So without further ado, we have got Jamie Youngs. Jamie, can you give us a wave?
Hiya.
Okay, Marcus, could you give us a wave, please?
Hello.
Rachel, could you say hi?
Hello.
And then we've got Sarah.
Morning.
Hi. So between us, we can hopefully answer all your questions. But what we definitely want you to do is, if there are extra questions that we don't answer, you can always look down the feed and email them to inquiries@southstaffs.ac.uk. I've also got some emailed questions that we've got here. So if I look down, it's because I'm trying to do two feeds at once. So here we go. Right, first question is from Ellie. Do you have a start date in mind due to current circumstances with COVID-19? Yes, it will be the second week in September. The exact day will depend very much on the course that you are doing. And they will come out in the full joining instructions. I should say that it is sort of the government will guide us as well on this. So I can't give you the exact day. That will come out in your joining instructions. But subject to any government changes, we're looking at the second week in September, and you will get to know that in plenty of time as our full start date. Having a look back down here. Right, we've got a question from Kirk. Where can I find out more about the careers I can get into after my courses? If you look at our new website, when that goes live, that's got a good list of course-specific careers that you can go into. And we have taken that from software that allows us to identify local and national trends in careers. And so we've matched a lot of our courses to the trends that are going to get you employed the quickest. So go to our website and there's going to be plenty of information there about future careers. Right, I've also got a question coming in now from Sam. Is fisheries included in the countryside course? Sadly not this September. See, you notice I'm not showing the questions around at the minute, but they've all been directed to areas that I'm sort of going to be teaching or responsible for. So no, sadly, fisheries isn't going to be included this September. And the countryside course, people do need to be aware, although there's some freshwater and aquatic systems modules on there, it is not fish related. And it would be wrong of me to try and push that and get people hooked, pardon the pun, on things that are going to be fish related when they're not. So no fisheries this September. Looking down here. So we got a question from Charity. I would be interested in finishing my level 3, but don't want to do the whole level 3 course again. Is it possible to start again halfway through?
Is that Charity Perry?
Go on. Is that someone you know then, Rachel?
I think it might be Charity Perry who did half a level 3 for horticulture. Yeah. My understanding is that they have to do the whole of the technical certificate level 3, but you've been delivering it already, Jamie. So can we do a APL on any part of the course?
It is something we could look at. I can't guarantee that because it would be a case-by-case scenario. The issue we've got. Okay. It's very unlikely, mainly because the new technicals have exams, and it's a question that I'd been emailed in that I was going to go on to later. But the old qualifications that we ran were, without boring people, a different type of qualification. They were QCF, NQF. There was a lot of writing. Students that are on here from previous will know there's an awful lot of assignment work. We are now on the new technicals, and there is less assignment work, but there is an exam in each year and a synoptic practical assessment with a write-up that actually forms your end grade. And with that in mind, City and Guilds have said that you have to be able to do the exam and you have to be able to do the synoptic. So although you might already have underpinning knowledge, you would still have to start the level 3 because it is a new qualification. I hope that answers it for you. Just let me have a quick look down my questions. A question from Perry. As an adult learner, 24 plus, where do I apply for grant on the course for horticulture? If you go to student loans, to be honest, this information is on our website as well, but there is the 24 plus loan that you can tap into for that. And actually, we do send that information out with our joining instructions as well, so that you should be able to apply for it straight away.
Jamie, there's also a session on this later, I think at 12:45, if they want to tap into that. So that's when they're talking about bursaries and loans. So if people have specific questions on that, then please join that chat, which would be useful.
Oh, that'd be brilliant. Okay, so who's asking that? We've got Perry, yeah. So Perry, if you make sure you tap into that next one, then that will become clear. But we do send that out in the instructions as well. Okay. I've got another question from Ellie. For Countryside Management course, is there any specialist clothing or equipment that I need to get? You definitely need to get some steel toe cap boots. That's really the only PPE we ask for. It then depends. For Countryside, we don't stipulate that you must have overalls. And I know this because I do a lot of the practical teaching on it myself. So what you must have, though, is some good warm clothing. On the Countryside course, we're probably going to get you wet. We're probably going to get you covered in paint and goodness knows what, and you'll probably end up ripping something on barbed wire or thorns. Or it's a very hands-on practical course there. So steel toe caps is a must, but also rough clothing you don't mind getting damaged, and some good warm waterproofs as well. Now I've got a question that I can direct to Sarah, and this is from Luke. What would a crop farmer come under?
A crop farmer would come under agriculture courses, really, if they were growing wheat and barley. If they wanted more glasshouse crops or specialist small crops, I would direct them to have a talk to horticulture first.
Yeah, that appears on the level 3. We look at indoor and outdoor growing of crops.
Okay, hopefully that answers it. Again, if we've not answered it fully, either put something extra into the feed, or you can email us again at the addresses that are being shown on the feed. Okay, we've got a question coming in from Sam. Will I work with any machinery? Gosh, you will be working with machinery. In the first instance, I'm going to hand this over to Jamie, who's one of our machinery specialists. Jamie, can you talk us through some of the machinery that people might be working with if they were doing some of the ag engine stuff like that?
Yes, Jeremy. So we do the maintenance side of the machinery and a little bit of operation. So we look at anything from tie-ins, tedders, toppers, ploughs. So there's various equipment, also the tractors themselves, that we actually get to work on and then set up for use, and some occasions use the equipment.
Rachel, what about horticulture? Some of the machinery we might be able to get our hands on with horticulture.
Right, so we use a rotavator, we use pedestrian mowers, we use strimmers and hedge cutters primarily.
Okay, but Sarah, what about a bit of ag? Give me some ag.
We use tractors, all the related implements with them. We might use quad bikes, various attachments that go on the tractors. I'm trying to think. We do a load all test. Anything that they'd use on a farm really would be incorporated into what we use.
Right. I know from a countryside perspective, we'll be using chainsaws, strimmers, hedge trimmers again, power tools, augers. So there's a really, really good range of machinery that we're using there. It's a good question. All of those are really designed to give you the skills to get out into industry.
Yeah.
Okay, so I've got a couple of email questions here, so forgive me for looking down. There's one question coming. What's the balance between practical and theory? It greatly differs between the areas, and I'll allow some of the staff to jump in. But I know on the countryside course, I would say it's probably 50-50. because even some of the topics like ecology, very theory-based, you still will be out and about practicing that theory. So we might be talking about how we trap mammals, live trapping, obviously, tag and release. That's very theory-based, but then we can go out and do the practical. So 50-50, perhaps just a little bit more theory at times towards the exam, 60-40. Rachel, would you agree with that?
Definitely for level 3. For level 2, it's quite front-loaded in the practical. There'll be more because obviously once the winter hits in horticulture, there's not so much you can do. So practical is kind of wrapped around the winter weather, I'm afraid. But so sometimes in the year it's a bit more theory than there is practical. But we do have some great glass houses and we have some shade tunnels and hard landscaping tunnel that we can use when the weather's bad as well.
And Sarah, what about agriculture?
Well, we try to keep them out as much as we can. So we'd be out all winter and we will do as much outside as we can. So it'll be 50-50, I would think.
Okay, we've got another question coming in from Hannah. How much work experience do I need to do? On all our courses, certainly for the technicals, there is a 150-hour requirement in the first year for work experience. That's roughly 4 working weeks. You don't need to have found somewhere to start the course. We can help you with that. But obviously, if you've got somewhere local in mind or you're already working somewhere, that would be brilliant. Keep hold of those people. Most of our full-time courses are only 3 days, so that actually gives you a day or 2 a week or weekends to be logging those work hours. And our students haven't had any problems getting to the 150 hours until obviously the COVID lockdown didn't really help. But up to then, and usually 150 hours, the 4 working weeks gives us plenty of time. And work experience is really important. You know, we start your journey, your work experience and where you go to next, ice is the cake. That's what's going to get you out and into industry.
From a horticulture point of view, I do recommend that they start looking over the summer because of the weather and winter thing. And we found that some placements do not want to take people over the winter. So they do need to be ready to run with it in September if they can. We can still help, but ideally they need to be out there having a look for something they want to do before that, really.
That would be good. Thank you, Rachel. I've got another question coming in. Just wondering if I've already received a phone call interview and have been given a space, is this required? I'm not sure what this is required. Yes, work placement is required. If you've already received a phone call interview and been given a space, then yes, you are on whichever course you were interviewed for. If that doesn't answer your question, just get back on the feed for me. I've got a question now again from Sam. What kind of arrangements will I learn to make in floristry? Oh gosh, it varies greatly. We do everything from sad occasions like funerals to the happy occasions like weddings, and everything in between. It'll be small tied bouquets. It will be much larger arrangements. I know when I sometimes do the lesson observations where we check quality and the learner experience, what they create down in our sort of the purpose-built classrooms we've got down in floristry is always fantastic and amazing. I can't believe they do that. Even within the first term, they're putting together big displays or even small handheld ties. It really is amazing. So hopefully that answers the question for you. Got another email question about trips and visits that we've had planned. Now, obviously, in lockdown, those have been curtailed a bit. But Sarah, in the usual run of things, could you just give me a few potential agrics trips and things like that, trips and visits?
We take them to all the trade shows that are held through the year, and luckily the NEC seems to be quite good at holding them at the moment. So we're out and about at those. We visit farms locally to see how it is how the theory is put into practice in industry. We also visit the local agricultural shows, and I don't know, we may even get a field trip in.
Okay, Rachel, what about some hortic stuff?
This year we did, I went to Weston Park and we did some work there. We've also worked for a small charity garden in Lichfield called Monk's Walk. We planned, but obviously everything then closed, to go to some garden centres and some nurseries. And on level 3, there'd be some more specific stuff to do with the science side as well. Okay.
Brilliant. And I know on Countryside, as Marcus said in the voiceover on the slides, we do Cannock Chase, Staffordshire Wildlife Trust, National Trust, and actually a lot of local landowners like us. We can go out and do work on the rivers, rough grass areas, woodlands. So we work with a lot of local landowners as well.
I've just forgot we also do enter a design for the beautiful borders at the NEC show, so we always go to the NEC show as well.
Yes, and we've done well at that, and we can see some of those examples on our website as well. We've got students did some really, really good designs for that. Okay, I got another question from Perry. How many hours work experience do I need to do before I start the course, Horticulture Level 2? Correct me if I'm wrong, Rachel, but there's not a requirement to do any before?
No, but as long as parents think they're safe and they want to do some voluntary work to get their hand in, that's not a bad thing at all. But it's not compulsory before the course starts. Okay,
good advice. Okay, I've got another question coming in. And this is to do with, do I have to pay for a course if I'm over 18? It very much depends on your circumstances. 16 to 18, it is sort of continuing education, so we don't charge the tuition fees. If you are 19 to 23 and it's your first go at one of these courses, then the fees are waived. And if you are on job seekers, sometimes they are waived. That does change the advice from the government. If you are 24 plus, you will normally be charged unless you're on some sort of benefit, but you can also get the 24 plus loan, and that's very low rate, and often you don't have to pay it back until you're earning a certain amount, like the national average. So there are ways you can tap into that, and if in any doubt, email inquiries and finance will get back to you very quickly. But there will always be a way that we can help you engage with learning, whatever your age, to be honest, because we do get a lot of job changes, particularly on Countryside and horticulture, two very popular courses for job change. In fact, we've got a few mature learners on horticulture this year, haven't we, Rachel?
Yes, we do, yeah.
Again, Jamie, I would point people in the direction of the live feed at 12:45, I think it is, that talks about bursaries and finance and all that thing. So if they want some direct questions answering, by all means join that. If not, go to our website and then get in contact with us.
Great. Thank you for the reminder, Marcus. I've got another email question that's come in, and this is to do with maths, but I can actually wrap in maths and English on this one. Will I get the chance to upgrade my maths? Actually, there is a requirement. If you haven't got a 4 in your maths or English, and for any parents that are listening, that's a C or above in old money, you are actually required to carry on studying that at college, and that doesn't matter whether you're doing countryside, agriculture, hair and beauty, whatever you're doing at college, you would still have to top up your maths and English if you haven't got that 4 or above, the C or above. And actually that's really important. We do a lot of liaising with industry and local employers, and one of the things they say that makes students stand out is their ability to do maths properly and their communication skills, both written and oral. They will give you the higher paid jobs later on in your life. So yeah, good question, and really, really important to keep on with that maths and English. If you've already got your 4s and above, we still do a little bit of work on that in the tutorial sessions because it's important just to practice those skills. Okay, well, we're beginning to come to a close there now, so thank you very much for watching. We are going to wrap up this session now. If we haven't answered a question, or if tomorrow you suddenly think, why didn't I ask that? You can look on the feed. There's a number to call. The email's there, inquiries@southstaffs.ac.uk, and we hopefully we're able to do that. Oh, I'll tell you what. I'm just going to sneak one question in below the bar here from Perry. Am I still required to do maths if I don't have the C's and I'm 24 years old? Good question. You only have to do it mandatory if you're 16 to 18. But if you wanted to top up after that, you are more than welcome to do that. Okay, so thank you to my colleagues, Jamie, Rachel, Sarah, Marcus. Thank you very much for listening, and stay safe, everybody. Stay safe, and hopefully we'll see you soon.
Welcome to our virtual open day to cover the creative sectors of art and design, fashion, photography, TV and film, journalism, performing arts, games production and esports. Situated in the heart of one of Staffordshire's most creative centres, we very much see Lichfield College as the creative campus. With some 600 plus full-time students, alongside a part-time provision, we offer a range of creative courses that inspire creativity, innovative thinking, and a host of other key transferable skills that employers, both in the creative sectors and wider industries, are looking to promote. The campus is very much a creative community, a melting pot for creativeness, in which we like to promote students' interaction and engagement, both with one another, but also with our various collaborators within the local community, including those from festivals, local events, and performances. Our courses look to promote a wide range of student activities and engagement, including support through one-to-one and group tutorials to help build students' confidences, looking at careers, next step progression, university applications, and exploration of the creative sector skills and practices. Many students in our courses take up various opportunities to attend trips and visits. These have included our biannual trips to Paris and London, getting to explore various galleries, studios, and undertaking workshops such as those through Disneyland Paris and in the West End. Our students are also great at helping to host their own events, such as music gigs, fashion shows, red carpet premieres, exhibitions, and live performances, in which students from different course areas often work together and collaborate. We also value the importance of students obtaining work experience as part of their studies. So students will get involved in various external projects and events, or get involved with some of our local businesses and creatives. For example, our performing arts students get to work at the National Adventure Farm Screenfest event in the autumn, working alongside seasoned professionals. Many of our art students take part in various events in and around the local area, including Tamworth and Lichfield, promoting arts engagement activities or arts projects. Above all, we know that students need to have a well-rounded understanding of the creative industries, and this includes to developing their maths and English skills, particularly for those yet to achieve a grade 4 or above, and in promoting the transferable skills such as self and team management skills, communication, problem solving, and in promoting industry professional practices and expectations. We offer lots of student support, so please make sure you watch the session on this at 12:45 today, or catch up later on the recording on YouTube. Starting at our introductory level, we are able to support students who perhaps have no prior qualifications but are clearly looking to progress their exploration of the creative arts. For some students, particularly those with support needs, we may start through our Routes to College or Routes to Vocational course. For others, this might be starting one of our Level 1 programs of study, such as our Multimedia Vocational route or our Level 1 Art and Design course. We also offer more specific routes in our Level 2 full-time programs, in which you can study art and design, music technology and performance, performing arts, film and TV and journalism, or games production and esports. These are great courses for those who still have got to continue to develop their GCSE Maths and English qualifications to that of a grade 4 or above, or whose prior experience of the subject would benefit with laying down some firm foundations. For others, our full-time Level 3 programs are very much the route for those wishing to progress onto higher education and university, or seeking to build a portfolio as an entry point into employment. Here, the art and design pathway enables further specialisms, so that you can either do the general art and design pathway or that of our fashion or photography specialisms. Again, like the Level 2 courses, we also offer Level 3 in music technology and performance, performing arts, film and TV, journalism, or games production and esports. For those perhaps who have gone on to A-levels and are looking to go on to university but need to develop their portfolio, we also have a foundation diploma in art and design. Most of our Level 2 and Level 3 provisions are courses awarded by the UAL, the University of the Arts London. For us, at the college, this has transformed the landscape of our provision, giving students much more flexibility to develop their creative practices through projects and experimenting, developing their skills, learning from their mistakes, and practicing their chosen craft. Creative industries continue to power the growth of the UK workforce, and that last year it grew at twice the rate of new posts being generated compared to other sector areas. It's a real success story, which is believed to be generating over £111.7 billion a year to the UK economy. That's an incredible £12.7 million an hour. This is thanks in no small part to all the new and emerging technologies that provide people with access to creative consumption, such as through tablet devices, phones, gaming consoles, and streaming services, all of which need constant streams of new and exciting content. This is just a small summary of the various jobs in the creative sector. However, the pace of change is seeing many careers being transformed, and indeed we will be preparing students' flexibilities to adapt to this changing career climate and for jobs that don't currently exist yet but are very much on the horizon. For further information on the sector, why not check out the Creative Industries UK link on this slide. We recognise that you may require some additional help and support to enable you to succeed. That is why we have a learning support zone on every college site. Staff here offer tailored support based on individual need. It is important that you let us know before you enrol if you have any specific learning need so that we can put support in place ready for the academic year. Studying at the college, including apprenticeships, is fully funded for those aged 16 to 18. Depending on household income, additional funding may be available to help cover the cost of things like travel and college materials. If you're age 19 plus and earn less than £16,000, then your course could be free. We have a team of experts who can help advise. Please visit our website and apply online. Thanks for listening, and we'll look forward to talking to you shortly with any questions you may have.
Hello everybody and welcome to our session to talk about our creative industries. My name's Chris Hopkins, I'm the Director of Faculty at the college, and I've got this amazing team around me, so I'm going to let them introduce themselves to you all. So let's start with Helen.
Hi, I'm Helen Tom. I'm responsible for performing arts, and this is...
I'm Jeff Hornsby, I'm a music teacher.
And Chris.
Yeah, my name's Chris Titley. I'm one of the art and design tutors.
Lindsay.
Hi, I'm Lindsay Brown. I'm part of the creative media team.
And Dan.
Hi, I'm Dan. I work in music.
And Wendy.
Hi, I'm Wendy Swindell. I'm the Learning Support Coordinator for Lichfield Campus, so I allocate support for learners in classrooms.
And Rachel.
Hi guys, I'm Rachel. I'm part of the recruitment team for the apprenticeships.
Okay, so I'm just going to be looking at the feed now. So if you've got any questions that you want to ask the team about the creative courses, please pop them on the live chat now and we'll try our best to answer those at the moment. We've got one here already, which is about, do we use Macs or PCs? And I'm sure each of the team have probably got a response to you on there because we do have access to both those types of devices. We'll start with music though, Dan, because I know you use quite a lot of Macs in your provision.
Yeah, we're pretty much 100% Mac, mainly due to the sort of software that we use. So we use Logic Pro, which only runs on Mac. So yeah, we're using iMacs at the minute.
Okay. Chris, I know we use that for photography and the art side of things. So we do.
Yeah, so the Adobe software, Lightroom for photography, After Effects, Photoshop, Illustrator, but yeah, predominantly Macs.
Mm-hmm. And I know with media, we've certainly got Macs for some of the editing at the moment, although we're looking to probably move over to PCs. But also in terms of the gaming side, Lindsay.
Yeah, so for gaming we use PCs more. We've written Unreal Engine on those. We have like Blender software, and also as Chris was saying, we've got the Mac suite for the editing software, but we also have creative licenses for our students that work on all the PCs in the classrooms.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. So I had a question here from Lucy. She's asked how long are the days? I think the majority of days really are kind of like a 6-hour day. So we tend to start classes at around about 9 o'clock, and they'll run all the way to usually about 4:30. I would say though, in the creative industries, you've got to get used to working lots of different kind of hours, and we have lots of events and activities that might happen sometimes at weekends, sometimes during bank holidays. We take part in things like the Bower Festival, and obviously performing arts. They'll do performances in the evening, but in terms of a standard college day, we're looking around about a 6-hour day, although most students will come in for maybe 3 days, sometimes 4 when they might do a couple of half days as well. What version of Adobe Suite do we use? That's come from Alfie. So we're quite fortunate in that we've got licenses for the Adobe online version, so it's always the most up-to-date version of the software. And what's really good is at the moment our students get their own account. So when they come in to use our computers, they'll just log into their own Adobe account and be able to access the software here. But equally, if they're at home and they've got a good enough computer, they'll be able to then use that same software on their home devices, which is fantastic stuff. What would our timetable look like? That's come from Andy. There's going to be a mix really, because we're still working on timetables, and obviously with the pandemic, we are currently evaluating that and reviewing that, because we know that starting in September things might not be returning to not as normal as we would like. So we're currently working with the team to come up with some plans as to how best to address that. The staff have been fantastic producing lots of online materials and working with students via video calls and things. So we know that there'll be some of our delivery will be able to continue to deliver in that way. But equally, we know it's important that so much of what we do is practical based. I don't know if anyone in the team wants to kind of add a bit more there.
Yeah, can I just elaborate a little bit on that? So, I mean, the timetable changes over the year. So the first part of the year is very technique and process led. So there's lots of workshops and tutorial based sessions just to develop your kind of a range of art and design skills. And then as the year goes through and progresses, it becomes more tutorial led and offering creative input into what your own individual projects are. So it becomes more reactive to individual learners rather than a whole group learning one process.
Okay. So we've got a message here about what kind of apprenticeships are available with creative courses. If I can hand that over to Rachel.
Yeah, at the moment, the only apprenticeship we really offer in the creative industry is digital marketing. We can offer that at both a level 3 and a level 4. It is something that we're very interested in developing, but at the minute there's not a great deal that's been released and is available for people to start on. So obviously digital marketing, there's lots of material on the website, and we always have vacancies. We have companies looking to take on apprentices all times throughout the year. So you can go onto our website to have a look what vacancies we've got available. You can have a look on Find an Apprenticeship website, which we can post a link up for if anybody needs. And then obviously all I can say is just, watch this space. We will hopefully in the near future have more apprenticeship opportunities coming up in different areas.
That's fantastic. Thanks for that. So there's a couple of questions here which are similar themes. So one of them is about how can we go on trips.
Oh no. Oh, Chris, you frozen. If we go on, is it to do with trips?
I think, yeah, it's out. It's Steve here while Chris is actually blurred away. What trips can we go on for the performing arts? And if we've, and through COVID, is there going to be any issues there?
Well, we usually have one big campus trip per year. we were really lucky this year that we managed to get the Paris trip in before everything was kind of closed down. Next year we would be due to go on the London trip, but obviously we will need to seek some guidance as to whether that's still possible. And yeah, basically we've got to work within the sort of guidance issued by the government and places we would go and visit. Usually on the London trip, we all go down in coaches. There's a media coach, performing arts coach, music and art, and we all go to Harry Potter World. And then we'll go and watch something in the West End, but again, we're not sure how things are playing out. I know there's some concern with theatres at the moment, and whether it's financially viable to open them, given that there's got to be social distancing. So we need to play that one by ear, but it might be possible. I'd really, if we can't go on the London trip, I would really like to go to the RSC at Stratford, because that would tie in really nicely to our end of year performance, which we're very much focused towards achieving next year. So we'll just have to play it by ear a little bit, I think.
Chris, I think you're on mute at the moment. Do you want to unmute yourself?
So yeah, sorry about that, everyone. So just to add to that, I think something else that we try to do is listen to our students, and if they come to us with any ideas of possible trips that they would like to see us do, we certainly listen to that and try and accommodate some of those trips. We've certainly been looking at that for like the games students to go to some of the big kind of games events which happen at like the NEC and so on. And again, we will follow the government guidance when it comes to how we can, proceed with trips as during this current kind of crisis. So going on to another question, do we work with employers as part of my course? And I think we'll start with Chris. Do you want to talk a little bit about some of the art students that they've been doing?
Yeah, so every year we kind of build up or increase our kind of range of employers we work with. And there are kind of some employers that we work with every year. So every year we work with Tamworth Arts to launch an arts tack, which is a kind of a weekend or a whole Saturday of art activities in Tamworth, and the students get involved in that. So it's kind of live public art working. And then there's just a range of other employers from kind of museums in Lichfield that we work with to produce exhibitions for. We're currently working with the Orangery Industry Hall to create an online exhibition. So we're still working with employers even during this kind of time of lockdown. And we get lots of employers coming in asking if students are interested in, it could be photography, it could be some kind of fashion work, and obviously working with Screenfest, as you mentioned on the presentation. There's so many different areas involved in working and supporting Screenfest, from fashion to performing arts. So yeah.
Helen, I know you can talk about Screenfest.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity. We use it as a work experience opportunity for our students, but it's very, very realistic. The students take part in a workshop with the creative director from Screenfest. So they learn all the techniques of scare acting, and then they actually take part in the event, which runs for just over 2 weeks, up to Halloween. Costumes are provided for the students. The makeup is provided by a whole team of makeup artists. And there are literally thousands and thousands of people that go along. It's very, very popular. We've been involved now for sort of the last 3 years. And each year there's more and more visitors go along. So, we've got a really strong kind of relationship with the National Adventure Farm, and the students get an awful lot out of it. And then we also sort of have some connection with local theatres. There's the Bower that Chris mentioned earlier. We get involved in that. There was another opportunity in the run-up to Christmas. A local charity contacted us, and they wanted to run a social media campaign that was based around domestic violence. And so they came along to college. There were 1 or 2 media students involved, and the students had the opportunity to record some kind of monologues that were very much geared towards domestic violence, and they were used as part of the campaign, the marketing campaign. So there are things that crop up through the year as well, where we work with employers.
Okay. Steve, you've disappeared. I've had a message here from Maisie. So she's asked that she's had an interview, so I'll chase it up, Maisie, and see if we can sort out to find out what's happened there. Do you need your own camera for photography? I can speak from my own experience that we do have camera equipment for the college, particularly for like the media students to use, because we appreciate, you know, no one can afford some of the kind of cameras that we then use. However, there are some students who do get their own cameras and stuff, and particularly I would say for the photography course that is helpful to have, but that doesn't exclude you if you're not in that situation, that we do have resources for you to then use and borrow from the college. And equally, I think the technology is becoming more accessible, and certainly with the cameras and even the videos that can shoot now 4K on your mobile phone is making things more accessible for people, which is good to see. A question about, can I go to university after the course? So Lindsay, you nodded there, so I'll pass over to you, Lindsay.
Well, so yeah, certainly there's many avenues that you can go to from all the courses, but also as part of Creative Media team, we do have an on-site university here at Lichfield College with the TV and film degree. So yeah, certainly you can go on to, and like particularly our journalism course, for example, that we ran a few years ago, we had 100% of all the cohort went up to university. So yeah, definitely university is a viable option.
Okay. What is the first day at college consist of? And that's from Denver. So we're obviously working on it at the moment, because usually the first day of college is about inducting you into the college, getting you familiar with the staff and the location of various parts of the college. We'll obviously be doing a lot of work in preparing students to be able to be in college safely and maintaining distance practices. So we'll be spending some time through that, but also making sure that you're aware about what the course is about, and making sure it's the right course for you. And certainly in those first 3 to 4 weeks of the course, we will have lots of conversations with students to check that they are comfortable and enjoying the course, and checking that it is the right thing for them, because there is still opportunity within those first few weeks to potentially move them to different courses that we have. So sometimes we may have a student who starts, for example, on the media course, but actually it turns out that they're actually into their music, and so they might transfer then onto the music side of things, or again onto an art course. So there is opportunity to do that in the early stages of the course. And I'd also say, I think as well, which is really nice with the UAL, which is the awarding body we work with, is that there is lots of opportunity for students to liaise and collaborate with each other. So we get students constantly working, like with performing arts students who might work with the fashion students, working with the music students, working with the media students. It really is a melting pot for creativity. For the games production, do we need to bring any equipment with us? So, Lindsay?
No, the only thing we really ask for and we encourage students to bring is a sketchbook, as you'll be doing concept art and designing map layouts. So that's the only thing we'll have. Unreal is a free software, so you can always download that at home if you've got a computer that can run that. We'll say all of the software will be available to you at the college. But yeah, just a sketchbook, pens, pencils, those kind of things.
Ellie here has asked what work experience we do with music students, if you can talk about that, Dan.
Sure, yeah. We do a range of things, really. We'll do 3 gigs throughout the year. One of those will be in just before Christmas. Then we'll obviously take part in the Bower, where our students will run a stage. So essentially our students are not only performing, but also they're taking part in operating the sound and being stage managers for that day. And then we also do end of year show out at the Paradise Lounge usually. That usually takes place at the end of the year. But within that as well, there's obviously opportunities for our learners to push themselves further with that. We've been taking part for the past 2 years now, collaborating with the performing arts guys and playing live with the performance. So Jeff can probably talk a little bit more about that. About how that works.
Yeah, so essentially what we do is the entire music department splits into two. One half becomes a production team, the other half become a live working band, and we join in with the performing arts guys. Essentially, we would have staged our show this year, but it didn't happen, obviously because of COVID. So that's obviously another sort of string to. Hold on, computer's gone dead. There you go. Another string to the work experience. I mean, it's worth mentioning with work experience, with music in particular. I mean, most creative arts are the same, but music in particular is very freelance. So we do encourage our learners to pursue, work experience in recording studios if possible, and other sort of avenues. It is obviously not always straightforward in terms of employers, but obviously we do our best to support around that by, integrating into as many projects as we can, really.
Okay. So Hannah's asked the question about, do we have to wear any kind of uniform? And I would say that we don't, because we're very much, again, a creative campus, so students are pretty much free to wear things that they like to wear. There is a caveat to that. We want to make sure that people aren't wearing anything that's offensive or inappropriate, and also we want to make sure that people are wearing the right things for whichever situation they're in. So if students, for example, are doing performing arts work, I mean, Helen, you can talk there about the performing arts uniform.
Yeah, I think it's quite important, actually, the question about uniform, because I think that's one of the things that encourages students to go to college, because you can wear essentially what you want and be yourself, and we want you to be creative. With performing arts, obviously, there is practical work. So, we say that you wear appropriate clothing. So that would be in the form of kind of T-shirts, leggings, jogging bottoms, for dance and movement work. And we also like students to have a pair of black jazz shoes, which can be used for both dance and drama activities.
Okay. And again, I think we encourage students on certain days, for example, they may do some mock interviews, or they may be working with real clients as part of their work experience. So again, we ask that students then dress accordingly for that kind of situation, really, and show that professional expectation that they would like to see. Another question has come through here about what's the difference between the two level 3 music courses. So I think I'm guessing that's what's the difference between like the level 2 course and what the difference is between the level 3 course.
Okay, so our level 2, at the minute what we're doing is you'll be doing the same sort of project, so you'll still be working with the wider cohort, but you'll be marked on a few different things, and then moving on into the level 3. The level 3s will do something a little bit more detailed than maybe what a level 2 will be doing within their project. So essentially, they run together, and there's a lot of opportunity for sort of collaboration between level 3s and level 2s throughout the whole thing.
Okay, so I'm really sorry. I think the session has now come to an end. There is one question that somebody has asked regarding support, particularly for an anxious music performer student. So Wendy, if you just want to quickly drop in there.
Yeah. So there's various ways that we can support students who are very anxious. We do have various places on campus where learners can go just to get away a little bit if they need some time to themselves. We have a quiet room where learners can go just to try and de-stress, with various resources there. We also have our learning support zone where we have our learning support practitioner and LSAs there, and they are there to support learners with any learning difficulties or who do feel anxious. And we are always here for students to talk to if they do feel like they do need to talk to someone and just explain how they're feeling, and then we'll try and break that anxiety down into different areas, and then try and support them and reassure them, really, and just get them to express how they're feeling.
So can I thank everybody for listening today? And again, if there are any questions, please do get in contact with the college, and they'll certainly put your inquiries through to us, and I'll direct them to the appropriate members of the team. Thanks again, everybody, for listening, and have a great rest of the day. Hope to see you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Welcome to the Learner Services Virtual Open Day session. Students are central to everything we do at South Staffordshire College. The Learner Services team offers a range of services and support for both full-time and part-time students. We want to help you achieve your goals and successfully complete your course of study. We are here to help you, from processing your application form, enrolling you onto your course, checking if you are eligible for financial assistance, advising about learning support, looking after your well-being through safeguarding and mentoring, and helping you to achieve your career aspirations. Money matters, especially when you decide to take up a course of study. The good news is, as a student, you may be eligible for financial support, and there are a range of bursaries and loans that you may be eligible for. Our 16 to 18 guaranteed bursary is an annual bursary of £1,200 for learners who are in care or a care leaver, in receipt of income support or universal credit in their own name, in receipt of both employment support allowance and disability living allowance. If you do not qualify for the 16 to 18 guaranteed bursary, you may be eligible for other support to help with the cost of essential course equipment, travel, meals or childcare through either the 16 to 18 discretionary bursary, 19 plus bursary support, free college meals scheme and Care to Learn. You can find out if you are eligible by completing the online bursary application form on our website. Please note the application form won't be live until the 1st of July. It's important for you to know that a learning difference or physical disability need not prevent you from studying with us. Our Equal Opportunities policy details our commitment to providing the widest possible access to learning for all our learners. Wheelchair users have good access on most of our campuses, and there are disabled toilets and dedicated parking spaces available at each campus site. We have friendly qualified support staff that can assist you and offer guidance before and during your course about things such as support with transition, mobility, personal care needs, exams, lunch and break times, assistive technology and lots more. If you would like to discuss your learning needs, please contact Kim Stoddard, or our Transition Coordinator, on 01785 710 505 or email learning.support@southstaff.ac.uk for more information. At South Staffordshire College, we have a dedicated team of careers advisors who give impartial and confidential careers guidance to support you with achieving your future career goals. Our careers team can assist you with choosing the right course, planning your career journey and helping you to consider all opportunities available, as well as applying to university. Our career team also organise careers fairs, workshops and presentations with guest speakers from universities and other external organisations to allow you to have all the information you need to make an informed choice about your future career. We also welcome parents to contact our careers team about the services and support available for their son or daughter and in explaining possible progression opportunities. To make an appointment to see a careers advisor or just to seek advice, either call 0300 456 2424 or email careerguidance@southstaffs.ac.uk. Listening to the views of students is important to us, and we want you to be actively involved with helping to shape the future of the college. You can do this in several ways. You could become a course rep. The purpose of this role is to feed back to senior leaders on course and cross-college related issues. If we don't know about your concerns, then we can't put them right for you. As part of the role, you will be required to attend termly meetings to feed back. Or you may like to become a digital champion. This role is to help develop the digital skills of college students with a focus on course innovation and employability. Or you may like to become a student governor. You can only be eligible for this role if you have first secured a position as a course rep or digital champion. This role involves attending meetings with College Board of Governors to represent the student body. If these roles aren't for you, don't worry, you can still feed back about your college experience by completing the course surveys that are sent out to you during your course. The main two are the induction and on-programme surveys. It is important that you think about your answers when completing these surveys so that we get the true reflection of your time with us. You will find out more about these roles during your induction in September. Your well-being is very important to us. We know that sometimes you might need some extra support in order to stay on top of things. Our team of mentors are on hand to support you with any issues that you may be affecting your ability to learn and enjoy your time with us. Every campus has access to a mentor, and you can make contact either by phone, text or email to arrange an appointment or just seek advice. Everyone shares responsibility for safeguarding and promoting the welfare of children and young people, irrespective of individual roles. The college has a dedicated safeguarding team who are always there to listen. Our designated safeguarding lead is Kim Vaughan, Assistant Principal, Learner Services. Details of safeguarding and the mentoring service can be found on our website, but both will be discussed during your induction. Once you have applied for a course online, the Learner Services team receives your application. Just so you know, face-to-face interviews have been suspended due to COVID-19 pandemic, so a member of the team will call you to arrange a telephone interview at a time that is convenient for you. The interview will be conducted by a course tutor and you will be given the opportunity to discuss details of the course, equipment needed, progression opportunities and future career goals, so you can decide if the course is right for you. Once you have accepted an offer with us, the team will contact you again over the summer with details about how to enrol and when your course will start. We are now going to be moving on to the Q&A session. Joining you to answer your questions will be Kim Vaughan, Assistant Principal, Learner Services, Sam Jenkinson, Learner Services Hub Coordinator, Karen Dungy, Careers Coordinator. Kim, I'll pass this over to you now.
Welcome to Learner Services Virtual Open Events. My name's Karen Dungy. I'm the Careers Coordinator for the college. I'd like to introduce the other people that are starring for the next half an hour. We've got Sam. Sam, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi everybody. I'm Sam Jenkinson and I am the Learner Services Coordinator. So I coordinate all of the admin hubs of all of our campus sites.
Tina?
Hello everybody, I'm Tina Oliver and I'm the Learning Support Coordinator for Tamworth and Talk.
Meg?
Hello everyone, I'm Megan. I am the Apprenticeship Recruitment and IAG Officer at the college.
And we've also got Wendy.
Hi everyone, my name's Wendy Swindell. I'm the Learning Support Coordinator for the Lichfield campus.
Thank you all for joining in to our open event. If anybody's got any questions they would like to ask, if you could put that into the chat, that would be fabulous. So we've already got some questions. First question from Hannah is, how do I apply and what happens after I have applied? Over to you, Sam.
Okay, so to apply for any of our college courses, you can do so by visiting our college website. You will simply search the course of choice and select the apply online button. You can email us at inquiries@southstaffs.ac.uk. Just let us know your name, your date of birth, your full home address, and we can get you booked in. Alternatively, you can give us a call on the 0300 number. Once you've applied, once you've received your application, a member of our Learner Services team will give you a call. And during the current situation and following government advice, a member of the Learner Services team will arrange a telephone interview with you and a course tutor.
Thanks, Sam.
Okay.
Okay, we've got another question. Will information about transport to and from college be included in the information packs that you send out? Thanks, Ellie.
Is that one for me again? Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, Sam.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So obviously, just following government guidance at the moment, and with us not currently being in college, we are working in the background to establish the best way to communicate all of that information to learners coming to us in September. I believe there will be much information on our website surrounding on how you apply for transport and all of those things. So just keep your eye on our website at the moment for any updates on that.
Brilliant, thanks Sam. One for Meg. Meg, how will I get an interview for my apprenticeship?
Lovely. So there's a few different routes you can go about this. So one of the main routes is to go via our website and apply for our vacancies online. If it is that there isn't a vacancy there at the moment that interests you, what you can do is contact us on the 0300 number, option 2 for apprenticeships. And what you can do there is contact us and request a IAG interview. And what we will do at that point is try and match you to one of our employers. And again, if there isn't an employer of interest there for you at the moment, we can add you to a waiting list and we'll mail vacancies out to you when they do become available.
Thanks, Meg. Okay, next question from Becky. I think this is a Sam question. What is the deadline for the courses to apply for them before they close?
Okay. We don't really have a deadline as such. We're open for applications throughout the academic year. We would normally encourage everybody to get on board a course before October half-term week, purely for catch-up reasons, really, if they leave it any later. So we would encourage you to apply as early as possible, but there's no real kind of cut-off date to do that.
Thanks, Sam. The next question is from Becky. Full-time and part-time courses in September. Will these be at the college or from home due to COVID-19? Trying to think who could answer that. I could answer that. What we are looking at, because obviously with COVID-19, we're still following recommendations from the government. So what we are looking at is we are looking at social distancing. It could be that your practical sessions may be with us on campus, but what we will be doing is a lot of the theory will be virtual, but you need to bear with us. As soon as we get information, we'll be sharing that with you anyway. If you've got any concerns about anything at all, we are part of Learner Services. You know, you can send any inquiry to our inquiries email address, which will be shown on this virtual open event. What we do want to make sure is that we don't want any of you people that are listening in and future learners, we don't want you to worry about anything. There's always answers to all your concerns or worries. Okay, hopefully that's answered your question, Becky. Okay, another question. How do I know if I have got a place? Sam?
Okay.
That's another one for you.
Yeah. So any learner that has attended an interview prior to the college closures, or anybody that's had an interview via phone since the college closure, you will have had a verbal offer given to you by the course tutor interviewing you at the time. This should have been followed either by a letter confirming your offer, or an email at the moment also confirming. If for any reason you've not had that confirmation in writing, either by letter or email, if you email inquiries at South Staff, a member of the team will make sure you get that sent out before the end of the week. Okay.
Thanks, Sam. I'm just looking, I'm just wondering whether we could come to Tina and Wendy, because obviously we're part of Learner Services, so our role is, you know, sort of supporting young people, our learners from, you know, start before they've even started, you know, all the way through that learning journey. How, if anybody's worried about their assignments or they're not going to be able to cope with the workload, what support can we offer? Wendy, Tina, to these people that are listening in to us today?
Well, there's lots of different support that we can offer. On every campus we have a learning support zone, which is where students can come if they're struggling with any aspect of their coursework or assignments. and there will be learning support assistants in the learning support zone to assist any learners that do need any help or advice with that. Each campus has a quiet room as well if any learners are struggling with their anxiety. They're welcome to use the quiet room to just try kind of de-stress if they need some time to go. And we also have learning support assistants in some classes for identified learners as well to help with assignment work.
Brilliant. Thanks, Wendy. Anything to add, Tina?
Just following on from Wendy, exactly the same. The campuses sort of mirror one another, to be honest with you. As we're going through, obviously, this pandemic, we have been, the LSAs and the coordinators, we've been supporting our learners remotely, and we've been doing this via Google, via Hangouts, and getting in touch with our learners through that way. And I expect, we don't know, because we don't know what the future holds really. We may be doing some sort of remote support as we go on, our journey all together really. So, but the LSAs are at the moment, and maybe will continue if that's the case in September with some of the courses maybe. It will be done remotely, but they will certainly have the support there.
Thank you, Tina. And that's what I think what we as the Learner Services team want to stress is that, I know that we're in a difficult situation right now, but we're still working, we're still here to support you from, if we look at Sam, and, through some applications and interviews. So if you've got any worries, you've got learner support, you've got Meg from apprenticeships, and then also myself on the careers side. We are offering careers guidance, which is by telephone. Your parents can also be part of that process. We are doing virtual transition. If anybody's concerned about anything, it can be, there's no silly questions. It's about supporting you through that process. And like Tina said, we're not sure what that support is going to look like in September, but we can, support you in making that transition, whatever it looks like, whether it's virtual, whether it's coming onto campus, or so difficult times for all of us, really.
Yeah, I think just to add on from that, really, obviously with the support we give to learners when in college, as well as that, we do have our bursary fund. I know we've had quite a few questions throughout the morning as to the cost of trips, the cost of any essential equipment or uniforms that learners may need. It's just to reassure learners really that there is a fund available for you to apply for, and we will support you with anything that your tutor says is essential for you to have. Transport costs, childcare costs for any learner who's over 19. Just email us and we'll get that information to you really as quick as we can.
Thanks, Sam. I've got another question. Will I get help if I'm worried about returning to college? So, Tina, do you want to answer that question?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Of course, really. Behind the scenes, like all of us, really, we've been working tirelessly. Virtual transition, really, speaking to parents, speaking to new learners. Another part, really, we've been speaking to schools of learners who are coming to us in September. And again, we're governed by the government really in the guidelines, and hoping that we can invite those learners in when we can, social distancing with all the rules in place, that maybe as we go on, we can invite those learners in small groups to do some kind of face-to-face transition that we're maybe hoping to do as we go on later on in the coming months, really, as the government would let us do, really. So how that would look like is coming into college in maybe small groups, social distancing, and having that tour. And also, if they can't come in, is virtual tours, really, as well. But we're in close contact with new parents and new learners as well who are coming into college. We have those names.
Brilliant, thank you. Another question from Becky. How soon will I find out if I do have a place at college from applying? Sam?
Yeah. Okay. So obviously, with the current situation, we're working really hard to kind of keep to deadlines and correspond with learners really as quick as we can. Normally, from the point of receiving an application, you would normally get a response immediately to say that we've received that application. Interviews at the moment, we're getting booked in within a couple of days of receiving those applications. So as soon as that interview's been booked, really, you'll know immediately once you've had that conversation with the tutor as to what course is for you really in September.
Thanks, Sam.
Okay.
Another question. My son is 19 and has an EHCP. He's due to start in September. Will he be able to do his maths and English in the evening classes? Tina, I can see you nodding. Do you want to answer that question?
Yeah, I would say yes, absolutely. For a 19 plus learner, yes. I would think that's something that, yes, we can adhere to and do those maths and English. If I can just touch back on to the last question, if that's okay, as well, really, just to make parents out there as coordinators really and as learning support, how we work with the admin hubs. So any inquiries that do come with the admin hubs, we communicate and they communicate with the coordinator. So if any learners do have any learning difference or any anxieties, then the admin hubs will obviously communicate with the coordinator, who will then in turn make contact with that parent and young person. I just wanted to sort of get that point across really, that we work very closely with the admin hubs.
Yeah. And I think I could back that up, Tina. I think as a team, Learner Services, we all do work very closely together. So, you know, if you have got concerns, you would speak to Tina. You would only have to tell that one person, and then the rest of the team would support whatever, whether it's bursary, Sam, whether it's financial, whether it's anxiety, you know, same as, you know, we work with Meg quite closely with the apprenticeship team as well. Has anybody, we're a bit short on questions, so Sam, is there anything that we've missed that we need to be telling people that are listening today? Anything else that they need to know about the application process, interview process?
I think the only message for me at the moment, if you've joined us live today, great. If you've not applied yet, do it now. We've got a fantastic college. We've got fantastic courses and teaching staff. Get your application in, get your interview sorted, and we'll all kind of, you know, all come together and support each other with next steps really, and get back to some normality as quick as we can.
Yeah, and I think also from like a careers point of view as well, you know, if you're worried about your GCSE results, if you're worried about your A-level results, you know, there's always a course at South Staffordshire College for you, you know, and like you say, you know, all the emails that you'll need will be part of this session as well. You know, I'm working with adults, I'm working with young people, so you know, if you think you've applied for a course and you've suddenly decided that you no longer want to do that course and you're a little bit stuck of what to do next, then that you know, that's where we can support you in thinking about, okay, let's step back, let's do a little bit of research to see what course would be more beneficial to you. Meg, have you got anything that you'd like to add?
Absolutely. Obviously, with apprenticeships at the moment, many people will see recruitment in some cases. A lot of companies are choosing not to recruit at the moment, but I am very hopeful that things will start to pick up again, obviously, towards the summer and beyond. Obviously, if anybody does have any queries regarding apprenticeships, do not hesitate to contact me, whether you don't know where to start, if you've not even got a CV written, if you're unsure of how to do an application form, do not hesitate to contact us on that 0300 number. We can have a discussion, obviously discuss your options that are available to you, what courses may be most suitable to you in your desired career path. and obviously take that forward from there. It's a completely free service that we provide here, so definitely take advantage of that if you are looking to start an apprenticeship.
Right, we've got one more we've got a question from Ellie. I am really anxious about the interview. Is there anything I should know that I would be asked during the interview? And that's probably best answered by Sam.
Okay. We completely understand that learners will be anxious. The calls really consist of, it's really a very basic get to know you a little bit. So teaching staff will ask you, the course that you're interested in. They'll perhaps ask you why you want that course in particular, what interests and things have you got. They'll tend to ask you perhaps predicted grades, how you're getting on at high school at the moment. I will say though, if you are feeling anxious about that interview and you would benefit from some support before that call, I'm sure Tina and the rest of the team would be more than happy to give you a little bit of a call and kind of reassure you a little bit before that. Tina?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And we've done that many times as well as we've been remote working, and I know Wendy and Angie's done exactly the same. Really, we've called new learners and their parents really to reassure them. So this is something that we will continue to do throughout.
Yeah, absolutely. And if required, we can also be present at the interview as well, and support the learner, and perhaps their parent needs or would like to be present as well. So, all that can be arranged. And it is about supporting the learner through each stage of their, of their time with the college, really, and supporting them as holistically as possible, so that, all their needs are taken into account.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got another question from Becky. How long are full-time courses and part-time courses for? Hours, days and week, etc. I'm a single parent, so trying to fit in a course as well as being a parent to young children. So who would like to answer that question?
I can answer, as much as I know, really. I mean, full-time and part-time courses will vary in hours. They'll vary in the days that you're needed to attend. I will say, with learners who do have commitments, whether it be young children, part-time jobs, the college are very flexible, and they will be flexible with hours to work around you, really, as well as supporting you gaining a qualification that you need. So my advice would be, don't rule it out because you're a single parent. There's options for everybody. Ping us a message, via email, give us a call on the 0300 number and let us work with you. Let us work with you to come up with a plan and get you studying, and we'll go from there.
Just another question, Sam, for you. I'm sorry.
Okay.
If you want a bursary and you haven't got a bank account of your own, can you use parents' accounts if they get permission?
Yeah. We encourage as much as we can that learners use their own bank accounts. But we do have scenarios where that's not always the case or always possible. So yes, as long as we have, signatures and consent from both parties, we can use a parent account for that payment. Yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you. Another question from Ellie. Is the interview face-to-face on a video call?
It's not face-to-face on a video call. Obviously, within the college environment, we've all moved over to Microsoft Teams, so that availability is there for us. We know that that's not always the case and available for learners, so it would be just a voice phone call on a mobile or a home telephone number.
Thanks, Sam.
Okay.
Okay, I'm just wondering, people are saying thank you to us. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I think it's just to reiterate before we go that if you've got any questions at all at the moment, you can ring us on the 0300 number or email us at inquiries@southstaffs.ac.uk. And a member of the Learner Services team will get back to you with any answers that you need. Okay?
Yep.
Yeah.
And if anybody's got any other questions, like Sam said, you can call, you can email, but you can also still use the chat on YouTube, because I think we're going to be here till at least 7:30. I think still doing sessions all the way through the day. I don't know if I've got any more questions.
No.
No.
Okay, everybody. Everybody stay safe, and we look forward to meeting you in September if you're joining us.
Definitely.
Definitely.
Okay.
Take
Bye.
care.
Bye, everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Welcome to South Staffordshire College's virtual Open Day.
Here at South Staffordshire College, we put the learner at the heart of everything that we do. Our tutors are all industry specialists that bring their passion for their chosen careers inside the college walls to pass on to you their knowledge and skills gained from many years in industry. The college boasts industry-standard automotive workshop areas in our Tamworth and Landbased campuses to ensure that training provided meets the expectations of the employers. If you're a practical, hands-on sort of person who enjoys getting stuck in, a motor vehicle course could be just what you're looking for. Getting skilled up will give you the start that you need. The courses have an emphasis placed on practical skill development in our well-equipped motor vehicle workshop and are designed to engage and motivate learners who are interested in learning about the maintenance and repair of motor vehicles and the various roles that are available in the retail motor industry. They also provide the essential knowledge required to become a service technician working on light vehicles in all types of garages, dealerships and maintenance depots. The electrical workshops are at our Cannock and Tamworth campuses and are purpose-built to provide real-world experience as you study on the practical aspects of your course, incorporating health and safety procedures that are expected and utilised out in the world of work. The personal protective equipment, hand tools, power tools and materials that you will use will provide the perfect training to prepare you for moving into an electrical apprenticeship and beyond. The well-established engineering workshop at our Tamworth campus provides the equipment required for training on lathes, milling machines, CAD, 3D printing, pneumatic and hydraulic engineering, PLC and CNC. Our Cannock campus has recently benefited from the investment of £1.5 million of new equipment, which includes 2 dedicated CAD rooms, XYZ CNC lathes and milling machines, hand-fitting skills and 3D printing, hydraulic and pneumatic test rigs. Tutorial is an integral part of the student study programme and, as such, is compulsory and is a registered class. Tutorials are a mixture of large group tutorials and small groups or one-to-one tutorials, depending on the time of year and the focus of that week. We believe that the right learner studying on the right course at the right level of study will achieve, and the tutorial process is one of the ways that we monitor learner progress, set and review SMART targets, and provide continual support along the learner journey. We are committed to supporting the personal development of our students. All full-time students will be enrolled onto a study programme. This is a package of qualifications, personal development and other learning opportunities that will help you to develop and grow as an individual so that you achieve your full potential. Your study programme will include a tailored programme of employability skill development and a diverse range of enrichment activities. Taking part in enrichment activities will make your time at college more enjoyable, increase your circle of friends and equip you with skills and experience that will enhance your CV whether you are applying to university or going into employment. All learners on study programmes, aged 19 below, must complete an element of work experience as part of their course of study. This is a directive from the Department of Education and one we at South Staffordshire College take very seriously. The college is piloting extended placements of 45 days in preparation of the new T-level qualifications that the government is rolling out from 2020. Some learners on Level 3 courses will be invited to take part in this exciting new venture and be able to take advantage of working with an employer every week to gain new skills, gain experience and be more work ready for the future. Course reps are a big part of life at college and making sure you have a say in how the college is run. Reps are elected at the start of the year. Their job is to collect feedback and ideas from their classmates and pass them on to the Students' Union and management to action. It's a great way to make sure everyone has an input. If you think you can represent the views of your class, let your tutor know who will run an election. If elected, you will get all the training you need. Being a course rep is a very rewarding experience. You get to represent your peers and make positive changes within the college environment. Other reasons include, but are not limited to, building key skills such as confidence, assertiveness and listening, plus it looks great on your CV. Maths and English are key elements of your study programme. All the elements of your study programme are important. They give you the skills, knowledge and experience to progress onto further study or employment and meet your potential. You will undertake an initial assessment activity which will identify the key maths and English areas you need to develop. This information will help us to identify the correct pathway of study for you. For instance, if you achieved a grade D or a 3 in GCSE Maths and English, you will work towards GCSE. Anything lower than this, and we will develop your skills by working towards a level 1 functional skill. It is anticipated that you will need them to progress onto GCSE Maths and English. Employers are typically looking for applications who show a good level of English and mathematical skill. Good qualifications in Maths and English open the door to a wider variety of careers than would be possible without them. Entry-level courses in basic motor vehicle maintenance to full-time courses at levels 1, 2 and 3 at South Staffordshire College motor vehicle facilities are the perfect place to hone your mechanical skills. Apprenticeships are also available, giving you the chance to work for an employer and earn a wage while completing a respected professional qualification with us. Courses typically involve a mixture of theory and practical elements, while assessment is both continuous and exam-based. Some courses may require you to pass online tests. Maintenance engineers are a key feature of every manufacturing and production business in the engineering sector. Different levels of maintenance are required to keep factories, process plants, power stations, oil and gas rigs, wind farms and utility services operating effectively and safely. At a basic level, maintenance tasks can be carried out by operators in addition to looking after their work equipment. Maintenance is also carried out by advanced engineers trained in a range of multiple skills to be able to work on integrated engineering systems. Maintenance can be planned or reactive. It can involve servicing and repair and is based on essential fault diagnostic and problem-solving skills. Work is sometimes required to be undertaken in challenging conditions or environments such as confined spaces or at height. The role of the maintenance engineer is broad, challenging and extremely dynamic. The programme teaches traditional welding skills and their application in the modern engineering environment, including adapting to new processes and working with new and different materials. Welding skills require continuous personal development to keep pace with the rate of change required for this type of engineering. Young engineers must have a high level of hand-to-eye coordination and the ability to work consistently and in often challenging conditions. Welders are often required to carry out repairs in confined spaces or to work at height, securing structures and installations such as oil rigs, stadiums and processing plants. Welding engineers can also develop excellent careers in ship repair and shipbuilding industry. Lighter welding processes exist in the aerospace, automotive and general engineering sectors. All of these offer huge opportunities for a lifelong career with worldwide prospects. Engineering design is at the forefront of the modern world, whether it is in the development of new motor vehicles, modern buildings, super long underground tunnels, superspan bridges, fast aircraft, subcomponents for integrated engineering systems. Ultimately, every aspect of our daily lives are in some way subject to change and improvement. The design and drafting of workable design specifications and drawings is critical to turning ideas into reality. The essential skills of computer-aided design using modern software and advanced technologies to create these materials are part of your ongoing training and development. Electrical maintenance engineers are a key feature of every manufacturing production business in the engineering sector. Different levels of maintenance are required to keep factories, process plants, power stations, oil and gas rigs, wind farms and utility services operating effectively and safely. However, the specific hazards associated with electrical systems means that this kind of work is usually carried out by highly qualified and experienced electrical engineers who need to be trained in a range of skilled areas. So the role of the electrical maintenance engineer can be broad, challenging and extremely dynamic. Types of work can include the installation and maintenance of pre-installed systems and the ability to work on integrated engineering systems. Maintenance can be planned or reactive. It can involve servicing and repair or be based on essential fault diagnostic and problem-solving skills. You can be working on live-powered systems or, at other times, on dead circuits of components. Work can sometimes involve arduous conditions such as confined spaces or at height. We offer lots of student support, so please make sure you watch the session relating to this on YouTube. If you have any questions you would like to ask the team, we will be available in the live chat following this presentation. Make sure you follow us on social media to keep up to date with news and information. The links to our social media sites are on the bottom of this slide. Our staff are still working virtually and would love to hear from you and have a chat. Please get in touch on 0300 456 2424 or email us on enquiries@southstaffs.ac.uk. Have a great summer. We look forward to welcoming you to our faculty in September, and until then, stay safe and take care.
Hello, welcome to Staffordshire College Virtual Open Day. I'm Richard Smith. I'm the Curriculum Manager for Engineering, Motor Vehicle and Electrical. We're really excited to have you all with us today, and we're going to do our best as a team to answer any questions that you may have on our area. I've got Kate Dominy with us, who's a motor vehicle tutor. I've got Sean Malpass, who's engineering tutor. I've got Karen Lees, who is apprenticeships and looks after our area with us. And I've got Dave Powell, who is electrical installation tutor. So say hello, team.
Hi.
Okay, we'll go through the questions. Any that I can answer, I will. Any specific, I will put to the relevant staff members for them to answer them for you. Okay, so we've got the first one from Hannah James that says, my dad has his own business. Can I be his apprentice? So I think that's perfect for you, Karen.
Yes, fantastic. Yes, you can work for your dad with his organisation, whether he be self-employed as a sole trader or whether he have a limited company and you want to be one of his workforce. We can certainly arrange that for you.
Okay, good. I've got one from JE1992. I'm already in full-time employment. What are my options regarding these restrictions? Sean?
If he's in full-time employment, he's probably looking at an apprenticeship scheme maybe, or an evening course. It depends what the company is and his age. And that's possibly something that Karen and the team could look at, if it's a possibility to switch over to an apprenticeship, because you can be an apprenticeship at any age. In terms of maybe evening CAD courses, maybe some CNC or even evening welding.
Yeah, and we're also going to be running some electrical evening courses as well, level 2. So look on the website for that information, because if you'd like to get into the electrical side of things, obviously there's going to be that there for you as well. I've got a question from Clive Coley. I am considering changing my career. Can I go straight on to a level 3 electrical course? That's right up your street, Dave, I believe.
Unfortunately, Clive, you can't start directly on a level 3 unless you've previously achieved level 2 in electrical installation. However, we can still look at, kickstarting your career change if electrical is something that you want to do. And we can look at our level 1 electrical installation courses or our level 2 electrical installation courses at both Cannock campus, where I teach, and at Tamworth campus.
Brilliant, thank you, Dave. One from Andy. Can I join the course without having a job? You can join the course. I'd need a bit more specifics on which course we're actually talking about there, Andy, whether it's electrical or motor vehicle, or whether you were thinking about an apprenticeship course. But if you haven't got a job, yes, you could join a full-time course on a full-time study program, which would incorporate maths and English. If you're talking about an apprenticeship there, Andy, then obviously we'd refer you to Karen Lees, when Karen could give you all the information you needed on that. Sorry, Andy, I need a bit more information than can I just go into course without having the job. Jane, do I need to purchase any specific PPE for these courses? I think the best thing to do with this, if we go round, Robin, so that each member of staff can talk about the PPE for their area. So if we start with Kate for motor vehicle, if you could just answer that question for your area, Kate.
Okay, so for the vehicle workshop, the PPE required would be some overalls, a pair of normally one-piece overalls, some steel toe cap boots, and they must have steel toe caps in or composite toe caps, and a pair of safety glasses as well. That would be what's required in our workshops. And you wouldn't be allowed to. You wouldn't be allowed to attend a practical session without these.
Okay, Dave.
All they need for workshop purposes is a pair of steel toe cap boots, shoes, or safety trainers. Doesn't matter what they look like, as long as they've got steel toe cap in them. There is no prerequisite for overalls, as there is in motor vehicle. In electrical, we just advise not to wear your best clothes, because we will be fabricating metals and using power tools and things like that. So. But other than that, it's just boots, shoes, or safety trainers. Everything else is provided. All the other PPE required, hard hat, safety glasses, gloves, is supplied by the college.
Brilliant. Sean, do you want to do your area?
Yes, in mechanical workshop, you need safety boots, as for everywhere else. You'll also need some overalls. That can either be full length overalls, or you could have what they call a cow gown, which is just a jacket. You need safety glasses. We do have some safety glasses in the college that we can provide you with, but obviously they get scratched quite easily. And when you're working on the machines and you're looking at some tolerances, quite tight tolerances, you want to be able to see through the glasses. That's a really good help. The other thing is we use a lot of oils and materials that get you dirty. So you really need to make sure you've got overalls, and like I said, underneath you don't even wear your best clothes.
Thank you, guys. One question specific for Dave. Of course.
It's pretty straightforward. If you're interested in the courses, you can apply online. Obviously, we'd probably need a bit more detail of if you previously studied before. We offer level 1, 2, and 3 at Cannock and Tamworth, and it is a pretty straightforward process. Apply online. At the moment, we're doing telephone interviews. We'd normally do them face to face at the college. It isn't a problem. Register your interest. Myself or another member of the team will give you a call, discuss the course in more detail, talk about English and maths and work experience, which is incorporated into the study programme as well. And from there, it'll be something called a conditional offer, and then you'll just come in enrolment week with GCSE results, and that's it, you're enrolled.
Brilliant, thanks, Dave. Got one here, somebody's 28 and currently working in air freight, so it'll be a career change, hopefully electrical. Karen, do you want to talk a little bit about how to get into the apprenticeships and what that involves?
Yes, certainly. Apprenticeships, there's no upper age limit. So if you have a current position within a company and they are looking for you to get an electrical qualification, we can arrange that for you. And I'm happy to contact the employer and discuss any costings, all depending on the size of the company and the age of the applicant. This case being 26, there would be a contribution required by the company, but we'll take care of that for you.
Brilliant, thanks, Karen. One for motor vehicle. Kate, my wife wants to take, not my wife, but this is a question obviously online, but my wife wants to take a motor vehicle course. What would she do, Kate?
Well, there are a number of different options. So we could, again, an apprenticeship would be something that could be considered. We do the full-time courses, so depending on any background or any previous ability, I would suggest as an adult learner, we would accept directly onto a level 2 full-time course, because we know that you're going to put the background effort in there to catch up with things that are normally taught in level 1. And we do run, depending on demand, we do run some evening, if it's just basic maintenance that you require, we do run throughout the year some basic maintenance courses that are run on an evening. I don't know what's scheduled at the moment though. So.
Okay, thanks, Kate. One for Sean here. If I was to get a grade 3 on maths and English, can I join a level 2 engineering course?
Yes, you can. There's no level 1 in engineering. We start at level 2. If you've got a level 3 qualification in maths and English, that's fine. You can join the level 2 program, but you will have to attend maths and English GCSE classes through your college program. So they'll be timetabled onto your timetable. So you will have to attend those classes. It's important that if you want a career in engineering, you gain those maths and the English qualifications, because you're going to use maths all the way through. It applies for the same to electrical and motor vehicle, but especially in engineering, it's heavily weighted towards a lot of maths as you go through your study program.
Brilliant, thank you, Sean. I've got an interesting one here. I think we'll go round robin again. We'll start with Kate and then Dave, and then to you, Sean. It is trade specific. How much money will I earn when I'm qualified? Somebody's asking.
Okay, so depending on age and experience, if you were to start off, so let's say you've completed your level 3 qualification, you'd be looking to start around between about 18,000 a year. And then obviously you can work up. The more experience you get, the more money you can sort of command. And then if you're up to the point where you know the more training you do, the more qualified you become. So like a master technician could be earning around about the £30,000 a year bracket, and then that with the motor trade is normally bonus related as well. So it all depends on what your bonus scheme is, but you'd be earning around about £30,000 a year plus bonuses.
For electricians, fully qualified, you're looking on average around £30,000 a year. And similar to what Kate said with regards to additional qualifications, so you might look at doing inspection and testing, you might look at doing something called design and verification, and the more qualifications you achieve, obviously you're increasing your chances of increasing the salary. I forgot what I was going to say now. Have a look. This is I've remembered now. Have a look at the JIB website. That gives you a rough idea of wage rates for apprentices, wage rates for electricians, wage rates for something called approved electricians, which is someone who's been in industry post qualification for around 5 years, and that's also got their inspection and testing qualification. And you'll be able to compare these. Obviously, the more qualifications you've got, the more potential you've got of earning more money.
In engineering, it's varied. It really does depend on how far you go through a company, through their structure. If you're on the shop floor, you're probably looking, when you're qualified, around the 25 to 30,000 mark. The average earnings for an engineer is around about 40,000. But the world's your oyster. You could become some kind of programming whiz that does all singing and dancing stuff, and you could be looking at 50, 60, 70,000 pound plus. Engineering, it's a little word, but it's got masses of potential in terms of earning.
Yeah, it's very diverse, isn't it, Sean, engineering?
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. I'm going to answer this one. Can ladies study these courses? Well, yes, they can. Every course that we offer, ladies can study these courses. There's absolutely no reason why not. We would love to have more ladies join our courses. whether it be full-time, apprenticeships, evenings. So yeah, by all means, the fact that you're a lady has absolutely no bearing on engineering, electrical or motor vehicle courses at all. We'd love for you to join South Staffs and join our courses. Right, can I move from level 1 to level 2 mid-year if I find the course too easy after I've started? Sean, I think that one for you.
Yeah, well, mid-year might be a little bit too late because there's a lot of exams and tests that take place during the year. Normally, what we would look at is before half term in October, the end of October, looking at where you are and having that discussion with your personal tutor through your one-to-ones to see where you're making progress, if you find it too easy. And then we probably have that conversation with the tutor from the next level to see whether it's a possibility for you to move up. But normally mid-year, sometimes it's a little bit too late, just because of the exams and the different tests that they have to do as you go through the year.
And I think it's fair to say that'd be exactly the same, Dave, in electrical and Kate in motor vehicle.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, definitely.
What do the levels mean? Really good question. What do the levels mean? We talk about entry level, we talk about level 1, we talk about level 2, level 3. So what do the actual levels mean, Dave? In electrical, what are the difference between, say, a level 1 and a level 3 course?
So there's level 1 and level 3. There is a considerable difference. If we compared level 3 to, say, a level 3 qualification is equivalent of an A level, so it's up there. A level 2 is sort of the equivalent of GCSE, and then level 1 sort of entry level. Obviously, every qualification gained, especially the level 3 qualifications, are worth UCAS points as well, just to add. A lot of the courses that are offered throughout the UK are at those grades, level 1, level 2 and level 3, and obviously that's how you'd progress as well. Start level 1, then level 2 and progress into level 3.
Right, thank you, Dave. Question coming, what equipment is at the Cannock Engineering College? Fantastic equipment is at the Cannock Engineering College. Fantastic new equipment. Everything from pneumatic rigs, robotics, manufacturing equipment. There's brand new CNC milling machines, brand new CNC lathes. There's purpose-built CAD rooms. In fact, Sean, do you want to just talk a little bit about the CAD rooms and the software that you use in engineering at Cannock campus?
I could talk for a while, to be honest. Yeah, we've got everything from, we use AutoCAD, we've got the latest version of AutoCAD, we've got the latest version of SolidWorks. We've also got the 3D turning software, also we use Boxford at the moment on the machines. We also have 3D printers at the college, and that software is also linked into those machines. So you've got a wide variety of software that are used in industry that you will find out there all over the marketplace, and we use those. The students will learn each different one and how they apply it to the course and to qualification.
Right, brilliant. Thanks, Sean. Interesting one here. My son doesn't drive. Is Cannock College easy to find? Now both Dave and Sean work out of Cannock College. Sean, Dave, have you what sort of feedback have you had from learners that have come from, say, surrounding areas that have actually tried to find the college?
For myself, just the ease. You stumble out the bus stop and you're in the college. So the main bus stop in Cannock, the college is directly opposite. So ease of access for the learners and transport links, fantastic, from all different areas. I've got learners based in Rugeley, in Burntwood, in Penkridge, in Cannock, in Hensford, and no one has any problems whatsoever finding the college or getting to the college. Fantastic location, in my opinion.
The train station's 10-minute walk away. So even I've got some learners who come from Tamworth to join a second year level 3 course, and they've caught the train and even that hasn't been difficult. So Davey's right, it's really easy to get to Cannock College.
Right, thank you guys. Just one last question. I was previously in public service course, but due to COVID-19, I couldn't to the expedition in June. Will I be able to do it later in the year? Not really sure that was relevant to us guys, was it? That one. So
yes, then.
Yes, the answer is yes, isn't it? Sorry, I was misreading that, wasn't I? Sorry, I was misreading that. Right, thank you guys. We're coming to a close now. That was that engineering, motor vehicle, electrical teams. Absolutely fantastic job, guys. We're really, really pleased to have had this opportunity to do this with everybody. And Karen, for the apprenticeship team, thank you very much for coming on and supporting us with this. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye now.
joining us and for looking into a career within beauty, hair or catering. Over the next few slides we will look at the different courses we offer here at South Staffordshire College and how this could be the start of an exciting career. There are many reasons to study beauty, hair or catering here at South Staffordshire College, with the most important reason being how it will enhance your career prospects. Within the hair and beauty department we run commercial salons across the year, where you will be able to get hands-on practical experience working with real-life clients. In addition, our catering department run a restaurant for 20 weeks of the year. This will be open to the public and provide all of our catering learners with the real service and preparation experience they need in the industry. Due to the nature of these courses, all students will be required to purchase industry standard uniform and kit that will be an essential part of their course. More information on this can be found on our website or by speaking to one of the team. All of our teachers have industry experience and expertise that they will share with you and use to support you effectively within your studies. Our study programs include a range of different elements that are designed to not only enhance your experience, but to also support you across your program. You can expect to undertake a work placement within your chosen area. This is to get an understanding of working life, to build confidence, but also the relevant skills needed in industry. You will have regular tutorials across the year, which will help to keep you on track, to discuss your progress, and also to discuss the future career pathways that are open to you. Each course will have a full enrichment programme, which includes opportunities to hear from industry experts and to enter relevant competitions such as World Skills. If you do not manage to achieve your GCSE Maths and English grade at a 4 or above, you will be expected to continue these studies as part of your programme. On this slide you can see the different courses we offer within beauty, hair and catering. As you can see, we offer a range of full-time courses at varying levels to suit your entry grades. We also offer a number of part-time courses that are predominantly aimed at our 19+ learners. In addition, we also offer apprenticeships within hair and catering. For more information on these courses, please see our website. Here you can see a number of different examples of careers that you may go into within the hair, beauty and catering areas. Our courses are just the beginning of this journey and you can apply via the college website. It's important to recognise that in some circumstances you may need some additional support with your studies. For more information about our learning support and the financial help we can offer, please see our website, or alternatively access the college's YouTube channel for a video of general information and guidance. Please continue to watch for information on how you can apply for one of our courses. And following this there will be a live Q&A with our area experts who can answer any of your questions.
Hi, thanks for joining us. We have some representatives from hair, beauty, catering and the apprenticeship team with us. We've got Annette from beauty.
Hello. Hi.
We've got Elaine from apprenticeships.
Hi there.
We've got Sue from hair.
Hi.
And we've got Karen from catering.
Hi.
They're going to field a few of your questions, so if you've got any questions, please pop them into the chat and we'll do our very best to answer all the questions you send. So we're already getting a few questions coming through. So I've had a question from Hannah. She's asking how long the beauty therapy course is. So that's one for Annette.
The majority of our courses are full-time courses, so they would basically commence in September through till July, approximately 33 to 36 weeks, depending upon embedding maths and English within the scenarios. Any part-time courses, nail technology is normally about a 12-week course, a body massage might be a 17-week course, and waxing again 17, and according to our timetable schedule, commencing in September. But depending upon demands, we may be having some running after Christmas, January courses.
Brilliant, thank you. So obviously, please do put your questions in the live chat so we can answer any questions you might have. Just waiting for a few to come through. Could I just go to Elaine from Apprenticeships, and if you could just tell us a little bit about the apprenticeships we offer in hair and catering, please.
Yes, so we're currently offering a level 2, or we will be offering for September, a level 2 and a level 3 in hairdressing and barbering. We also offer a hospitality level 2, and we also offer a level 2 in production chefs. There's varying different lengths. If anybody wants to know sort of any particular information about any of the apprenticeships, I can explain that to you, how long it would be. In order to become an apprentice, what it is a combination of both learning in college and a full-time job, in essence. So you would need to have a job with working for a company for a minimum of 30 hours, and then South Staffs College would provide the training in whatever the subject is, your chosen subject, so depending on what you're interested in.
Lovely, thank you. We've had a few more questions come through. So this one, if I could go to Karen first in catering, and then we'll work our way around because it's kind of for everybody really. I've had a question asking about work experience, asking if they, firstly, will they need to do work experience, and secondly, will you help them find a placement? So Karen, if I can start with you from a catering perspective.
Yep, you do need to do work experience. Currently, a minimum of 30 hours. You can find your own placement, which is great because that encourages you to be more independent and prepare you for work. We have got links with local businesses though, so if you really do struggle, we can help you out with that. We use Drayton Manor, the Belfry, and obviously we can help you if you are struggling to find or haven't got the confidence to find your own placement. But yes, you do need to do a work placement.
Lovely, thank you, Karen. And Sue, can you add anything from a hairdressing perspective? Well, I think we've just temporarily lost Sue, so I'll ask that to Annette actually from a beauty perspective.
Obviously, it's really important to get the practical skills in. So yes, work experience on the level 1 programme, we're looking at approximately 30 hours. As you go up the levels though, it does increase, possibly to 3, 4, 5 with that. Support is available, but when we're interviewing, we are asking learners to look for somewhere suitable for themselves, easy access to get to a placement, and obviously it's something that specifically they want to do. The WEX working team obviously will be coming in and supporting us in every avenue that we've got to support learners who are finding it difficult. So again, it's lots of salons, it's lots of spas. We've had Hallcross Hall, we've had the Belfry, we've had the local salons in Tamworth that are helping and supporting our learners. So there's a lot of support out to get learners into work placement.
Okay, thanks, Annette. And Sue, are you back with us now?
I'm back. Sorry about that.
So we're just chatting about work experience. Obviously, can you just fill the listeners in terms of how that happens in hair, please?
Okay, yeah, pretty much the same as beauty. Level 1s and level 2s have to do 30 hours work experience. Level 3s, it's 3, 4, 5. Lots of learners do tend to find their own salons local to where they live. However, if they're struggling, then yes, we have very good links with lots of local salons that we will help them find a work experience placement.
Lovely, thank you. I've had a question off Jane, who's asking what the structure and content of the hair and beauty courses are. So if we start with Annette in beauty, what's the structure of the beauty courses, please?
Obviously, this depends upon qualifications. We have a level 1, level 2, level 3, part-time nails, part-time courses in body massage and waxing. What we're looking at there is your qualifications. What we want to do is put you on the most suitable programme course that will help and support you through your career. So you may be at college from anything, say from 2 years up to 3 years. Level 1 is an introduction into beauty therapy, where you develop the skills, the basic skills that would support you then to go on to a level 2 program. So on the level 1, it would be health and safety, salon manageress role, reception role, basic facials, manicures, pedicures, photographic makeup, loads of things that are really interesting. Create an image, for example, and face painting. Most of these treatments obviously can be performed on yourselves. What we're looking at then is developing those skills to take you through to level 2, which are a little bit more advanced in their techniques, specialising areas that will help and support you then to get you into work. Obviously, qualifications are the most important thing with that, and obviously then level 3 is advancing on those skills with that, where people tend to work more with facial electric equipment, stone therapy, etc. The part-time nails, we're looking at fiberglass and acrylic nails. Again, it's a short program. It's introducing the skills, you going away and developing those skills and coming back then to do assessments. Now, like with all the levels, the same as the body massage, the same as the waxing courses, we have assessments that we need to be looking at. So those may be formative assessments or summative assessments. Formative is done on one another. Summative assessments are where we're looking at getting clients in.
Lovely, thanks, Annette.
Thank you.
And also from a hair perspective then, Sue, but before you answer, there's another question come through that obviously you could answer at the same time. I've had a question off Andy asking if he could do a barbering course with us. So obviously that could come under the structure.
Yeah, so again, like beauty, we do level 1, level 2, level 3, and level 2 barbering. The barbering, if somebody's got absolutely no experience whatsoever, it's a part-time, 2 nights a week for 30 weeks course, whereas level 1, 2 and 3 is full-time courses and part-time courses, but run for the full 36 weeks.
Lovely, thank you. Now again, this applies to each of the areas really. So I've had a question asking if they need to have an interview to do any of the courses, and will they need experience before starting? So I think we'll first start with the apprenticeship sort of look at this first and foremost. So Elaine, will they need experience to go on to an apprenticeship?
In order to become an apprentice, you need to have a job, attached to that qualification. So there's various ways that you can find that job. You can source that job yourself, and you can look on the college website where we have our own vacancies. They're attached to our college, to South Staffs College. You can also look on the National Apprenticeship website if you're looking for a job to sort of to gain experience. You could be in the situation where you are already maybe working in, let's say, for example, a hairdressing salon, and you've been working there as a Saturday girl for maybe a few months or so, and it's something that you would really like to do as a job, and you can then gain your qualifications by working at the salon, increasing your hours and gaining the qualification in the salon. So it really does help if you've got some knowledge. You don't have to have experience, but I think that it would help if you did.
Lovely. And then, Karen, if I can come to you from a catering perspective, obviously I will say that we interview all of our learners for each of the courses, so I will answer that one in advance. But do we have to have any previous experience to come onto the catering courses?
No experience needed. If you're coming onto a level 1, we've got 2 level 1 programs. We've got hospitality, which is front of house, or we've got food prep and cooking. Obviously, you'll learn all the basics on a level 1. If you come straight into a level 2, you would either need some industry experience, previous experience, or you've attained a level 1 qualification to come straight into a level 2.
Lovely, thank you. And I think Sue and Annette did answer that question earlier with the structure of the course. Another question regarding uniform. Now, I know that each of the areas for hair, beauty and catering, there's a uniform required. So if I just work my way around, then you can just let people know a little bit about the uniform. So if I start with Annette in beauty, Can you just tell us a little bit about the uniform and the expectations with that, please?
Obviously, relating to the Habeas standards, we need to ensure that all of our students wear a uniform within the salon. Currently, our uniforms are being supplied by Florence Roby, and the uniforms are currently £76. Now, this will include 2 tunic tops and a pair of trousers with that.
Okay, lovely. And Karen, if I come to you from a catering perspective?
Yeah, obviously, chef uniform for kitchen is required. This includes safety shoes and your own set of knives. It's about £150 for the whole kit. We talk to people on an individual basis. If you've got problems with getting all of your kit, we can do it. Build your kit up as you go. Hospitality is a little bit different because you do both sides, front of house and kitchen. You need a kit for restaurant and also your chef whites for kitchen. That one is a little bit more, but again, we can maybe look at you not purchasing knives initially and just getting a uniform so you can get into the kitchen. So you need full PPE to work in our kitchens, and that includes apprenticeships as well.
Lovely. And Sue, finally in hairdressing?
Yeah, same for us, full PPE in the salons. It's a black tunic, black trousers, flat black closed-in shoes, and our uniform at the moment is a brown £50.
Lovely, thank you. And obviously, Karen alluded to there is support for learners that are struggling to pay for the uniforms. So obviously, please see our website for further information about that, or contact our inquiries email. I've had another question come through off Karen. She's a bit anxious about coming to college, and she wants to know a little bit more about the treatments and stuff you might be doing in beauty. She's a bit anxious about doing those treatments. So what can we say to put her at ease a little bit, Annette?
Definitely, a lot of young people love makeup, love nails. It's a very relaxing, holistic approach. We have very caring staff to put people at ease. We do have obviously mentoring as well, where they can talk to the mentors, they can talk to tutors to put people at ease. We start off in a very relaxed atmosphere, working and doing treatments on one another, things that are within people's comfort zones. It's about getting to know the peers in the group and getting to know the tutors. And that is breaking through because obviously our treatments are working with the public. So we have to have a very caring approach, communication skills, body language, reacting to individual needs. So hopefully, yes, we all work and look after one another within our beauty environment.
Lovely. And what about in terms of, obviously you've mentioned about mentoring support, but is there any support from an academic point of view?
From an academic point of view, yes. If students are concerned that they're not meeting the grades, etc., or they need help and support with coursework, we have obviously support tutors. Not only support tutors, but the members of staff, their progression coach would help and guide them and point them in the right directions for that support.
Lovely, and that's the same obviously for hair and for catering as well. That support is in place across the board. I've had another question come through from Andy, who's asking if boys can take the hairdressing course. So,
yes, of course. We take males and females.
Lovely, brilliant, nice easy one. Hopefully that's answered your question, Andy. Just look and see if we've got any more questions coming through. No, not currently any more questions coming through. So I'm just going to come back over to catering. Karen, is there any expectation in terms of allergies and things for any of our learners working in the kitchen?
As long as obviously people have allergies, we need to know in advance, basically on interview, whether you have any allergies. We can work around these allergies within reason, so it would need to be discussed on interview. And then there are some things we can put into place for some allergies. But things like peanuts, and obviously if everyone else is working within peanuts, then we've got a bit of an issue, so we need to look into it in depth.
Okay, brilliant. And obviously in the catering courses, do they get the opportunity to do any real life service?
Yes, we've got a live restaurant that runs on a Friday, Perrycroft Restaurant, open to the public. That's run by all of the learners, level 2, both level 1 groups. And basically they cook and serve for the public and gain lots of valuable employability skills whilst doing it. And it's a very popular restaurant. Good.
And it is, I mean, I believe that's the same for the hair and the beauty area. We've got salons for the public to access. Sue, can you just tell us a little bit more about that, please?
Yeah, we have commercial hair and beauty salons with a fully fitted reception that is run on timetable to when our learners need it. But yeah, commercial salon for all types of clients for the services.
Excellent. Is that the same for the beauty, Annette?
It is the same for the beauty. This year it's been very popular, the level 3 programme that has been running on a Thursday evening, because obviously we can get people coming in after work. There's been a lot of demand for body massages, facial and body electrical equipment. And obviously we were building up to do stones prior to the lockdown. During the day, again, popular treatments are basically facials, manicures, pedicures and eye treatments.
Excellent. I've had a question come through from Mandy. She's asking, what do you get in the hairdressing kits and how do I order it? So that's one for you, Sue.
Okay, so the hairdressing kit, depending on your level, it comes with different things. But basically all your brushes, all your combs, bowls and brushes. We don't have electrical equipment in them anymore. They're provided by the college. And the price of the level 1 kit is roughly this year around £120, and the level 2 kit is around £160.
Lovely. Hopefully that's answered your question, Mandy. I've had a question off Karen. She's asking, if I complete a level 2 in catering, what can I do next? So that's one for you, Karen. What's the next step for that learner?
Well, currently we're not delivering any level 3 programs at our campus at the moment, but we do help learners who complete level 2 to seek other courses local to themselves. Currently this year I've got a girl who's going to Staffordshire College to do bakery. So we do help you find your next placement or employment if that's what you want.
Excellent, thank you. Got a question come through regarding the current situation with COVID-19 and asking if the treatments can start straight away when they start college in September. Obviously, I can answer this one in the sense that we're obviously currently working with the governing bodies and with the government to make sure we follow all the guidelines. And obviously, we can't really update you on that one until we do get to September and we know that we are open for business. We're hoping for some updates for both hair and beauty on the 5th of July, I believe. So once we get that information, we'll be able to let you know where we stand from September. Got another question coming through off Judith, who's asking, would I get help for paying for the equipment? So I'm guessing that's referring to the hairdressing kits that Sue spoke about earlier.
Okay, yeah, obviously depending on personal circumstances, there are bursaries through the college that learners can apply for help with kits and uniforms, but that's a question to direct back to learner services. Lovely.
Excellent. Just looking if we're getting any more questions coming through. Oh, yep, we've got a couple coming through now. I had one off Joe, asking if the barbering course is full-time or a part-time course, and can he do barbering on a full-time basis on its own? So Sue, that's another one for you.
At the moment, it's part-time, 2 nights a week. At the moment, we're not running it on a full-time programme, but maybe we may in the future.
Okay, so if Joe wants to come to us full time, what could you recommend for Joe? Sue?
So at the moment it's full-time ladies hairdressing, not barbering.
Okay, thank you. Just waiting on a few more questions to come through. So if you do have any questions, we are sort of coming close to the end of our slot, so please do ask them now. I will say that obviously any questions that do come through afterwards, we will obviously get back to you in due course. But if you do have any further questions, you can go directly to our inquiries@safestaffs.ac.uk email, or alternatively, you could just call the college direct on 0300 456 2424. If you are interested in finding some more details, and we will get back in touch. Is there anything from the team there that you wanted to add that maybe are common questions that you do get asked at interviews that are worth mentioning at this point that we haven't discussed already? So start with you, Sue, if that's okay. Is there anything you wanted to add?
No, I don't think so. I think the biggest one is probably the kit and the uniform prices, because obviously they're a big expense, and the bursary for it. So I think that is our major thing in the salon.
Okay. One question that I know we do get asked quite a lot, and it's how many days would they be in college, so as a full-time learner?
So for full-time at the moment, it was 3 days a week. Depending on how things are looking when we return for September, it might spread out over 4 days, but at the moment it's 3.
Okay. And is that the same for catering, Karen?
Yeah, usually about 3.5 days, totaling in about 16 hours. And obviously it all depends on every timetable and fitting maths and English in as well. But you're looking at 16 hours for a full-time course.
Lovely. And you mentioned maths and English. Obviously, do our learners all need to do maths and English?
No, if you leave school with your grade 4s, then you don't need to continue with maths and English. Under grade 4, then you will be put on the programme to study maths and English again and improve your grades.
Lovely, brilliant. And Annette, have you got anything to add? Because we are
just going back to the maths and English, basically saying the same as everyone else, but can we remember that we are embedding maths and English within all our programmes relating to scenarios that we give them? Yeah. Most important thing, I think, is the communication skills with the
Absolutely, yeah. And one final question to answer, and a question off Mandy asking when will I be able to enrol? So obviously we will be enrolling obviously from, well, you can start the course in September, we'll be enrolling from August. Obviously our school leavers will be waiting on their grades before we can enrol. But if you've already got grades, you obviously can come and apply a bit earlier, and we'll obviously talk to you about that at the interview process. So thank you all for watching. The session's about to come to an end now, so if you do have any further questions, as I've already said, please get in touch on 0300 456 2424 or email our inquiries at southstaffs.ac.uk, and we'll get back to you with any questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Bye.
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 Welcome to South Staffordshire College's virtual Open Day.
Hello and welcome to South Staffs College Virtual Open Day Construction and Trades. So, why study construction and trades at South Staffs College? Well, we understand the importance of the best way that you will learn. Our spacious construction workshops mirror a construction site, giving you that hands-on feel of working within the industry. You will have one-to-one support through our tutorials, making sure that you are on track with your studies and have effective feedback. All of our tutors are fully qualified with years of experience within the construction and trades industries and understand the skills you will need to gain employment or apprenticeships. Through our practical sessions, you will learn all about tools and materials that are in line with modern construction methods. Please take a tour of our workshops and you will find the link on our college website. What do our study programmes include here at South Staffs College? As part of our construction and trades courses, you will gain valuable work experience with local companies. Some of our partnership companies include Tomlinson, Red Row, NG and Bellway. This is a great way of adding your practical experience onto your CV. We work in partnership with Lichfield and Hatherton Canal Trust, where you will work as part of a team on many different projects. This will also include planning, budgeting and project design. As part of your course, we visit World Skills and other construction shows. This is an opportunity for you to gain knowledge of local companies and employment opportunities that you may want to discuss for your future career. If you didn't quite get your Maths and English grades, don't worry. You will have the opportunity to gain these valuable qualifications that are so important in the world of construction while studying at South Staffs College. What subjects are on offer and how can I study here at South Staffs College? Under the umbrella of Constructions and Trades, all of our courses are employer-led and designed in partnership, making sure that you have the right skills for your future career. So let's look at our full-time courses. So full-time course is Site Carpentry, Level 2 and 3. Plumbing, Level 1, 2 and 3. Bricklaying, Level 1 and 2. Carpentry and Joinery, Level 1. We also offer Bench Joinery, which is a part-time course. So let's look at our apprenticeships. You can study an apprenticeship in Site Carpentry, Bench Joinery, Bricklaying and Plumbing. You will have the opportunity to discuss each of our courses with our experienced team to ensure that your course leads you to your future career. Careers and opportunities. Here at South Staffs College, we believe in careers, not courses. We take great pride in working closely with employers and make sure you have the skills to move forward into the world of work. Gaining a trade in the construction industry is a valuable qualification to have both in the UK and worldwide. Some of the career pathways include bricklayer, bench joiner, surveyor, carpenter, site foreperson, lecturer, plumber, building inspector and property developer. As part of your course, we will make sure you have a CV, understand the interview process and self-employment. So, what could you be? A little something extra from South Staffs College. Learning support. Here at South Staffs, we recognise that you may require some additional help and support to enable you to succeed. That is why we have a learning support zone on every college site. Staff here offer tailored support based on your individual needs. It is important that you let us know before you enrol if you have a specific learning need so we can put support in place ready for your academic year. Finances. Studying at South Staffs, including apprenticeships, is fully funded for those aged 16 to 18. Depending on household income, additional funding may be available to help cover those costs, things like travel and college materials. If you are 19 plus and earn less than £16,009, then your course could be free too. We do have a team of experts who can advise you on this and help you through the process on your application. So how can I become part of South Staffordshire College Construction and Trades? Well, we'll show you how to apply for your chosen course, and then we'll take questions in our live chat. Attending the live chat will be Clive Coley, Curriculum Manager, Roy Carvell, Course Tutor, Christine, Course Tutor, and Karen Lees from our Apprenticeships team. You can also follow us on Twitter at South Staffs, Facebook South Staffordshire College, and Instagram South_Staffordshire_College. We hope you enjoy our virtual tour, and the team look forward to meeting you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Welcome to South Staffordshire College's virtual open day for construction and plumbing. My name is Clive Coley. I'm the curriculum manager for this area. Joining me are my colleagues Roy Carvell, who's a lecturer for carpentry and joinery, and Christine, who's a lecturer for plumbing, and Karen Lees, who is the Workforce Development Apprenticeship Coordinator. What we're going to do is take some questions that have come through on the live chat and hopefully answer any questions that we can here at South Staffordshire College for you. First question I've had come through is from Andy, and he says, what course would I join? I'm 16 years old and would like to work as a builder. Roy, would you like to have a look at that one?
Yes, thank you, Clive. Depending on what sort of interest you've got to come into the construction trades, really, you need to have some form of interest, whether it be carpentry, bricklaying, tiling, plastering, painting. So at the interview, we discuss all these with you, and at the end of the interview, if you was not still sure, we could offer you a place on a gateway course, which gives you 12 months to look at what you would like to start a career in.
Thank you very much. Kirk sent a question in. Are there lots of jobs out there if I train in construction, and what can I earn? I'll take that one. Yes, there are lots and lots of jobs out there in lots of different areas, whether it be plumbing, carpentry and joinery, bench joinery, bricklaying, electrical work, and all earn similar kinds of money depending on your skills and your work ethic, basically. Anything from £400 upwards can be earned once fully qualified. Obviously, most qualifications take at least 3 years until you are what we would call a tradesperson, but then we can get very similar kind of payments in all those areas. I've got a question from Jane. If I start a full-time course, can I then move on to an apprenticeship instead? Karen, I believe that one's ideal for you.
Yes, thank you. Certainly, you can transfer straight over to the apprenticeship if it is that you're on a full-time course, and we can arrange that for you.
Okay, thank you very much, Karen. Now we've got another one coming from Andy. Do you do any artisan carpentry, like making a staircase? Can I be an apprentice in this? I think Roy, that's another question for Roy.
Thank you, Clive. Yes, we cover stairs at level 2 and also on the joinery course. And as long as you work through, obviously, the different levels, yes, you can.
Okay, thank you very much. I've got a question from an email from Phil. My dad is a self-employed plumber and would like to take me on as an apprentice. Can he do this, and how does he go about it? One for Karen, and Chris, feel free to jump in at any time as well.
Okay, no problem. Yes, if your dad has his own business, he can take you on as his apprentice. And if you want to make contact with the college, we can arrange to discuss any costings or funding and what the programme includes and the length of period of that programme. So I would do that and speak to your dad and arrange that for you.
Okay, thank you very much, Karen. Another question that's come in is, and this is from another Andy, is plumbing water or gas? Obviously, that's a question for you, Chris.
At level 1 full-time and level 2 full-time, we predominantly teach you how to do plumbing as in water. But a lot of those skills that you develop over the level 1 and level 2 can then be carried forward onto the level 3 course, which does incorporate some gas training. For your proper gas training, you really need to go on to an apprenticeship. You need to be working in the industry really to then become gas qualified.
Thank you very much, Chris. I've got another question from Brian. How long is a full-time course and how many days? I'll take that one as well. That, Brian, totally depends on which course you're undertaking. Most full-time courses here at South Staffordshire College are between 2 and 3 days per week, sometimes 4, depending on the level. And obviously there's work experience involved within those courses as well. If you do decide to do an apprenticeship route, that tends to be a day release course. So that works from there. I hope that answers your question. Next one is off Kirk. I'm not very good at English or maths. I want to do practical work. Will that hold me back? I think Roy can answer that one, please.
Thank you, Clyde. No, it will not hold you back. We like to gain as much qualifications as we can you at our staffs. So if you were below a grade 3, then you would have to participate in maths and English through the college. But it will not hold you back. We'll take you through. We've got a team that assist us within the classrooms so that you can gain the best possibility that you can gain.
Thank you, Roy. Got another question. What is the difference in the levels? I think we can go around the group there. Chris, what's the difference between a level 1 and a level 2 plumbing course?
On the level 1, I would say that we are basically introducing you into basic knowledge about plumbing. And it's very much on, if you were to ask the question, how do we do it? The basic difference then onto level 2 is not only how you do it, but why you do it. And on the level 2, we tend to look more at all the different types of legislation within plumbing to make sure that you're not breaking any rules and regs.
Thanks, Chris. How about level 1 and level 2 carpentry, Roy?
With level 1 and level 2 carpentry, level 1 you start in the workshop as a bench joiner, basically, learning all the joints and learning all the background knowledge and completing small frames. At level 2, you then have a choice. You can either go on a bench route, which then allows you to make things like stairs, doors, windows, or you can go on the site route, is where you see people building houses. So your choice is from the step up from level 1 to level 2.
Okay, thank you very much, Roy. I've got another email come in from Stephen. It says, can you explain what an apprenticeship programme looks like? That's one for Karen, please.
Yes, okay. Apprenticeships within construction from September are all going to be on standards, and they can be for different levels of time, some level 2, some level 3, but we would send you the link to the Institute of Apprenticeships for the standard that we're delivering at South Staffordshire College, so that you could have a look at what's included and entailed in that apprenticeship.
Okay, lovely, thank you, Karen. Another email that's come in, getting quite a few emails come in. I want to be a gas engineer. How do I go about this to get to this goal? That one for you, Chris, please.
Okay, so the best route, especially if you are a school leaver, is to actually try and find an apprenticeship within the industry. So you'll spend the first 2 years doing plumbing processes, and that's using copper pipe, using steel pipe, and then that experience and that knowledge will then go forward to your 3rd and 4th year. That's when you'll be doing your gas training. We've just got a brand new gas training centre at Landbased, all brand new equipment and all ready to go for the new qualification that starts in September.
Okay, thank you very much. Next question we got is an unusual one. It's from Kirk. He says, I'm scared of heights. Will this stop me being a builder? I'll take that one. As a builder, you will tend to work on scaffolds, but nowadays there's a lot of health and safety on all building sites. So the days of hanging off a ladder, trying to do a piece of work doesn't happen anymore. Scared of heights is a common thing, but most scaffolds that we use these days are very, very safe. Regarding coming on a course at the college, there's very, very little work in the height done there. So you'll be able to still be all right for a course, and you can always specialise in doing miniature walls. There's another question from Andy. Will I do any real-life site work on a full-time course? One for you, I think there, Roy?
Yes, we do 30 hours work experience for the students. We've been working with the Litchfield Trust. We're doing a little bit of work with Engie, rebuilding houses from flats. And we do anything we can really, and really invite us, our ladies and gentlemen, onto their sites. We will move forward and work with them.
Okay, thank you very much. Question from Charlotte. Is there a course available so I could try a few trades rather than just brick or carpentry? I'll take that one. Yes, there is, Charlotte. There's a course called Gateways Construction where you have a session throughout the days of bricklaying, carpentry and joinery, and painting and decorating. That programme is developed for the people who are not quite sure of what specific trade they want to go into, so they have a taste of all three. So you do basically half a day doing each one of those different trades, and then you progress further on and specialise in which one you feel most comfortable in. Another question come in. Is there a course for my daughter in construction? Is plumbing the right course for a girl? What for you, Chris?
Yeah, we'd actively encourage girls to come along to the plumbing course. There is a need for them within the industry, and yeah, we've been very successful with the young ladies that we've had on the course so far. It's a brilliant occupation, and they've done very, very, very well in it.
Carl, can I jump in there, please?
Yes, of course you can, Roy.
Over the last 2 years, we've had young ladies on the carpentry course, and they've turned out to be the better side of carpenters than some of the lads that we take, and they've been very successful.
Sure, all the lads who listen to this will be pleased to hear that.
If I can just add that we, on apprenticeships, we are seeing women coming into construction an awful lot more than in the days previously.
Thank you for that, Karen. Another question of Joe. Please could you tell me what is the difference between bench joinery and site carpentry? One for you, Roy, I believe.
Thank you, Clive. Site is where you work on a site, you build houses, putting the roof on, first fix, second fix, skirting, architrave, doors, things like that. Your bench joinery course is where you stand in a workshop and you make things from drawings. So it could be actually anything. One's outside life and one's inside life.
Okay, thank you. I've got another question for you, Roy. A fellow called Jerry has emailed in, says he's very interested in a level 1 carpentry course, but would he have to buy tools before he started?
Yes, Clive. What we like to do when we started, myself and Jerry, was we asked students to buy a basic toolkit. We provide the list of what they need to obtain. Now, if there's any problem with obtaining this, we have a bursary fund, which you can obviously apply for when college starts. It's only a basic toolkit to start with, and then you can add to it as you go through your levels within carpentry.
Thank you. Another question. Do I have to be an apprentice to work on site? And will you help me find an apprenticeship? One for Karen?
Okay. If you're employed by a company, you have to be actively employed to be on an apprenticeship programme. I understand that we do some work experience on sites if you were part of a full-time course. But we advertise positions on the college website. We also encourage you to look on the apprenticeship service for any positions locally. And if you know somebody within the industry and you find your own employer, we will again work with them to arrange the apprenticeship.
Another question come in. Is electrical a part of construction? I can answer that one. It does fall under the umbrella of construction. It's more of a technical qualification and more of a building services rather than the construction. Some people say anybody can be an electrician, but not everybody can be a builder. But that's just maybe me. Another question. Can I get help to pay for my toolkit that Roy spoke about? So obviously go on there, right?
Yes, Clive. Yes, you can through the bursary system. I think you have to buy your tools first, keep the receipts, and then return them to the college, and they will replace the money for you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Can I just comment about the plumbing there, Clive? If you come onto a plumbing course, we've got all tools are provided and all materials are provided. It's just a PPE that you need to buy there. It's just a decent pair of working boots. We provide the PPE, the materials, and all the tools that you need to pass the course.
Another question coming on email from Rob. What is the split between theory and practical sessions? I think we can do all courses there. I'll start with bricklayers. Bricklayers is roughly 2/3 practical and 1/3 theory. So 2/3 of the time, of course, you'd be undertaking work in a workshop, and 1/3 of the time you'd be doing the theory aspects in the classroom. Roy?
I'll the same as what Clive has just discussed. We spend a longer time in the workshop working with your hands, which is obviously what you come to college for, and then the theory is just the other third.
And Chris, please.
As far as plumbing's concerned, it's about 50-50 either way. A lot of practical, but there's also a lot of theory as well. But we're actually teaching you theory while you're doing your practical as well. So again, it's about the different types of pipe sizes, why you're soldering in a certain way, why are you using a certain solder, and then that will follow through onto your theory when you start taking the exams. The level 1 and the level 2 do have proper exams, so it's not just a practical course. There's a lot of legislation that you need to be aware of, but we sort of introduce you into that slowly. We also bring it into the practical sessions as well. So by the end of the course, you're up to speed with all the legislation and theory with it as well.
Yeah, I've got another email coming from Aidan. He says, I may have secured an apprenticeship, but due to COVID-19, it's not guaranteed. What are your recommendations? I think I can start with that one and then pass it on to Karen. Depending on what apprenticeship program you've secured, if it's still in any doubt, there's an option for you to go onto the full-time course, and then once you've got it a little bit more secured up, then we could speak to our workforce development team and put you onto an apprenticeship program. So to carry on from that, Karen.
Yes, we are finding a number of employers are just easing their way back in. Some in construction have worked continually, but I would contact the employer for you and just see what their current status is. If it is that they're not working at the moment, they've still got staff furloughed, then we could get a date for the future. If it is that it's over the summer that they're going to be starting them back, we can arrange the apprenticeship. If not, like Clive says, sign up on a full-time course and then transfer over later.
Okay, that answers another question that's come in about if I do get an apprenticeship once I'm on my full-time course, can I transfer over? And the answer is yes, our workforce development team will help you do that. Another question has come through is there transport to Landbased? Because I'm not sure if it's on the bus route. Roy or Chris both work at Landbased, so carry on with that one.
Yes, I'll step in first, Clive. Yes, the bus routes go direct to our campus, and all the details are via Landbased campus.
Okay, thank you. I've had a question from Jane 4763. My son has just applied for the Gateway to Construction course. How long before you know if you had a placement? and what tools, clothes, etc. does he need before September? I'll answer this one. It all depends on if you've had your interview, Jane. Your son. If he has had an interview, you'll get a verbal offer on the phone, so whether or not he's been accepted onto the Gateway course. What then happens is you get a letter acknowledging that your son has been placed on the Gateway course, telling him when his enrolment date will be and when his course start date will be, and a letter regarding what tools and equipment he's expecting to buy. But basically, for a Gateway construction course, steel toe cap boots and clothes he doesn't mind getting a bit dirty would normally suffice. There's another question there about PPE as well. Do I need PPE for construction? Certainly do. Steel toe cap boots are mandatory for all of our qualifications, and there's other specialised PPE depending on what you're doing. A lot of the plumbers, a lot of the guys to wear boiler suits. With every course, steel toe cap boots are mandatory. Another email come in as well. Once I've completed my level 1 course in carpentry and joinery, what are my options after that?
Thank you, Clive. You have spoken about this earlier. You have the choice then to move on to either a level 2 site course or a level 2 bench course. Site course being putting roofs on, joists, floors, second fix, first fix. The bench route is standing in the workshop, working at a bench, working to tight dimensions, and making stuff to be fitted by the site carpenters.
Thank you, Roy. Another question's come through. Have the lecturers worked on site in the real world? Simple answer to that is yes. Every lecturer who works at South Staffordshire College has worked on a real site in the past. Some of them still work on site occasionally as well. And everybody who works there is fully qualified and has the qualified experience to do that. Another question of Karen. Can I get a job after a level 2 course? Chris, do you want to answer that one?
Yeah, we'd certainly put you in good stead once you've got the level 2 qualification, putting it on your CV and then putting it out to prospective employers, and it will certainly put you up into the sort of top echelons of people who get an interview. What we also do is for students who have done really well, the tutors within plumbing will act as a reference for you as well. And 9 times out of 10, we know most of the plumbers in Staffordshire. So our college has got a good rapport with all the plumbers, and they will come to us for a reference as well. So yeah, but a very good opportunity to gain employment after you've done the level 2. Also, I just want to add that if you do work experience, you have to do work experience while you're on the plumbing course, hopefully 1 day a week, and that will give you an introduction into the working life as well. And we found over the last couple of years that the lads who have done really well in the work experience have ended up securing a job with that employer.
Okay, we're coming to the end of the session now. I'd like to thank my colleagues for attending the Virtual Open Day and for all the questions that have come on the live feed. If you've got any inquiries at all, the number is 0300 456 2424 or email inquiries@south.ac.uk, and we'll help you with any inquiries you've got regarding starting your career in the construction. Thank you and take care. Stay safe. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Hello and welcome to the Health and Early Years Virtual Open Day.
We offer early years and health and social care at both Tamworth and Cannock campuses. Both campuses have excellent facilities, allowing us to be innovative in our teaching, delivery and assessment. There are also a number of facilities in the local area to enable you to relax and enjoy your break times. One-to-one weekly tutorials are carried out to offer individualised support throughout your journey. All of our staff have vocationally relevant experience in the health and early years industry. We cannot wait to share our knowledge and skills with you. Our innovative teaching and assessment methods ensure that you have a wide range of practical and theoretical sessions.
All of our courses have work experience embedded into the study programme. We believe this is a vital element of your career journey and allows learners to observe and learn from experts within the sector. It also helps with employment opportunities. You will be required to have a valid and current DBS and wear a uniform for your placement. There are also further employability skills that we can offer you to enhance your CV, such as becoming a course representative and improving your maths and English skills. As part of your exciting journey, you will be experiencing enrichment activities and trips to enhance your knowledge, skills and understanding.
The courses that we offer within the faculty include Level 1 in Caring Professions, Level 2 and 3 in Early Years, and also Level 2 and 3 in Health and Social Care. We offer a foundation degree in Early Years. We also offer a Level 2 and 3 counselling course and apprenticeships in both Early Years and Health and Social Care, as well as short awards for adults in early years settings and working with children.
There are a variety of careers that can be accessed following completion of your qualification. Here is a small selection. I'm sure you can think of many more. The college offers careers advice and guidance if you would like more information. We offer lots of student support, so please make sure you watch the session relating to this on YouTube.
If you have any questions you would like to ask the team, we will be available in the live chat following this presentation. Make sure you follow us on social media to keep up to date with news and information. The links to our social media sites are on the bottom of this slide. Our staff are still working virtually and would love to hear from you and have a chat. Please get in touch on 0300 456 2424 or email us on enquiries@southstaffs.ac.uk. Have a great summer. We look forward to welcoming you to our faculty in September. Until then, stay safe and take care.
Oh, Steve, you've gone.
Okay, so
Steve.
Yep, go.
Good afternoon. Welcome to South Staffordshire College Health and Early Years live chat.
Hello, good afternoon. Let me introduce the team. So we have Karen. Karen, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hello, I'm Karen Benedict and I'm here this afternoon to answer any questions you might have about higher education. So level 4 and 5, our foundation degree in early years.
And Louise?
Hi, I'm Louise Newton and I'm here to talk to you about our early years programme from level 1 up to level 3.
And Elaine?
Hi, I'm Elaine Fisher. I work on the apprenticeship team. So if you're interested in taking an apprenticeship in either early years or adult care, health and social care, I'd be able to answer any questions around any of those areas.
and my name's Christina Melville. I teach on the Health and Social Care course here at South Staffordshire College, so I'll be able to answer any questions that you have with regards to health and social care. So we have some questions coming through already, some fabulous questions. So hello to a lot of people who are saying hi already. We've got our first question, what is a DBS? Karen, would you like to answer that one, please?
I most certainly will. DBS stands for Disclosure and Barring Service, and it is a legal requirement that anyone who is working with vulnerable adults or with children has a DBS check. So because you'll be going out for placement or into an apprenticeship with us, or if you decide to work in either the health and social care sector or the early years sector, you will need to undergo a DBS check. They do cost around £40, but if you're eligible for a bursary, you can claim the money back for that.
Thank you very much.
That's the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Okay, Louise, we've got a question here for you. Will there be a lot of coursework in early years?
There'll be a lot of coursework, but there'll also be a lot of practical work. You'll be in college with us for 3 days a week doing your coursework, and you'll then be applying your knowledge in setting for 2 days a week. We'll help you and support you with your coursework so we can get you to the best grade possible.
Thank you, Louise. The next question that we've got is, will I get help in finding, will I get support in finding a work placement? I think both myself and Louise, we can both answer this question. Louise, would you like to start for early years, please?
Okay, so in early years, we have 2 work placement officers who will support you in finding a placement as near as possible to your home. If you, we'd like you to try and find your own placement to start with, but then if you start to struggle, then you let us know, and we've got lots and lots of placements within the local area that we use.
Fabulous, thank you. For health and social care, so again, we would like you to find your own work placement, because it is a valuable experience to be sourcing your own work placement. It helps with employment, it helps with confidence, and it gets you in the habit of using and improving your own skills. So we would very much like you to source your own work placement. Of course, you would be supported in doing this, and if you was unable to locate a suitable work placement, then there are numerous members of staff that would be able to support and help you in do that. Okay, so a question here, do I need to do level 2 before level 3, or can I just do level 3 first? What is best? That's a message from Becky. So thank you, Becky, for your question. With regards to health and social care, we have an entry criteria, the same for early years. We have an entry criteria. Now, if you meet the entry criteria for level 3, then of course you can come straight to us at level 3 and continue your studies at that level. If perhaps you need to improve your skills in your maths and English and gain those valuable GCSEs that would help with your employability skills, it may be beneficial for you to start at a level 2 qualification. That gives you time within your study programme to study your maths and your English and help you with that all-round employability. Hope that's answered your question there. A question for Louise again, sorry. Will I take exams for early years? How many exams are there?
At level 1 and level 2, we don't have any exams. At level 3, we have an exam in the first year and in the second year. But it's an exam like you've never ever done before. It's called a controlled assessment. So what we do, it's 20 hours, but don't think we keep you in college for 20 hours. What we do is we program it over a 2-week period, and you will come into college, you will be given a laptop to work on, and you will use the internet to research the question that's being asked. So you've never done an exam where you can look up the answers on the internet. You write your essay, and then we send off your essay to our awarding body who mark it. And those are the exams that we do in early years.
Thank you, Louise. Karen, a question for yourself again with regards to DBS. We have a question that is asking, do the learners need to pay for a DBS themselves?
Well, most learners will pay for the DBS themselves, or their families will, because it's an essential requirement of working within the sector and something that you'll be expected to do in any job within the sector. However, we do have financial help through the bursary scheme for people who might struggle to find the money to pay for all those college essentials.
Thank you, Karen. Okay, another question here asking how long are courses for, full or part-time, and how many hours per week, etc. Now, I think that would be one for myself, Louise, Elaine, and indeed Karen, because it's not very specific as to which course we're talking about here. So for health and social care, level 2, level 1, level 2 and level 3, the level 1 and 2 courses are a 1-year course, full-time, and the level 3 is a 2-year course, full-time, for the full extended diploma. However, you can do a level 3 certificate, which is a 12-month course also. When we say a full-time course, we're looking at 3 full days a week in college and 2 days a week for work placement. Karen, the foundation degree?
The foundation degree is now classified as a full-time accelerated course. However, attendance at college is actually still a part-time basis. It's a 2-year course, but it is in the evening, and it is 4.5 hours on that evening. You then would need to do some work in your own time, but most of the people on the foundation degree do work full time and study in the evenings. Also, it is a requirement that you are either in paid or voluntary employment in the early years sector for at least 4 hours a week, so that would have to be factored in to the time.
Thank you. Louise, early years?
Okay, so at level 1, you will be in college for 3 days a week, and you have to do 30 hours work experience over the 12 months. So that could just be half a day over for about 10 weeks. Level 2 and level 3, you are in college 3 days a week and in placement for 2 days. Level 2 is a 1-year course. Level 3 certificate is a 1-year course, and level 3 diploma is a 2-year course.
Thank you very much. And Elaine, could you tell us about apprenticeships, please?
Yeah, so well, an apprenticeship even is actually it's a full-time job. So, but alongside your full-time job, you can achieve the apprenticeship qualification. So, if you were to do social care, adult care, too, that would take roughly between 15 to 18 months. And if you were looking to do a level 3, in order to do a level 3, it would take 18 months up to 2 years. But for that particular apprenticeship, you would be expected to be in some sort of senior supervisory role as part of that apprenticeship as well to do that qualification. Early years, the apprenticeship is 18 months long. Again, you would have a job alongside that. Now, with early years, you would come into college on bi-weekly, so once every other week. You can choose either Tamworth or Catering, and the rest of the time you'd be learning the skills of the employer after coming out to visit you. With health, social care, adult care, at the moment, you would be working full time, and at the moment, the assessor would come out to you. You would not need to come into college. And at the end of each apprenticeship, there is an endpoint assessment examination where you'll be assessed on everything that you've learned over the course of the apprenticeship.
Fabulous. Thank you very much, Elaine. Also, we have the counselling courses. The level 2 and level 3 counselling courses are both part-time courses. The level 2 counselling course is for half a day a week, and the level 3 for a full day, 1 day per week. So I hope that has answered the question. Okay, our next question is, how much of the health and social care course is practical? Well, a number of the units that we cover, for example, dementia care or mental health or the research unit or indeed nutrition, we do an awful lot of practical assessments. So it may be that you're assessed through simulation or role play. It may be that you have opportunity to carry out discussions, group discussions with members of the group, and it could be that you're videoed so that we can assess you on a number of different ways. It's not just all about pen and paper and writing. Okay, thank you. When will we know what day we are doing? Okay, so I think again I can answer this one. When you have had your interview, whether it be for early years, foundation degree or health and social care, when you've had your interview, you'll be sent a letter saying that you've been accepted onto the course and you have a conditional place. If you wish to accept that course and you come for enrolment, enrolment would take place hopefully around about August, depending upon government guidelines at the moment. But we will be doing the induction in September. During that induction, you will be given your timetable and you will be told about the days that you will be coming into college. It is really important to remember that these are full-time courses, so you must make sure that you are available for Monday to Friday to carry out the course. Okay? How interactive are the lessons? So, Louise, would you be able to talk about some childcare lessons perhaps here with regards to interactive lessons?
Okay, so we want you to play with children. We want you to develop children's knowledge. So we have toys in our classroom that we encourage you to play with. We like you to go out to forest school to find out about the forest school experience. We have virtual babies, so you can learn how to care for a baby. If you want to, you can try on our pregnancy suits to see what it feels like to be pregnant. We have lots and lots of interactive lessons that encourages you to your best advantage.
Thank you, Louise. Thank you. Can you also answer the next question, Louise? Sorry to keep popping on you. So, once completed level 2 in childcare, what jobs can I do other than working in a nursery setting?
Okay, so once you've done level 2, you could become a holiday rep and work with children. You could work as a teaching assistant in a school. You could then start to work in a hospital as well, starting on the children's ward. There's lots and lots of different jobs out there for you, not just working in a nursery. You may want to become a nanny or work with a childminder.
Thank you, Louise. Now we have a lovely message here from Sophie Louise. Hi, what are the placement hours like? Well, Sophie, it depends on what course you would like to do, whether it is early years, childcare, whether it's health and social care, foundation degree, apprenticeships. However, the placement hours are generally for the health and social care full-time courses and obviously early years full-time courses. So for health and social care, you would be expected to do 1 or 2 days per week, depending upon what level qualification you're studying. And it would give you a really good taster of working within that particular environment, working alongside professionals in excellent settings, making sure that you're up to date with current information. It gives you opportunity to see what happens within settings, and we have an awful lot of settings that we work very, very closely with. Louise, would you like to add anything to that for early years?
Okay, for early years, we're expecting you to do 12 hours a week. So that's a day of 6 hours. We don't include your lunch hour. We like you to arrive before the children and leave after the children finish at the end of the day. Working in the early years setting is about finding out about the real world and how you would work as a practitioner. So that's why we expect a long day from you. However, you have, if you've got the choice of working in a day nursery, you could go in slightly earlier and finish earlier in the afternoon, as long as you do those 6 hours, or you could do a 10-6 and start later and see what the afternoon shift's like. So there's a lot of opportunity there for how you can plan your 6 hours a day.
Thank you. A question from Emily. Do you think there would be a problem in doing placements in the current climate? Okay, Emily, this is a really, really good question. Currently, with regards to health and social care, a number of placements have indeed been suspended. However, as I'm sure that you're aware, there are a number of people who are still relying upon others to help and support them. Health and social care isn't just about working in a residential home or a nursing home. It may be assisting people in other areas. So it could be working in schools, for example, with special educational needs, or day centres for individuals with learning or physical disabilities. It could be working in a pharmacy, an opticians, a dental surgery. So it's a number of different placement opportunities are available that would support your learning and enable you to practice or to observe practice. And I'm sure that there are a number of placements that would be really, really, really super grateful for an extra pair of hands in this current climate. Louise or Karen, would you like to add anything? Louise?
So we've got schools are opening up now. So yes, we can still use schools. We will make sure that they are safe and that they've given us a risk assessment, so we're not putting you in any danger. But we would be looking for you to start placement in September with us. Karen, you got anything to add?
Well, as I said, most of the students on the foundation degree are actually employed, but it's been very mixed for them. Some of them have been working part-time, some of them have been working extra hours, but they're starting to go back into their regular pattern of work more so now. So it could be that the pattern of work goes back more to normal soon.
Thank you. These questions are absolutely flocking in. It is amazing, wonderful. Okay, so LB is asking for early years level 1. Do you need to take maths and English exams? Louise, can you speedily do that one for me?
Okay, so for level 1, we would be expecting you to do any course at the college. We'd love you to improve your maths and English grade. We want you to get to a level 4. So yes, with level 1 or level 2, we would be expecting you to do maths and English, but it will be embedded into every single lesson that you do, as well as doing GCSE lessons within the college.
Fabulous, thank you. Elaine, we have a young gentleman by the looks of it, by the name of Kirk, who would like to study an apprenticeship in health and social care. He would like to know whether he will get paid, and if so, how much?
Okay. Well, as an apprentice, if a company takes on an apprentice, it's down to the company who you work for. For the first 12 months with any apprenticeship, the employer can pay you at the national apprenticeship salary, which is £4.15 per hour. Some companies may pay you more. Now, once you've been working for 12 months as an apprenticeship, you're supposed to then go on to whatever the minimum requirement is for your age group.
Does that answer the question?
I certainly think so. Thank you very much, Elaine. Okay, I am dyslexic. Will this hold me back in studying health and social care, and can the college help me? Well, of course we can help you. We have an absolute amazing team of people who would be able to support you. Now, we're a big believer in ensuring that you gain the correct strategies to help you in your future career. So with regards to your dyslexia, you would be assisted with support strategies that are going to help you, not just with the course, but in your future career as well. So we have, as I said, a fabulous team. If you would like to rewind this live chat and look at the 12:45 slot where the learning support team is there, they may answer some questions that you have in a little bit more detail there. If not, you can always email our inquiries team. I will give you that little link in just a moment. Okay, thank you. Karen, one for you. Can I study a higher education course with South Staffs?
Yes, you can. And one of those is our foundation degree in early childhood studies. It is, as we discussed before, a 2-year course attending on a part-time basis, and you then have the opportunity. We work in conjunction with Staffordshire University, and you would have the opportunity to go on to a top-up year in education or early years. And quite a few of our students who take that option go on then to teacher training with Schools Direct or onto a PGCE, but that isn't essential. So yes, the college offers levels 4 and 5, and then you can move more or less seamlessly onto a top-up in education for your full bachelor's degree.
That's fabulous. Thank you, Karen. What careers will a level 3 in early years open up for me? Louise.
Okay, so at level 3, you can be an early years practitioner. You can be a teaching assistant in a school. You can go on to university and further your study, as you will have the entry requirements to go into teaching or nursing. There's lots of opportunities out there. You could become an assessor. Eventually, you could go on to become a childminder. You could become a nanny. There's lots of different job roles out there that you could go on to. We've had students that have gone on to be children's reps. If you look on our website, we've just had a student post her can't think of the word.
Her picture?
Yes, her picture and her story. That's what I was thinking of. Her picture and her story of how she's progressed from level 3 to where she is today.
Wonderful. Thank you. We've got 2 questions here that are very similar. One from a Michael Moore and one from a Jessica. To say that they've recently had a telephone call for their interview, but haven't had any letters or emails about being accepted. What I would suggest, guys, is that you email enquiries at southstaffs.ac.uk. If you email those, then they'll chase it up for you. Oh, and somebody's actually put that in the chat as well. Wonderful. I think our final question is, do I need a uniform? So when you're studying in college, you won't need to be wearing a uniform. We ask that you dress appropriately. We are the start of your career, so we're thinking about professionalism, we're thinking about how it is that you interact with others, and that involves how you dress and how you apply yourself. So to dress appropriately for a college environment. When you're actually in placement, you will be wearing a polo t-shirt with our South Staff logo on and a plain pair of black trousers and some flat shoes that comply with health and safety requirements if you're in a health and social care setting or an early years setting. So I think that is it, guys. Thank you for watching. If you would like to have any more of your questions answered, then please get in touch with us on 0300 456 2424 or email inquiries southstaffs.ac.uk. Thank you very much.
Bye.
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 Welcome to our virtual open day. My name is Mal Nisbet and I'll be telling you about some of the exciting opportunities on offer here at South Staffordshire College. On behalf of the rest of the team, Emma, Kim, Helen, John and Elfie, we all wish you a very warm welcome. So you may be asking yourself, why study digital, IT, business or accounts at South Staffordshire College? Well, you can rest assured that whether you find yourself at Tamworth, Lichfield or wherever, you will always feel at home. We are a progressive college and we're committed to equipping you with the best possible tools to succeed. That's why we offer modern technology, access to Google Classroom and state-of-the-art learning platforms. We also offer one-to-one learning and IT support for anybody that may need it. The tutorial program at South Staffordshire College covers both pastoral support and academic needs, whether helping you to achieve and exceed your target grades, supporting you in writing a CV, UCAS or job application, or even just offering you one-to-one support. You'll find our tutorial program ensures your best interests, well-being and progression are always taken care of. Our teaching team is a multi-talented team with specialisms not only specific to the subjects that we teach. For example, my background originally was in teaching IT and business studies, but before that I was in the world of media studies and studied for a media degree at university. Kim Langdale has extensive knowledge of retail and business administration, and Emma has vast experience teaching business studies and working in industry. In the IT team, Helen holds an MSc in computer science and she is pretty much an all-rounder. John is our networking and programming expert, and Alfie is our web guru. We offer a hands-on learning experience and give you the opportunity to present your work in innovative ways. Learners get the opportunity to carry out live market research and to create a product and small business in some of the exciting units that we teach. In ICT, you would have a great all-round experience with some exciting new opportunities with Huawei and Microsoft qualifications on offer, along with higher education progression available. What do our study programs include? You will get a taste of working life with exciting work experience placements within a business of your choice or one of the many we have formed successful relationships with over the years. Enrichments and trips to the homes of some of the most globally recognised brands such as Toyota, Alton Towers and Cadbury World. We also have excellent links with local universities and we have had successful trips there in the past. We offer you the opportunity to have an influence and be the voice of the people by becoming a course rep or a digital champion. You get the chance to continue maths and English should you need to, as well as embedding maths and English within all of the units that we cover. We offer all important industry standard equipment, ensuring you're ready to make a successful leap from here to your chosen future. So what are the courses on offer and how can I study? A full-time course can consist of 3 to 5 days attendance at college and some work experience. There are part-time business courses available for adults, including medical administration and leadership and management courses. Accounts courses are available as apprenticeships, as well as part-time courses for adults. BTEC Level 3 Business course is an extensive and exciting business studies course, enabling you to conduct your own live market research and produce your own visual merchandising campaign. The Digital Promotion for Business is a new exciting course looking at units such as setting up a social media digital marketing campaign. The BTEC Level 2 Extended Certificate in Creative Information Technology embraces all of your IT knowledge and pushes it further. The Level 3 OCR Cambridge Technical in either Digital Technician or Application Data Technician is also a very hands-on course. We also offer a H&D in Computer Science, and additional Huawei and Microsoft qualifications are available. John Lennon once said, "How can I go forward if I don't know which way I'm facing?" At South Staffordshire College we aim to give you that direction and give you plenty of career opportunities following successful completion of your chosen courses. You may become a marketing officer, a HR officer, a programmer or web designer, an accounts practitioner, a business developer or manager, or go to higher education. Who knows, you may become a successful entrepreneur. We aim to equip you with all the knowledge you need to go as far as you wish to go and open up many doors for an exciting future. What could you be? Create your career. We have so much more to offer. Learning support. We recognise that you may require some additional support and help to enable you to succeed. That is why we have a learning support zone on every college site. Staff here to offer tailored support based on your individual needs. Finance. Studying at college, including apprenticeships, is fully funded for those aged 16 to 18. Depending on household income, additional funding may be available to help cover the cost of things like travel and college materials. If you are aged 19 plus and earn less than £16,000, then your course could be free. We will show you how to apply for your chosen course, and then we will take you through some questions in the live chat. Remember to visit the website www.southstaffs.ac.uk, where you can find out more information about the courses and apply online right away. We believe student support is a huge thing, as we discussed already, so please be sure to attend the session at 12:45 PM on YouTube, where we will be discussing this further, and also there will be more information about maths and English. Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us. My name is Mal Nisbet, and this is our virtual open day for business, IT, and accounts, and also our digital course as well. We're here to answer your questions, so we've got the whole team along with us this afternoon. We're all looking forward to meeting you all within the college, but obviously with the COVID outbreak, all the problems we've got in the world at the moment, that's not possible. So we've got the next best thing, which is this virtual open day. So it's good to see people who've been logging on all day and finding out about all the courses we have to offer. So good seeing you all. So yes, my name is Mal Nisbet, and I'd like to introduce the rest of the team to you. So I'll ask them to give a wave as I go through the names. So we have Deborah.
Hi.
We have Emma.
Hello.
Helen.
Hi.
Kim.
Hi.
And Marie.
Hi there.
Okay, so that's great. So that's all the team. We can all offer our own insights into different parts of the different courses that we do. I'll try my best to answer some of the questions, but I'll be using all my team members to answer any questions that you may have, whether it be IT related, business related, or something to do with accounts or the digital course that we do. Okay, so I can see we're already busy. We've got plenty of questions coming through already, so I'll have a look at some of those questions. Do excuse me as I look to my left, because I've got my questions on the other screen just to the side of me. So let me have a look what we've got on here. So we've got a question from Yannis Butcher. Do you do Windows or Google operating software? Okay, so I'll direct that question to our IT department. Would you like to answer that one, Helen?
Hi, yes, we use Windows operating system, but we do use a Google platform for Google Classroom, Google Chat, and Google Meetings.
Okay, great. So that answers your question. In our business department, at the moment we use Google Classrooms for you to upload your work and for us to mark work and return it to you. Some of you may have used them platforms in the past, but we use various other platforms as well, especially during this lockdown period. We've used various IT platforms, so you'll experience a range of different platforms that will suit you. If you don't have knowledge of those platforms, then it's something that we'll go through and teach you those, so don't need to worry about that. Okay. Okay, next question. We've got a question from Jane. Will I get support in finding a work placement? We could all answer that question. I'll just give a brief bit of advice. When you're doing work experience or work placement, we're trying to prepare you for the real world as much as possible. So we'll encourage you to apply yourself and research the possible companies that you could work with. Because it's very important that you take that step and use your own initiative. It's a big part of your own personal development. I don't know if there's anyone who would like to contribute a bit more to that from our team.
I'll say Shall I go?
Yeah, go ahead, Kim.
Okay. We do work with different companies. So Debenhams take a lot of our work experience people. We've got companies out in Stafford, Burntwood, Rugeley, places like that. So we do try and help you to find a work placement. You're not just thrown in at the deep end, and we do have a very good work placement staff that do help you and have links with a lot of industries.
Okay, thank you for that, Kim. You may get off with this next question we have from a young man called Kirk. Kirk would like to know, can I do an apprenticeship in business, and are there lots of jobs?
Is that for me or?
That's you again, Kim, keeping you busy.
Okay, right. Well, you can do an apprenticeship in business, but it depends on what sort of business you want to do. You could do an apprenticeship in administration. You might find an apprenticeship in finance. So it would depend what you actually want to go down, what route you want to go down to find your apprenticeship in. What was the second part of the question, Mal?
Are there lots of jobs?
Oh, there are lots of jobs out there. But it's to do with business. You've got retail, you've got marketing, you've got purchasing, you've got sales. So business lends itself to lots and lots of different areas.
Yeah, and if I could just add to that, hello.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say that actually business administration is the backbone for many companies. If you think about every organisation has an admin department, and lots of organisations wouldn't be able to function without them. The business administration qualifications can lead on to many different avenues as well. It's a great starting point to get into human resources, finance, any other admin function really.
Great. Hope that answers the question. Next question we've got a question from Joe, and Joe's continuing with the question that was asked before about work experience. And the question is, do you help the individual to apply for the work experience?
Yeah, we most definitely do. We'll help you with a CV, we'll help you with a covering letter, and our work experience team will make sure that when you get to a placement, you're happy there and you know what you're doing and things like that. We cover the health and safety issues as well. We go out and make sure that the places are safe for you. So yeah, we will help you as much as we can.
Okay, great. Next question we have another question from Kirk, and Kirk is interested in the digital course that we do. So Kirk would like to know, will I be given experience in using command line interface compared to Windows operating software? Now, this course is quite a forward-thinking course. It's moving on from traditional IT that we use and looking at other platforms and devices such as our mobile phones and tablets and various other laptops and computers that we would use from day to day. So the main focus of the course is not really on command line and the old-fashioned sort of computing techniques. It's more the modern sort of way of thinking, using operating software in a more creative way. I don't know if there's anyone from IT who'd like to talk a little more about that. Do you know anything about that, Helen? Could you help with that at all on the digital course?
Not really with the digital, but on the IT course, we don't use command line. We do use HTML and we use PHP and CSS and lots of other different things, Visual Basic, but not necessarily command line, unless you move on to one of our higher courses where we look at C# and C++.
Yeah.
And we might even start looking at Python.
Yeah, thanks, Helen. I would add to that, with the digital course, like I say, it's a more of a creative sort of working course rather than traditional IT courses. For example, you'll create a digital marketing campaign, and you might have seen promotions in the past on Instagram and Twitter, Facebook. A lot of businesses use that nowadays, and it's all about creating likes and hashtags and that sort of following. So the focus would be on that sort of digital creativity, really. Okay, next question. We have a question from Jane. Do I need to know the software you use for these courses before I start? Now, obviously, it's difficult to give you all the specifics of the course in terms of software that you'll need and things like that at the moment, because we're in this lockdown situation. We can't bring you into college and say, have a look at the computer, this is how we operate. But we'll give you as much information as possible. So anything you need to know, if you need to prepare to use, say we're going to be using Word or Google-based documents, we'll let you know far enough in advance so you don't need to be worried about any of that. We'll make sure you're prepared. And whatever software we use, I mean, it's an ever-changing world in the world of computers, so that changes all the time. So whatever we use, we'll brief you on that and we'll prepare you for that. So it's not something you need to worry about, really. Okay. Next question. We have another one from Kirk. I was just saying, that sounds brilliant. He's just thanking us for the last one. Thanks, Kirk. Okay, so we'll wait for some more questions to come through. That's the latest question I've got so far. I don't know if there's anything any of the team would like to add, anything I've not covered so far. Going back on some of the questions we looked at previously.
The only thing I was going to add was about accounts apprenticeships, which is also an option, that we have apprentices that infill into AAT courses for level 2, 3 and 4, which is obviously also an excellent route into the workplace, because everybody needs finance and people with that knowledge in order to perform the finance function. So just to bear that in mind.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get some more questions coming in. And there we go, we've got one from Joe. Are you planning any taster days before starting at September? Okay, good question, Joe. We would have loved to have loads and loads of taster days and get as many people in as possible. But at the moment, even as staff ourselves, we're still waiting to go back into college. So until it's absolutely safe, then we can't really have people coming in for any of the taster days. So we do as much as we can online in the meantime and try and help you out as much as we can. But for now, I'm afraid no one is coming in apart from us staff reintegrating into college from next week. And then we'll slowly introduce more staff and students into college when the time is safe. Okay, next question we have is from Hannah. What career could I go on to have? Now, I don't know, Hannah, if you're asking specifically from a business point of view or IT or from an accounts point of view, but whichever of those courses you choose, there's many different career paths that you may wish to follow. So if you took a business course, for example, maybe you might go into a career in HR management. Whether you do an accounts course or a business course, or you might decide to set up your own business, whatever that may be. It could be a barber shop, hairdressers, a cafe, who knows what you might want to do. So the career choices are very varied, really. You could go anywhere that you wish. We don't always choose careers that are totally related to the courses that we study in the past, but they all contribute to those careers. So whichever course you choose, and if you ask a specific question, say for IT or for business or anything else, then we can answer that question a little bit further. Okay, next question we have is from Judith, and Judith says currently works in business administration. You would like to move into accounts, what would I need to do? So I'll direct that one to accounts.
Okay, well, I would suggest that we'd have a chat first of all, but probably start with AAT level 2. Which you could study at college either in the evening or in the daytime. So probably 2 nights a week in the evening would suit you if you're working in the day, unless you could get day release. So that would give you the basics of accounting and finance. You'd learn double entry, bookkeeping, and as well as some costing and the use of accounting software. And that would then lead to level 3 and 4 if you were successful in level 2. So, but I would suggest that you started at level 2 after we'd had a chat. And if you are interested, if you apply online, then we can arrange a telephone interview.
That's good, Deborah. Thank you. We have a question here again from Joe, and Joe would like to know, if you do the business course where you do 3 days at college and then 2 days doing work experience, do you get paid for the work experience? Well, I guess you'd have to do some very good negotiation with your company that you're doing the work experience with, because most work experience is not paid. Emma, would you like to contribute to this question?
So I'd say if you're on the traditional course where you do a level 3, for example, in business, and you're in college for the 3 days, as we mentioned in our presentation, the days of work experience would be mandatory for the course, so there wouldn't be a payment in terms of that work experience, unless obviously some students that we've had in the past have been paid for their work experience, but it is dependent upon the individual basis of the company that you go into. However, obviously, if you were to do an apprenticeship, like a business admin apprenticeship, then you would be paid in that sense. So if you were going to, say, do one in an administrative role, then you would be paid like the national wage for apprenticeships, which I think is something like £4.30 an hour. Yeah.
Not bad then, is it? It's very good. Okay, Kirk has got another question for us. And Kirk would like to know how much of the business course is assessed by exams versus coursework. So there's been a change in this. Traditionally, our business course, the level 3 course, it's been all coursework, but we are moving to a new spec. Kim, would you like to discuss a little further on that?
Yeah, with the new business course, we've now got 7 mandatory units, and 4 of those units are externally assessed by exams. So you would do 2 in the first year and then 2 in the second year that would be exam based. And then the others are assignment based.
Okay, good.
Does that answer the question?
Yeah, that's fine, Kim. That's a good answer. Next, we'll go to Karen, and Karen wants to know, could I do, well, Karen says, I'm an adult and want to do an accounts course. Do I need to be working in this area of work? So I'll direct that to our accounts department. Who would like to take that one?
Hi, yeah, my name's Deb. You don't have to be working in accounts at all. It's not mandatory whatsoever, but obviously we would expect you to start at the lower level. So we do have level 1 courses, but they are daytime courses, or as I said, we do run level 2, which is evening and daytime, which gives you an option to join the course around a job. But you don't need to have accounts experience. We teach you everything you need to know at level 2, so that then you can progress and also apply for jobs in that specific field if that's what you're wanting to do, if you're wanting a bit of a career change, or you want to set up your own business, for example.
Thanks for that, Deb. Next question we have is from Andy, and Andy wants to run his own construction business and wants to know, is there a course for this? Now, for this specific presentation that we're doing at the moment, for this open day, probably not the best place for construction, even though any of it might be relevant if you had your own construction business. But we do have a department that does look at construction and building. So I guess maybe if you can rewind through the open days that have been played today, I think they did have one. Let me just have a look what other open days we had today. Find out if there was one that you missed that you could have a look at, because you could rewind through the presentation, actually see if that course might be suitable for you. Let me just have a look. I'm sure we do have a construction, don't we?
Yeah.
There was one.
It was only not long before us actually. It was construction and trades that ran at 3 o'clock today. So you might want to rewind, have a look through that presentation that they gave. I'm sure there'll be some useful information about construction courses and running your own business that could help you.
Can I add to that, Mal, please?
Yeah, go ahead, Emma.
Hello, Andy. So we have got a part-time course that gives you the skills for starting up your own business. So if you've already got your the construction qualifications, then you're looking at sort of the skills in relation to how to market your business, how to draw up your financial statements for your business, how to develop a business plan. Then we do have a skills for starting up your own business, which is a level 2 course, which is starting next year, 2021, in February, and that will run for 15 weeks. And that will give you the skills to be able to develop in the sense of setting up that business that you may need if you've already got the construction qualifications. And that'll be at Tamworth. So if you want any further information, if you just contact the inquiries at southstaffs.ac.uk email, and they'll be able to forward any relevant information to you. Okay. Hope that answers the question, Andy.
I'm sure we'll be happy with that, Emma. That was great. Thank you.
Hi, can I just add to that? Sorry,
Yeah.
can I just add that the other course that might be helpful if you're starting your own business is the level 1 bookkeeping course that we run. It's only a 12-week course at Lichfield, and that's starting in November. So that also might be quite useful for just learning how to record the basic transactions to keep your accounts in order that can then be passed on to auditors, etc. So it's quite a useful one for new business owners. Okay.
Excellent. Joe's got another question here, and Joe would like to know, how do I get my daughter's results over to you once they are released? So I guess there'll be official systems in place in getting these results across. I don't know exactly how that is done, so I don't know if anyone on the team would like to contribute to this.
At the moment, we are going with the government guidelines, so we are looking into ways in which we're going to be doing enrolment. So as soon as we've got any update on that, there will be letters or emails sent out to potential new students for September to let them know how we can receive their information and how they can enrol. I think we are looking at potentially enrolling online, but we are just waiting for further information based on what the government guidance. So I hope that's useful for you.
Thanks, Emma.
No problem.
Next question we have is from Andy, and Andy wants to know, is accounting part of the business course? Yes, Andy, accounting is very much part of the business course. It's a very important element of any business course. So we have a number of units where we go over accounting, both looking at manual accounting and computerized accounting, and also you producing your own accounts for a chosen business. Kim, would you like to discuss any further on this?
Yeah, no, we usually put 2 or 3 modules in for finance as well as for law. So the one finance unit is a compulsory unit, so we have to do that unit anyway. And then in second year, we will be looking to do another finance unit. So there's always plenty of finance involved. And it's quite a big unit the first year, which covers business finance and personal finance.
Great. I hope that helps, Andy. Still awaiting any further questions? Anything anybody on the team would like to add that we've not covered so far?
I think we just need to reiterate that if anybody has got any further questions, that if they email the inquiries at southstaffs.ac.uk, they can direct any inquiries to the right department, and we're happy to then phone people or email people and give them more information, as well as arrange a phone call to have a chat about what courses are on offer.
Yeah, certainly, because I'm sure many of you watching will have questions that come up at the end of this that you forgot to ask during the session. So ask them through the email that they've just mentioned. So we've come to the end of the session now. I'd just like to thank everyone who joined us. The session is ending now, but please get in touch with us. Remember, we've got a number you can ring. You can call 0300 456 22424, and you'll see the number on the screen if you need to get it again. Or you can email us at that email address, inquiries@southstaffs.ac.uk, if you have any further questions. Okay, but on behalf of all of us here, all part of this team, we'd like to thank you for your time this afternoon, and we hopefully see you here in September on one of our courses.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you for joining us and for looking into a future career in the sport, public service or travel industry. Over the next few slides, we will look at the different courses we offer at South Staffordshire College and how this could be the start of an exciting new career. There are many reasons to study sport, public service or travel here at South Staffordshire College, but the most important reason should be how it will enhance your career prospects within these industries. We have an indoor gym and outside pitches that will facilitate the practical requirements of both the sport and public service courses. Furthermore, each of our courses will provide opportunity to gain hands-on experience both inside the classroom and out in the wider community. We have had many of our learners go on to successful careers within all of these areas. Please see our website for examples of these. All our tutors have previous experience working in the industry and will offer you continued support across your studies and towards your future career. We offer a range of industry recognised qualifications that will also support your journey. Our study programmes include a range of different elements that are designed to not only enhance your experience but to also support you across your programme. You can expect to undertake a work placement within your chosen area. This is to get an understanding of working life, to build confidence and also the relevant skills needed in industry. Regular tutorials will be in place to help keep you on track, discuss progress and also the career pathways open to you. Each course will have a full enrichment and trip programme to make your experience in college engaging and interactive. Please visit the college and courses social media pages for more information. These are included on this slide. If you do not manage to achieve your GCSE Maths and English grades of a 4 or above, you will be expected to continue these studies as part of your programme. And each of our courses will have a set uniform which will need to be purchased at the start of the course. This is in line with the industry standards and expectations of each area. On this slide you can see a list of different courses we offer in sport, public service and travel. We offer a range of levels to suit your current entry grades. We also offer part-time courses for our 19+ learners in the sport and travel areas. Please see our website for more details on these courses and the requirements to get onto them. Here you can see a number of examples of careers you may go into within the sport, public service and travel industry. Our courses are just the beginning of this journey and you can apply via the college website. It is important to recognise that in some circumstances you may need additional support with your studies. For more information about the learning support and financial help we can offer, please see our website, or alternatively access our YouTube channel for a video on general information and guidance. Please continue to watch for more information on how to apply for one of our courses, and also for a live Q&A with our area experts.
Hi, thanks for joining us. I have a few members of the team from public service, sport and travel and apprenticeships here to answer any of your questions. So please add your questions to the YouTube live channel and we'll hopefully answer as many as we can today. I've got Ian from public services. I've got Elaine from apprenticeships.
Hi.
Sam from sport.
Hiya.
And I've got Tina from travel.
Hello.
And also Sarah from travel as well. So we're going to get straight into some of the questions. We've had a question off Becky, who's asking if we, so it's one for the travel, if we only do level 3 in travel, or is there a level 2 course that they can study? So Sarah, if you would like to field that one for us.
We're hoping to Becky a course for level 2 for next year. And so dependent on, obviously, with all the courses, it is dependent on how many students. But so at the moment, we've got a level 3 course, but we have got plans to run a level 2 course as well for next year. Does that answer your question? What do you think, Jamie? What do you think you need?
No, that's fine, yeah. So, but Becky's also asked if the cabin crew is the only part-time course we offer in travel. So is there any other part-time?
Part-time course is the aviation operations on the ground course.
Okay. So hopefully that's answered your question, Becky. We've also had a question for public services off Callum, who's asking, do you have to wear a uniform in public services? And is it true that you get an ironing lesson?
Callum, the answer to that, both questions is yes. You do require a uniform. You've got to remember that this course is about preparing young people to come and join the services. So before you get a weapon system or something like that, or I don't know, baton and cuffs in the police service, we're going to teach you how to look after yourself and your equipment, starting with a uniform. So we have regular uniform inspections, but before we do that, I'm going to show you how to iron your kit and uniform properly. And your first piece of homework will actually be to submit a video of you doing your ironing. So you'll score some brownie points at home as well, because then you'll be doing your ironing for everyone. Okay.
Okay, hope that answers your question, Callum. We've also had a question from Karen, who's asking regarding uniforms again, not to a specific course, so I think it's relevant to all of you really. Do you get support in purchasing these? So Tina, if you're able to field that one for me.
Yeah, if you need support with finances, then there's a bursary that's available in college that you can apply for, which covers things like uniform and equipment that you might need, trips that you want to go on, and bus fares to get you to college as well. So you just apply for that as soon as you enrol on the course.
Brilliant, thank you. I've had another question off Becky, so this will be again for travel. So she's saying she's a single parent and a dream job is to become an air hostess. Is it possible to do that being a single parent? And would she be able to get a job at the end? So Tina, I think that probably be most appropriate for you.
Yeah, there's no reason why you can get a job being a single parent. You'd probably be best placed doing short haul cabin crew rather than long haul, unless you've got some really good support at home to the looking after your children if you're away overnight. We have a really high success rate of students that go on to get jobs in the industry. Obviously, if you were finishing this summer, it wouldn't be quite so good, but in a normal year, we do have a lot of students that go on to get jobs because we do lots of questions and answer sessions on interview techniques and things to get you through the interview at the end of the course as well.
Brilliant, thank you. I've had a question off of Karen, who's asking, so Ian, for you, she wants to get into the police force and currently they're asking for 64 UCAS points. If she comes and completes one of our courses, would she have the grades to progress into the police?
Yes, absolutely. We're going to run a level 1, a level 2 and a level 3 course in public services, yeah, both at Cannock and at Tamworth. You'd require the level 3 qualification in order to get those UCAS points, which is the A-level sort of equivalent. If anybody wants to go and look at our public services Facebook page, South Staffordshire College Public Services, there's little profiles of former learners who are now currently police officers who've taken that route. So yeah, you definitely get the UCAS points, providing you apply yourself in college and iron your kit properly.
Thank you. And I've had a similar question off Judith, actually asking about if it's going to allow progress into the police. So I think you've just answered that question.
It's
really.
the same, yeah, it's exactly the same process. So yes, absolutely.
Another question off TJ Baker, who's asking for public services, when will the uniform be available?
Okay, so the uniform at enrolment in August, so after GCSE result days, when people come in to enrol, we'll have samples of the uniform to show you, and we'll have the uniform supplier's contact details. The process is you select the sizes, order it online. It's a fairly local supplier, and it gets provided to us, or we collect it. So on the first day of college in September, you'll get your uniform handed over to you. So basically, it'll be August time, enrolment time.
Okay, thank you. Jane's asked about how many days that she'd be in college if she was to take a course with us. So I think if we just work our way around and if you just field that for each of the areas. So Sam, I'll start with you in sport. How many days would there be likely in?
We're typically operating on a 3-day timetable that we're hopefully going to continue on next year. But obviously the college is open and there's the library and the resource zone for any support that's needed on the days that learners aren't timetabled in, so they can come around 5 days a week if they need to.
Okay, and that's the same across the board, isn't it?
Yeah.
In all the areas. Yeah, brilliant. Libby's asked, for sports, do we have to do the Duke of Edinburgh, or is that optional? So Libby, can you just confirm if that's for sport or for public services? Because we don't do the Duke of Edinburgh for the sports courses. So Libby, if you can just message us again and just confirm if that's sport or public services, please. We've had a question asking about the trips in public service. So Ian, would you be able to just let us know some of the examples of what we've done this year?
Yeah, so talk about this year. The hope is to sort of repeat it again the next sort of academic year, sort of lockdown permitting, etc. But this year we've been to the biggest air base in the country, Royal Air Force Brize Norton, where students were at the parachute jump school, sitting in the big C-17 aircraft and visiting the police dog section. We've been and visited Shrewsbury Prison. We've been to another base, RAF Cranwell, and obviously done all of our expeditions there as well. So we are very active and we are out and about an awful lot. And at the same time, public services come into college too. So we had the prison service and their dogs, and they were working with our students there earlier on. So real action-packed year, really.
Okay, thank you. Becky Sarah has asked for travel again. What are the hours for the, well, they've asked for the full and part-time. Obviously, we've already mentioned the 3 days for the full-time, but what about the part-time courses we offer? How many days or hours are those?
Well, the part-time, sorry, the full-time course, first of all, that would probably be over 3.5 days for our particular course, and that might be a little bit less if you're not actually doing maths and English or maths or English. But part-time is dependent on which one you do. So if you're just doing cabin crew as a part-time course, that's on is it on a Monday afternoon, Tina, that we're going to be doing that? Tuesday afternoon. So that's and is that 3 hours? I'm sorry, because I don't think that part-time. Yeah. So it's 3 hours for each one. So if Becky, you're looking at doing cabin crew, then it would be 3 hours on a Tuesday afternoon for that.
Okay, brilliant, thank you. Callum's asked regarding the facilities at the campus, so for both public service and for sport. So Sam, if I start you for sport, can you just talk us through what facilities we've got at the campus?
Yeah, certainly. We've got quite an extensive field that we can do a lot of outdoor sports with. We've done so far this year your usuals, football, a little bit of rugby. We've got some ultimate frisbees and bits and pieces like that. So some different sports out there available as well. Indoors, we've got a very nice sort of kind of standard of a gym facility as well that we do a lot of our fitness qualifications through, that we're also trying to work in for further enrichment for students, see if they can use that out of timetabled hours. We've started to develop another little sort of kind of studio that's been sort of kind of like a dance studio in the past, that we're trying to get other indoor sports in there, such as table tennis and stuff like that as well.
Okay, thank you. And is there anything to add on that for public services as well, Ian, please?
Similar to what Sam said there, we obviously use the gym as well, and we timetable students in as part of the Duke of Edinburgh fitness section. But I'd also say we go out of college a little bit, so we're using places like Hopwith Woods around Tamworth, and we'll be using Cannock Chase as well for our navigation training and all that sort of thing as well. Okay, thank you. I've had a question off both Andy and Karen, who are both looking into potential apprenticeship offers. So, Elaine, this might be one for you. I know we currently don't have any apprenticeship provision in any of the areas, but what's on the horizon?
On the horizon, we can, I believe it's from September, we're doing a leisure team member level 2. So that would be for a person who could be working in a leisure facility or a gym, and they would be supporting sort of that background. So probably if you were working in a gym environment, you'd be working full-time, because with an apprenticeship it is actually a full-time job, but alongside that you come into college 1 day a week where you get your qualification, and that qualification would be a leisure team member level 2. Okay. And then the rest of the time, you will have an assessor who will come out to the workplace to visit you on site, to assess obviously what you're doing in the workplace to make sure you're on track.
Okay, that's fine. I've had another question regarding the entry to the police, Ian, so this is one for you. We've been asked by TJ Barker, is asking, TJ Baker, can you get into the police force from the course, or do you need to go to university as well?
So to join the UK Police Service now, so I'm talking about Home Office services such as the Metropolitan Police or Staffordshire Police, you do now require a degree to become a police officer, and to get that degree you need a level 3 qualification. The only difference with that really would be maybe the route I took when I was a police officer, which was in the Royal Air Force. Military police, Royal Air Force police, there isn't that requirement for a degree. It's sort of GCSEs and what have you. But essentially, you will need a degree to move into the Home Office police.
Okay, so I hope that's answered your question. Jane's asking Tina, what kind of trips do you do as part of the travel course?
So this year we did a trip to Stratford upon Avon, where we looked at all the different visitor attractions that are there, and we also went to the Tourist Information Centre to see how they deal with different types of customers. We also went to Birmingham Airport to spend some time with the Emirates staff, and the students were able to go on the check-in desk and observe the staff there. As part of the same trip on the same day, we also popped across to the NEC and went to the Genting Hotel, where we were able to meet with some of the staff there who gave some, the 2 guest speakers, and we also had a tour of the hotel. We also had a trip planned to London, which unfortunately we haven't been able to go on due to the lockdown. But that's what we've done so far this year.
And you went to East Midlands Airport with us, remember?
Oh yeah, we went to East Midlands Airport, I apologise, yeah.
Thanks, Ian. A question for Sam regarding sports. So Libby's asked, what does she need to wear on the first day of the sports course?
So on the first day, we have got a similar sort of kind of uniform setup as Ian explained earlier with the local provider for their uniform. So upon enrolment as well, as he said, you'd try the samples, try the size. Hopefully, in the first few weeks, you would get your kit bundle as the public service learners would from the same provider. So on the first day, it would be practical sports wear, black trousers, suitable footwear for indoor and outdoor sort of kind of practicals that we may be doing. So yeah, just basic stuff, but we'd have a uniform in as well.
Okay, thank you. Ian, again for public services, Andy's asking if you'd be able to join the Navy once completed the course. Is that something you'd be able to do?
Absolutely. Obviously, there's many different trades and all the services. So, but yeah, a great example, if you go onto the, like I said, the Public Services Facebook page, and if you look up Dan Bingham, he was in there a couple of weeks back, and Dan will tell you all about his career that he's had in the Royal Navy since leaving us on our Public Services course. So yeah, definitely.
Brilliant, thank you. Kirk's asked, he's saying, I've got dyslexia, will this stop me doing the catering course? So I think maybe not the wrong course, but probably worth talking a little bit about the support we offer for learners with learning needs such as dyslexia. So Sam, what kind of support can our learners get?
For dyslexia, we've got a fantastic sort of support network of learning assistants and teacher support staff that we have. I mentioned earlier about the Learning Resource Centre. That's got is open and accessed all week for any learners that come in and partake in any of the courses across any campus that we've got here at South Staffs. And they can support in extra sort of kind of like writing, proofreading, workshops, support there. And then from a staffing side of things, we make sure that we do sort of kind of support and give independent tasks and targets per learner to help write and support in areas that are needed.
Okay, thank you.
Is that answered, hopefully?
Yeah, that's good. Does anyone want to know anything else about support while we're on that subject? Is there anything else that Sam?
All I'd say is we tend to have some learning support staff that are sort of attached to the area. So we've got a couple of absolutely fantastic learning support assistants that that benefit from being in the class all the time with the students. Students get to know them really well, and obviously they can benefit from that support. Okay. So there's a shout out to Jay in
there. Again, a question for travel. So Becky's asking, does she have to have a work placement when doing the course? You know, should it be cabin crew, ground staff? You know, what kind of placements does she need to have? So Sarah, if you want to field that one for me.
Yeah, but well, within the travel industry, it's very much customer service focused. It's difficult to get a work experience placement within the industry, mainly due to things like security and obviously with the current issue as well. But work experience placements that we've done before have been that are customer service based. So a lot of our students do placements at places like Drayton Manor, for example, Tamworth Castle, the Snow Dome. It could even be that you're working at not necessarily in a hotel. It could be in just any customer service environment, because that's what the link would be into the travel industry, is the confidence and the ability to deal with differing customer types. So yes, you would need to do work experience, but it doesn't necessarily have to be within the industry itself, because that would be very difficult to do.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just add, Jamie, to that?
Yeah, of course.
If Becky was only wanting to do a part-time course, though, then she wouldn't need to do the work experience.
Right, yeah.
It would be beneficial, but she wouldn't have to do the work experience.
Okay, brilliant, thank you. There's a few people asking, Sam, about personal training qualifications. So I've had a couple of people asking if there is any options for that. In particular, Craig's asked, he wants to become a personal trainer, but he works full-time. Are there any options that we can offer someone like that?
Certainly, we're currently gearing up to work an at-distance course that is largely online with support sort of kind of as required by the learner. So the package and the course that you'd sign up to with ourselves would come along with electronic learning support from the awarding body, YMCA, as well as ourselves and our own sort of kind of additional support and packages that we're going to be piecing together. These courses would allow you to go straight into sort of kind of depending on which course you do, a level 2 is your starter setup into the industry, whether that's going into class instruction, basic gym instruction, or personal training, or more higher advanced specifics such as cardiac rehabilitation or obesity management. We would then be offering the level 3, which would be the natural progression from the level 2, which would be a personal training qualification, which most multi-gym facilities nowadays are after as their sort of kind of starting point for a personal trainer.
Okay. Would he need to come into college at all as part of that course?
There would be elements where you'd have to come in terms of assessment. So there's electronic sort of kind of online assessments that are done at home, but there's also elements of an exam that has to be done in presence of an invigilator, in this case myself, and then the practical elements of the course would be taught and delivered in person, as well as being assessed in person.
Okay, and how often would that be?
Depending on sort of kind of the maybe sort of like once every 3 weeks, 4 weeks, we were discussing, weren't we, Jay? So for the support there, but again, we're going to try and streamline it with some of the other courses that we've got. So additional face-to-face support is there as an option if the learners require it.
Okay, thank you. So hopefully that's answered. There's been a few people asking about personal training courses, so hopefully that's answered those questions even. I've had a couple of questions regarding public services, asking what is the Duke of Edinburgh Award? So Ian, can you just explain that a little bit for me?
The Duke of Edinburgh Award is a really well recognised within sort of industry and what have you. So it's a thing that runs alongside the course, the public service course itself. So what it is over, if I just quickly say, on the level 2 course, you'd be signed up for what's called the Bronze Award, and the level 3 would sign you up for the Silver Award. 4 different areas, one of which is volunteering. So you would find a volunteering placement in addition to what you do in college. That could be helping at a local charity shop. We've had a student who's worked at a homeless shelter, providing food for the homeless and stuff like that. So they'll be doing an hour a week supporting those particular charities. There's also a fitness section and a skills section too. So the skill could be learning to cook properly or learning to drive. People are getting to that age now. And then finally the expedition as well. So what it says is you're just a proper good citizen, and it gives you huge value on any CV or any potential interview that you're going to have. And certainly the public services, if you're going into an Army Careers Office with the Duke of Edinburgh Silver Award as well, it just says you've been doing something in your own time rather than being on your PlayStation or what have you. So a really good, important thing to have.
Okay. We've also had another question regarding public services, asking if there are any exams or is it just coursework?
From this year, from September, it's purely coursework. That doesn't mean it's just always writing assignments. It could be things like a recorded discussion, could be a demonstration of skills. So, for example, I'll be teaching in one of my units about forensic awareness and evidence handling and things like that. You will be assessed by basically putting a crime scene examiner's suit on, getting your fingerprint kit, and examining a crime scene that we'll set up around the college for you to do. But no exams, purely coursework.
Okay, fantastic. A couple of questions regarding access to the gym. So, Sam, a couple of people are asking if they're able to access the gym whenever, or is it certain times?
Due to the high needs of our courses being in there, Ian's already mentioned the fitness elements for their Duke of Edinburgh and public service students, and we obviously have it for our fitness students. It has to be worked in and around our academic timetable. So it's something that we constantly try and work in and try and get the enrichment for the rest of the students. But at present, it's a little bit limited.
Okay. And then it's still sticking with sport just for a second, Sam. We've had a question asking about if it links to the personal training, but is this personal training part of the main full-time qualification?
As of September moving forward, no.
Okay. Will learners get to do any element of fitness instruction?
There will be
training?
elements of fitness on there. We are moving. There will be elements of fitness throughout the course, yes. We are also doing a little bit more of the outdoor education side of stuff with the new level 3 that we're going to be putting together. And then it's more sports and coaching orientated on our level 2 for this September coming forward.
Brilliant, thank you. A couple of questions again regarding the levels. So in public service, we're being asked if public service, could you do the level 2 and then move on to the level 3? So Ian?
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got our level 2s that are just finishing off for this year at the minute, and a number of them are moving straight on to level 3 in September. So yeah, obviously depending on GCSE grades, what you come out with in August will depend on whether we go level 2, level 3. If we don't quite get the grades you were maybe hoping for, you may be on a level 2. Providing we work hard, engage and get stuck in, there's absolutely no reason why we wouldn't be on level 3 the following year.
Okay, yeah, brilliant. And there's one last quick, we've got a few more questions. We're probably not going to get time to answer all of them, but Libby's asking what support's in place for mental health problems. So can anyone take that question for me? Because that can be about all the courses, really. Ian, do you want to field that question?
Yeah, well, I think it's very important, the tutorial process that we've got and the teachers that we've got on the team, that we try and create that really good relationship with the students in order that obviously we can help and support them as far as we can. That said, we've obviously got the mentoring, the mentors in college as well, who can certainly help out. And, we can, on occasions, refer learners to them who can provide additional and more sort of expert support.
Okay.
That answer?
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you. There are a couple of other questions, but we have literally run out of time. So, obviously, thanks for watching. Any of the questions that we haven't answered, please do get in touch via either calling us on 0300 456 2424 or simply email to inquiries@southstaffs.ac.uk, and they will get the questions to us and we'll make sure that they're all answered for you. Also, check the website out and check the information on there for any further questions. Thanks for listening.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Hello and welcome to the virtual open event for access to HE and higher education. Our access courses are specifically designed to help you progress to university in just 1 year. Last year, over 97% of our access to HE learners progressed to their higher education course of choice. All of our Access and HE courses are delivered by tutors with excellent industry knowledge and experience, and we have fantastic achievement rates. As you can see, Access at 95% and higher education at 93%. All of our HE courses are run in partnership with local universities, and as such you get a university validated degree at the end. There are lots of benefits of staying to study your HE programme with us at South Staffs College, as you can see, including the opportunity to stay local and lower tuition fees. Here you can see the range of access and higher education courses that we offer. As you can see, included in the Access course is our very popular Health Professionals qualification. This gives you the opportunity to move on to university to study courses such as paramedics, midwifery and nursing, and our Social Science and Humanities diploma, which gives you the option to move on to study a range of more subject-specific degrees. Our courses include a mix of practical and academic skills and knowledge development, so that by the time you leave us, you have the skills and knowledge needed to progress in your future careers. Our HE courses give you the opportunity to undertake specialist research, and our courses are enhanced by guest speakers and industry experts, bringing a wealth of knowledge with them to add to your experience. As you can see, there's a range of career opportunities available to you after you've finished your studies with us, whether it's progressing to higher education following your Access course, or moving into a career of your choice in the film and TV industry, the music industry, IT related careers and the education sector. Our Access and HE courses are all eligible for loans to cover the cost of the tuition fees for your courses. The Access course has the added benefit of the loan being wiped out completely once you progress to your higher education course and complete your degree. If you've any questions on Access or the HE courses, we'll be available in live chat after this presentation. Please also follow us on the website and our social media channels to keep up to date with all of our news. We look forward to you joining us in September, and in the meantime, please do stay safe.
Go away.
Hi, thanks for watching. We're here to answer any questions you might not have now in the live chat. I'd just like to introduce us. You've got myself, Kerry Adam, the curriculum manager for the area, and Sam Jellyman. And do you want to say hi, Sam, and introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm the Access Centre, and also I'm Teacher Ed as well. Don't think we've started yet. Oh, run now.
Okay, so I'm just having a look at the questions. We've got some questions coming in. We've got a first question coming from Karen, who wants to know how much an Access course costs. Sam, do you want to answer that one? Maybe talk about learner loans?
Yeah, Access course doesn't cost you any money at all. You'd be entitled to get the Advanced Learner Loan, and the Advanced Learner Loan will then cover any tuition fees that the college puts on, and everybody is eligible for the Advanced Learner Loan. It's not means tested. The only stipulation is if you've perhaps already studied an Access course beforehand, and then you would apply for that. It's not scary finance like student finance forms can be. It's a simple form that you can fill in and anybody is eligible for it. The only exception to that would be if you're a school leaver leaving after sixth form itself, so therefore only 18, you wouldn't have to apply for the Advanced Learner Loan then. That's for age 19 plus. Okay.
That's perfect, Sam. We have had a few questions come in by email as well, and one of them is about entry requirements for the Access course. So what sort of entry requirements do people need to go onto the Access course?
The entry requirements for Access are based entirely on your maths and English qualifications. Now, the reality is maths and English quals are important for any course, any qualification and employment route now. So therefore, it's really important that the maths and English qualifications are there. So therefore, if you've got grade 3 or above in maths and English, then you'll be absolutely fine in terms of the Access course. If you've got a C in one of them, in the maths or the English, and a D in the other one, or grade 3 in the new GCSE equivalent, then you can still do the Access course, but you'd be expected to study the other GCSE alongside the course itself.
That's great. Thanks for that, Sam. And we've got another question coming from Jane, who's asking, how many days a week will I need to be in college to do the Access course? Do you want me to pick that one up?
That's fine.
So Access course is 3 days a week in college. And we say we usually start at about 9:15 and run through till between 3:30 and 4 o'clock on those days. If you did need to do one of those GCSEs alongside in either English or maths, then you would need to commit to another half a day a week in college to enable you to study that GCSE. That could be done in an evening as well to fit around your needs and perhaps any work requirements that you've got. Okay, so just having another look, we've got a question come in to ask about age. Does age matter? Does it matter how old you are to do your Access course?
No, absolutely not. Any age. There's no upper age limit at all for the Access course. And a lot of the time people want the career change but feel like that they're too old to go back to university and things. That's irrelevant. If anything, Access course students are positively stereotyped because they're more likely to know what it is that they want to do and therefore more likely to commit to their career progression itself.
Okay, so just looking, another question's come in about how to apply. Not sure whether this is aimed at Access or our higher education courses. So Sam, do you want to talk about Access and then I'll pick up the higher education courses?
Yeah, if it's that course that you're looking to apply for, then go on to the South Staff's website and then go to the application form and fill in the short application form. And then what will happen then is you will be contacted for an interview, which will be done via telephone due to the current situation, and therefore then an opportunity to discuss any issues or questions that you've got with regards to the Access course itself.
Okay, and if we look at HE applications, we run our HE courses in conjunction with 2 different universities. So our application process is linked to those 2 universities. And so it's probably best to jump onto our college website and have a look at the specific course, and that will take you to a link directly to the university page for that application form. Alternatively, if you drop the general email inquiries an email, which is enquiries@southstaff.ac.uk, that will be forwarded to the relevant member of staff who will be able to give you information on how to apply for the specific course. We have had another question come in linked to HE applications where it's asking, is it too late to apply for the HE courses, which we do? Absolutely not. There's still plenty of time to apply. I know it's difficult in the current situation, but if you've decided that you've had a bit of a change of plan or you've suddenly decided you want to continue your studies in HE, then it's not too late to apply at all. We're still taking applications for all of our HE courses. Okay, just having a check, and we have another question to do with where the courses are delivered. Sam, do you want to pick that up for the Access courses and say which campuses we currently deliver at?
Yeah, it will depend on which diploma it is that you want to study. The Health Professionals diploma currently will be running from the Tamworth campus, the same with the Social Science and Humanities diploma, and then the Land-Based diploma will run from Landbased because obviously they have got the resources there with regards to contact with animals and countryside stuff, so that's best suited there. The business and the computing diplomas, I'm not sure about those ones, Kerry. Where are they likely to be?
Yeah, both of those are likely to be from our Tamworth campus in September. So business and computing are two fairly new access courses for us, but they're both looking at running from the Tamworth campus from September. Our higher education courses tend to run from the same campuses as that curriculum area works out of anyway. So things like film and TV will run from Lichfield. Our HE animal courses will run from our Landbased campus because that's where those facilities are, as Sam said. Hopefully that's answered those questions on campuses and locations. And I'm just having a check. We've got a question come through from Chris, which is asking, do I need to apply for HE through UCAS? It's a really good question come in. The majority of our HE applications do go through that UCAS process. Again, as we chatted about before, if you email us at enquiries@southstaffs.ac.uk, we'll be able to direct you to the appropriate page on the university website, and that takes you to the direct link through to that UCAS application. So that's always best to do that for us. Okay, thanks. Hopefully that's answered your question there, Chris. Okay, so just checking through some more questions that we've got coming through on email as well. And we're being asked about progression routes from the access course to universities. I think it's just a general question about the types of courses people progress onto and maybe about those progression rates, how many people are successful.
Yeah, the access course has got a huge scope of flexibility with regards to its progression routes itself. The access to health professional course, obviously vocationally linked in terms of the health and social care sector itself. Typically our students progress into nursing, midwifery, paramedics, social work and other related allied health professional courses from there. Sometimes some students decide it's not the health aspect that they want and they want to look into things like biology degrees. So we've got students doing biomedical science this year as well, and also psychology degrees based off the health professionals one. With regards to the social science and humanities diploma, that one offers a little bit more flexibility in terms of progression actually. Typically, again, social work, criminology, psychology, history, teaching as well can be a link from there. Quite a few have gone into counselling ones this year, and even people in the past have gone on to do things like career studies or even language degrees where they'll then live abroad and teach English abroad. And then obviously the land-based one, anything in and around those animal science-based areas. But it's always worth taking into account the need to check with the universities first of all that the specific diplomas that we offer will help provide the support required to help support their progression to universities. So we would always say before we start thinking about selecting a diploma, do your research, look at the universities first of all and see what they want to expect from you in terms of what to support your progression to them later on.
Yeah, thanks for that, Sam. We've got a linked question, I think, to what you've just been talking about, which asks about the support that we give to people when they are doing that university application. So how much support do we actually give to them?
Lots and lots is the answer to that one, really. We build into the programme on access. UCAS can be quite scary. And more important than anything, it's that writing of the personal statement, which every student absolutely dreads. We literally spend from September to the run up till Christmas working on those application forms and making sure that they're as polished as they can be. We also offer support from external guest speakers as well that will come in and talk about writing personal statements, completing the forms, and even down to things like interview support as well for students. So we help as much as we can with any of that. And the whole team is really experienced in the whole UCAS process. And also we've got a really good careers team here at South Staffs as well. And they will also support with that if needful too.
Perfect, that's brilliant. We've got a question that's coming from Jane, which asks, again, focused on the access courses, about when do they start, whether they start in September, and how long does it take to complete the access course?
All of our courses at Staffordshire are full-time courses, as we said earlier, which is 3 days a week, unless you've got the additional GCSE to do on top of that. And the course will then be completed in a year. Any other level 3 programme to get you to university will take you a minimum of at least 2 years. That doesn't mean to say it's the easy option. It's a very, very intense course, as any of our previous access students will say straight away, but it's particularly rewarding with that as well. We generally start the week after the rest of the college traditionally, because it enables school intake, so it helps to support those of you that may have children. And then, as Kerry said earlier, the days of the week and the times help to suit the childcare side of things as well. So in a nutshell, a year, intense study, works out to be about 34 weeks, which makes it a little bit more scary, if you like, from an intense point of view. But yeah, you could be looking at entry to university ready for next year.
Yeah, and again, another question which kind of links to something we've talked about previously in terms of entry requirements, and that's if I don't have maths and English GCSEs and I want to go on to university, say midwifery or nursing, what would I need to do then?
My advice in that situation would be you need to upskill in the maths and the English in its first instance. It's very hard. Each university will stipulate different requirements. So therefore, we always say a C or a grade 4 in the new GCSE is equivalent in both of them. Then the universities are normally happy, and it will help to support employment as well later on down the line.
Okay, thanks. And we've got another question come through on email, which is about work experience. Again, I'm not sure whether this is directly for access or whether it's for HE. So if Sam, do you want to talk about it in terms of access, and then I'll pick up on what I know for HE as well.
Yeah, it's very much about what it is that you want to progress into. So obviously, if it's in a health-related area, then any experience within a health and social care setting will be really beneficial. We don't make it compulsory as part of our course, okay? However, we strongly recommend it. But a lot of our learners, particularly on, say, like the health professionals course, will already be in employment within the area anyway. So it doesn't necessarily have to be work experience, it can be their paid employment. But at the same time, any employment has got transferable skills. It's all about the spin in which you put on it in terms of the personal statements to make them desirable attributes for you. If you're looking to progress into things like teaching from the Social Science and Humanities diploma, then again, a strong recommendation for some experience of being in a school. But then for other subject degrees like history and psychology, they don't tend to recommend or have any requirements for work experience. So it's very much dependent on what your progression is likely to be and also which diploma you're going to be on. Probably the health professionals diploma is the one which would say, yes, you need to have had some experience working within health and social care settings.
That's great. Thanks, Sam. And if we're looking at our higher education courses, some of our HE courses have work experience, which is built in and is a mandatory element of those courses. So if you're looking at things like our foundation degree in animal science and behaviour, then there's about 300 hours, 370 hours, I think it is, on that programme of work experience, where you'd be expected to do work experience linked into a module on the course. Similarly, on our film and TV courses, there's an element of work experience, and we link in with our on-campus production company, Lumina, to support you in that. If you were looking at foundation degree and early childhood studies, then it's a requirement that you're working or volunteering for at least 4 hours a week in a nursery setting. And similarly, if you were doing our certificate in education or PGCE, you would have to have a certain amount of teaching hours to access that course. So it really depends on the higher education course that you're looking to do, and the individual demands for that course as well. Okay, so hopefully again that's answered a question about work experience. I'm just having a look at another question that's come in, and that's to do with kind of how you'll study. So what's a typical day or a week like for an access learner? What sort of activities do you get involved in?
The typical ordinarily, and remember I did say ordinarily with that one, would be class contact time within each subject area, and then varied teaching and learning approaches within that, being group work, independent work, practical aspects perhaps, again depending on the diploma. Obviously at the moment, under the current circumstances, the return to what college is going to look like in September is very changeable at the moment. So there is going to be a likelihood that there will still be an online, remote or distance learning sort of approach with that. But again, we will try and make sure with that, as far as we can possible, that there will be some contact time with that. So it's a very varied approach, a bit more of a traditional academic approach to the delivery, except of course with the land-based studies where we've got the facilities there in terms of, you know, the farm and the zoo aspect itself. But yeah, much more sort of viewed as a more academic course as opposed to vocational.
Okay, that's brilliant, Sam. And again, for our higher education courses, a real mix depending on the subject that you're doing of kind of traditional classroom-based delivery, as well as some very practical hands-on delivery. So things like our animal science and behaviour course could spend a proportion of the time working on our on-campus animal centre and zoo. Film and TV, there'll be a lot of practical aspects to do where you might be off and about doing some filming on location. And again, if it's teaching, we'll be developing those skills which you need to go on to do any more teaching. I don't know whether you want to add anything on to that in relation to the Cert Ed and the PGCE, Sam.
Yeah, in terms of the Cert Ed PGCE, obviously with it being a part-time route with that, and therefore just class contact time of one evening a week over the 2 years, again, there tends to be a mix there with regards to formal delivery, but I'm also quite keen within that we explore other approaches in terms of delivery and therefore provide perhaps a little bit more of a toolkit of skills and trial and error of things then that our students can then implement when they're in the classroom with their own learners as well as a lot of sharing practice with regards to what they're trying in the classroom and what's worked. And it can also be things that they've picked up themselves from being within their placement and their organisations of work as well. So a good broad mix, really. With regards to the HE stuff, don't view it as it like being a lecture all the time, because it's not like that. Much more sort of seminar-y, interactive sort of approach.
That's great. Thank you, Sam. And another question which is aimed at access, and that's about which universities do learners on your access course typically progress on to?
Oh, they can go anywhere, really. They can go anywhere. Quite a few students have started to move into Wales now because their funding's a little bit different in Wales. But yeah, traditionally, because a lot of our learners on access are mature students with children and their commitments, yes, they do tend to stay quite local. So to our main feeder universities like Staffordshire, Coventry, Leicester, but at the same time, as the students are coming through, we're finding more and more that students are moving away a little bit further afield to study. So ultimately, you can pretty much go anywhere. It just may mean that the principles of funding may be slightly different.
Okay, that's brilliant. Just checking to see if we've got any more questions coming in. Okay, so we've got one about HE finance and HE funding coming, and it's about tuition fee loans and eligibility for that. Well, on all of our HE programs, you are eligible for a tuition fee loan through Student Finance England, exactly the same as you are if you go to any other university to study on a HE program. And also on a lot of our full-time programs, you'd be eligible to apply for a maintenance loan as well to support living costs. The advantage of coming to study with us at South Staffs is that our tuition fees are generally lower than those at university, and you get that sort of added advantage of living locally as well. Okay.
And also, could I just add to that, sorry, Terry, I know it's linked to access, but obviously with bringing back in of the NHS bursaries, if you are thinking about progressing into things like nursing, physiotherapy, etc., all of the students there are eligible for £5,000 per academic year bursary to study within the health and social care setting. So although it's not directly linked to HE in the first instance, but it can certainly help support student finance long term.
Okay. And I've just seen another question pop in, and again about access, Sam. It's about I think it's about assessment on the course. Are there any exams which people have to do, or is it all coursework, or is it a mixture?
Essentially, all of the assignments are coursework based. However, we choose how we're going to assess those. So therefore, we try and provide quite a varied approach to assessment. With written, there's a couple of little minor exams, but they're nothing scary. It's not like the whole course is dependent on the completion of an exam. It's just about providing confidence and competencies within different assessment methods and help support people as they move into university, really. So essentially, it's best to view it all as coursework.
Okay. And a question coming again saying that somebody who hasn't been in education for a long time is worried about getting back into education and writing assignments and not quite sure where to start. So what would you say to them to reassure them, Sam?
Go for it. If I had £1 every time somebody said something like that to me on information guidance or interview, you know, I'd be sunning myself. Well, I wouldn't, because I wouldn't be able to go anywhere, would I? But certainly, the confidence, I think, is the most important thing that the Access course provides. I love seeing the students blossom and feel more confident, to think that within a 12-month period they could be progressing to university and fulfilling lifelong ambitions. A lot of students come to us with poor confidence in terms of their skills and ability from an educational point of view, but we offer all of the support that we can. We build in study skills into the programme. We will assess and help support people with one-to-one development as well with that. So it's certainly nothing that should be worried, and it's certainly nothing that we've not experienced. And if additional support needs are required, we can look into that as well.
Okay, so what sort of support would the college be able to offer, Sam?
We can do lots of in-class support in terms of individual needs with the students. We obviously have access to support services on the college as well, like learning support and mentors as well. So we can access those if we need to as well.
That's perfect, lovely. And I can just see that the session's about to come to an end now. So thank you ever so much for watching, listening, and for all your questions. If you've got any questions afterwards, then please do get in touch with us on 0300 456 224 or email us at inquiries@southstaff.ac.uk. Okay, thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello everybody, welcome and thank you for joining us on our virtual open day. Over the next 10 slides, I'll be guiding you through our range of adult and community courses, what it's like to be a learner on those courses at South Staffordshire College, and how to apply. Why study an adult course at South Staffordshire College? Well, whether you want to improve your career prospects, learn a new skill, or find a new hobby, South Staffordshire College offers hundreds of part-time courses for you to choose from. Our courses can lead to new opportunities in a vast array of subject areas and topics as listed below. Whichever course you choose, they'll all be delivered by industry experienced teachers and often at a vast array of campuses, including Tamworth, Lichfield, Cannock and Roblaston. Courses on our community are non-accredited but offer opportunities to progress onto accredited courses such as functional skills and GCSE. Courses are also designed with flexibility to ensure that everybody gets the most from their learning experience. Distance learning. South Staffordshire College offers a range of distance learning courses which are free to learners aged 19 plus. All you have to do to ensure that the course is free is to fully commit and complete the course. We offer a range of level 2 distance learning courses, allowing you to gain a qualification from the comfort of your own home. We have a large amount of courses on offer, including childcare, health and social care, health and wellbeing and business, as well as IT and customer focused subjects. Courses can support you with employment opportunities or progression to further learning. As you can see, here we've got a testimonial from just one of our adult learners who's used one of the qualifications to gain new employment. Emma had given up her job as operations team manager and now works for Supported Housing, a company that assists people with mental health issues and learning difficulties to live independently. She's absolutely loving the new career and she gives a big thanks to the college and the staff who supported her along the way. So if you think distance learning is for you, please have a look at our website or stay tuned in for the Q&A session after the PowerPoint. CPD certified packages. CPD stands for Continuous Professional Development, and these packages allow you to access short courses which are nationally recognised. What's good about these courses is we have an auto-enrolment process, which means you can start immediately. They're fully online, which means you can study anywhere at any time. They're perfect for an introduction to a subject or a subject refresher, which means if you're looking to break into a particular area of employment or upskill for promotional purposes, then they're perfect. They're a great addition to your CV, and at the end of the course you receive an e-certificate straight away. We currently offer a large amount of packages, and these range from health and social care to health and wellbeing. They are being added to as they are developed, so please check out our website for details. ESOL Skills for Life qualifications. The ESOL Skills for Life qualification is for learners living in the UK for whom English is a second or additional language. This qualification allows you to focus on your reading and writing skills, enabling you to gain a full mode qualification in all 4 key skills: reading, writing, listening and speaking. We have an experienced team of ESOL tutors who can support you to achieve a qualification. Qualifications range from non-accredited to accredited and allow you to progress onto our functional skills courses with our dedicated team of teachers. ESOL classes are run from various campuses, schools and community venues. The Skills for Life qualification will also equip you with the relevant work skills to support you with employment. In terms of entry requirements, there are none. However, you will need a basic level of English language to complete the course. Courses typically last 16 weeks, and if you're aged 19 plus, then you could access the course for free. Functional skills qualifications in Maths and English. Our functional skills courses allow learners to develop their Maths and English skills, often relative to real life and work situations. We offer a range of levels which aim to build on your current level of ability and personal goals. You can undertake a functional skills course with us in a variety of ways, including face-to-face online or through distance learning to suit your individual needs. There are no formal entry requirements for any of the functional skills courses, although your level of study will depend on your previous maths and English results and also a short initial assessment. Courses typically last 13 weeks, and in terms of employability, functional skills are widely accepted by employers and can be the gateway to a variety of job opportunities and/or higher paid roles, especially at level 2. Here we have a couple of testimonials from different perspectives which will give you an idea of the benefit of our functional skills courses. First off, we have a learner who left school with no formal qualifications and found the course to be extremely beneficial as it allowed him to gain the maths and English skills needed whilst fitting in around his family life and other commitments. Secondly, we have a short video showing the benefits of our distance learning maths course.
I got no confidence at all with teaching maths to my grandchildren. So I looked around and I found an online course at South Staffordshire College, and I found it was great. It gave me the confidence I needed, and the teachers taught me at a pace that suited me. And now I feel more confident helping my grandchildren with their maths projects.
GCSE Maths and English. Our GCSE adult courses allow learners who may have just missed out on the elusive grade 4 or D in old money, or who had a poor experience in school, the chance to retake and pass in one academic year. Study with like-minded people and with subject experts who make learning maths and English fun and engaging. There are no formal entry requirements, although an initial assessment will be used to assess your suitability for the course, as we want to make sure you're set to pass. The course is one academic year long from September till the exams in June, and in terms of employability, GCSEs in Maths and English are still the golden ticket to many job opportunities and significantly improve the chance of achieving higher paid work. As well as the hundreds of courses that we offer, South Staffordshire College offers more. We understand that two of the biggest barriers for learning include learning support and finance. This is why we have dedicated experts in place to give you the advice that you need to be successful, whether this be arranging one-to-one support in the classroom or adapting resources, to advising on things like additional funding which may be available to help cover the cost of things like travel and college materials, as well as including advice on whether your course could be free or not. Many thanks for attending our virtual open day. We hope you found this useful, and the team look forward to speaking to you at our live chat session which follows, where we'll be answering one-to-one questions, any queries, and also covering how to apply.
Are we supposed to be watching the YouTube thing as well?
Good evening everybody, and welcome to our community distance learning and maths and English virtual open day. My name's Craig Hancock, so I'm the head of maths and English, so hopefully any questions you've got relating to that I can answer. And I'm just going to get the team to introduce themselves. So team, fire away. Nikki, I think you might be muted there.
Good evening. I'm Nikki Humphreys and I am the Manager for Adult and Community Learning.
Hi, I'm Robin O and I am the training coordinator for all short courses at the college.
Hi, I'm Kerry Adam and I am the Manager for all the teacher education and teaching assistant courses at the college.
Hi, my name is Carol Page.
Sorry, Carol. Carry on.
My name is Carol Page. I work in the community department. I'm coordinator and administrator.
Hi, I'm Jane Lee and I work with Kerry
and cover the teaching assistant.
Hi, I'm Ruth Lindsay and I work in the distance learning department.
Lovely, thank you everybody. So we're going to fire away with some questions now, and I'll direct them to the staff who can hopefully answer you best. So we've got a question from Becky, and Becky has said, are there part-time courses available in both level 2 and 3 in childcare early years in Tamworth? I'm not sure who is best placed to answer that.
I don't think I will answer it, but I think we did have a childcare and early years presentation earlier on today, so if you want to flick back through, they may well answer the question there, or it's probably best to just drop us an email at enquiries@southstaffs.ac.uk if it's specifically about childcare and early years. If you're looking at the teaching assistant courses, which are kind of related to that, then was it about part-time, Craig? I've lost that question. Yeah, then they run a day a week, either at the Tamworth or the Cannock campuses.
Lovely. Okay, thanks, Kerry. Next question from Kirk, and Kirk has asked, as an adult, can I also be an apprentice, or is that for 16 to 18s only? So that might be one for you, Robin.
Yeah, apprenticeships are 16 to 65, so as long as they've got a work placement and they're in full-time employment and being paid, then it doesn't matter what age they are, they can start their apprenticeship at any age.
Fantastic, thank you very much. We've now got a question from David, and David asked, how do I apply for the Functional Skills English qualification? So I could probably answer that one. Nice and easy, David. If you go to inquiries at southstaffs.ac.uk, you'll be able to enrol there, and our team will be able to give you all the details of the course and what it entails. Next question we have from Jane, and that is, how much contact do you get with a tutor while studying on a distance learning course? Over to you guys.
I'll answer that one then, Craig. It depends on the individual, really. There's as much or as little communication with the tutor as you need. So for some learners, that might be a couple of times a week. For some, they might go 2 or 3 weeks without that contact. But the tutor will contact sort of usually around about once a month just to check in and make sure they're doing okay. But if you do need extra support, you'll have contact details for the tutor, and you can contact them anytime you want to during the course.
Lovely. And I suppose the follow-up question from me would be, what form of contact would that be, Ruth?
It's distance learning, so email, telephone, text, no face-to-face, obviously, because it is all distance learning, but whichever method suits you best. And some of it will also be done by the learning platform, so feedback would come through the learning platforms, and that's just read, and the information is there, and you can look back on it at a later date if you wanted to.
Can I also add, Craig, that the assessors also have access to Teams, so they can be face-to-face if they're in similar circumstances this evening.
Okay, lovely, thank you. Becky has asked, if I apply for distance learning in maths and English and don't pass, will I need to pay for the course, or can I retake? So I suppose first part of that question is you can retake, Becky. Hopefully we do everything we can as a team to get you through that qualification through support, stretch and challenge. And the second part of your question, I think, was also, if I do pass, what do you receive at the end of the exam? And that's GCSE or other grade. So Becky, we offer different courses depending on what you'd like to study. We offer functional skills. So functional skills are perhaps more practical based, more relevant for everyday life, and something that some employers ask for. And especially if you've been out of education for quite a while, they're a good starting point. We also offer GCSE, English and Maths, which perhaps a more formal route. And obviously at the end of the course, you get your grade that you'd gained in the exam. So hopefully that would be a grade 4 and above. Going back to functional skills, that would start at entry level to level 2, and a lot of employers do want you to have a level 2, so that's how the grading would work, really. Next question is from Sam, and it is, how will I know what level I need to do if I don't know my previous maths and English grades? So that's a really good question. It's a question we ask to see if you do know them to start with. But we've got software that would give you initial assessments, Sam, and that would generate a grade. So obviously we take your grade from there, and that's the level you'd start at. We'd also analyse the sort of level of work that you were doing over the first few weeks to make sure that's correct, and that's the level you'd run with ultimately. Becky has asked how many days in a week or hours are in part-time courses for, and I think she's related that ideally for travel and childcare. She'd like to know that. So Ruth, I'm not sure, is that something for you? Oh, sorry, part-time courses. So maybe Carol?
It depends, really. I think it's the same as what Kerry said earlier about the childcare question. That was probably covered in the previous session, specifically for those subjects. Ours are more recreational evening courses, so they're just 2 hours a week, 10 weeks. I think the person probably is referring to vocational courses, and I can't answer that one, I'm afraid, because that's a different department.
Okay. Sorry, Nikki.
Sorry, I was just going to add to that although many of our courses are recreational, we do some introductory courses. Generally can run up to 20 guided learning hours each week. It really just depends on what the questions are directed towards. Is it towards something more vocational? Is it something that somebody just wants to get back into?
Okay. I suppose then, Becky, if you'd like to post another question, just giving us the specific course, we may be able to help you a little bit more on that one. Kirk has asked if I need to improve my English, but I don't know if I need functional skills or GCSE. What advice do you have for me? I think that with that question, Kirk, it's really about us having a bit of a conversation with you. So, as I say, if you can email into inquiries@southstaffs.ac.uk or ring the telephone number that we'll run through you at the end, we can have a good conversation about perhaps where you want to head in terms of a career or what your employers need, and we can decide on whether it's functional skills or GCSE being the best route for you. Next question is from Sophie, who is a music lover. I've been trying to make contact regarding functional skills for a few weeks and cannot get on via the website. Sophie, if you can drop your direct contact email somewhere in here, then I'll make sure, first of all, the hub staff get back to you. And if not, I'll get back to you directly and hope that helps. Jane, when can I start a distance learning course and how many hours study is it over the 12 weeks? So over to distance learning.
Yeah, you can start at any time. It's roll on, roll off, so there's no specific start and end dates. The courses, generally most people complete them in around about 40 to 50 hours over the course of 12 weeks. So you're probably looking at 4 to 5 hours a week. Obviously, if you've already got a bit of knowledge in that sector, you could go through it quicker than that. Or if you decide you want to do extra research and you read every kind of link that the sites give you, you could spend longer if you chose to. But 40 to 50 hours is probably a reasonable sort of amount of time you'd have to be willing to commit over the 12-week period.
Lovely, thank you, Ruth. Next question is from Melanie, and she has asked, how will the assessment work for distance learning courses? Keeping you busy, Ruth.
Yeah, we give you access to a learning portal, and all you need to do is type in your answer. So there'd be a question on the screen. You read the information that's also on the portal, put it into your own words, and then type your answer in and submit it for marking. So it's nice and easy. Okay,
brilliant. Thank you very much. Kirk has asked, how much do I have to pay to take English or maths courses as an adult? So if you earn less than £16,009 a year, the courses are always free. And also, if you haven't got that elusive grade 4 or a C in old money in maths or English, the courses are also free there, so that's good news.
Chris has asked, oh, I've lost that one. So look, Chris has asked, is there anything offered to help continue my math skills outside of classes? So that's a really good question. So we've got a really good IT package, which our distance learners use, but it's available for everybody, called Century. Century uses artificial intelligence, shall we say, to guide you and build on your gaps in knowledge. So you can use that outside of the classroom on a weekly basis, and it's something that tutors can use to support you. So that was a really good point, Chris. Melanie, do we have books for distance learning? I think another one for you, Ruth.
Thank you. Normally, yes, but because of the lockdown at the moment, we're only able to offer the fully online versions of the course. But obviously, once the campuses reopen, we'll be able to start sending workbooks out if that's the preferred way of learning soon. But at the moment, we just don't know exactly when that will be, obviously.
Lovely. Okay, thank you. Sam has asked, if I wanted to be a teaching assistant, do you have to work in a school already?
Not already, but you would have to have a placement within a school, and that would be 1 day a week. So to be a choice of school that you'd make, you'd have to get the placement yourself, and that would support the work then that we do 1 day a week in college.
Okay. Are they limited on the type of school that need to get, perhaps,
no,
a placement for that?
You can't work, or you wouldn't be able to work voluntary in a nursery or reception, but infants, junior, secondary school, special needs school, college, so there's actually a wide range.
Okay, lovely, thank you very much. Melanie has asked, does GCSE cost? So I think we've sort of half answered that already. I suppose just to go through it again. So if you earn less than £16,009 a year, it is free. And also if you don't have your 4 already or a C, then it's free regardless of income, which is good news. Another question. Let's have a look. Ooh. Could I achieve a maths GCSE via the Century Home Learning app the college uses? I'm currently doing level 2 maths course, and I've had great experience so far with the app. So that's really good news that you've had a great experience with the app. In terms of studying GCSE maths via Century, we are looking at that option ready for a September start. So all being well, yes, you should be able to study GCSE maths from home from next year. Sam has asked, I've heard that if you have a current grade 3 or a grade D as an adult, you can study GCSE free. What if you do not have the certificate to prove your current grade? That's a really good question. We do have processes where we can try and find out your previous grade and prove that that's what you've achieved already. So Sam, if you were interested in that as a route, get in touch with us and we can check that for you. Becky has asked, I want to apply for a course in September, but I only have a 3 GCSE or a D/C. Can I still apply for a course, or will I need to go to distance learning in maths and English before I can do a course? Becky, I think on that one, perhaps if you can supply us a little bit more information about which course it is you'd like to go on to before we answer whether you need a D or a C in the GCSE, then that would probably help us. Judith has asked, as an employer, can you come into my company to deliver courses? Not sure whether this is for you, Robin, at all.
We do tailor-made courses. We can deliver things like first aid and emergency first aid, fire awareness, and stuff like that. We can build courses to suit. It all depends on group sizes. For us to be able to come out to a company and deliver at a company, we generally say between sort of 6 and 8 is a minimum that you need. But yeah, we do a lot of our training at companies using their machines or their premises so that they the employees are sort of aware of where they are. So yes, we can do that.
Fab, thank you, Robin. That's brilliant. I had a question from Chloe, and she has asked, what can I do if I need help while studying from home? So I suppose that this is related to distance learning. So if somebody needs support and they're working from home, what sort of support can they perhaps get?
At the enrolment stage, the learner will always have been sent contact details for their tutor. So the first thing to do really is go back to the original welcome email and get the contact information for the tutor and give the tutor pop them an email, and the tutor will be able to support them throughout their course. It is also, they will have received emails from the tutor and sometimes phone calls as well, but that's going to be different for individual tutors.
Craig, also to add to Ruth's comment, all learners have got access to our additional support team as well as the assessors.
Brilliant. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Becky has got back to us with a little bit more information. So Becky would like to potentially go into a cabin crew course part-time or early years in childcare level 2. So I think a previous comment was, would you need to gain the grade 3 or a D or C in GCSE maths or English? I'm not sure we have anybody here specific for that. Kerry, would you be able to give any more information at all on that? Or?
No, not for the early years or the cabin crew. Can you answer that?
I can answer that, Craig.
Lovely.
Basically, we don't do a part-time level 2 early years program at the moment. What we do is we do apprenticeships, or you can do distance learning early years courses, or you can come and do sort of our community courses, which are an introduction to early years. What was the other part of the question, sorry? Oh, the cabin crew, that is part-time. That's delivered during the day, and it's run for about 12 weeks from Christmas. So again, there are details of that in our presentation that we did this afternoon.
Brilliant, Judy. And can you remember the entry requirements for that?
For cabin crew. It's just an interview with an interest. You don't need to have any maths or English to come and do that course.
Lovely. Okay. So hopefully, Becky, that answered the question on that. It's just an interview that's needed, but you know, we certainly wouldn't put you off doing maths or English alongside that to sort of boost your chances of employment in that industry. Claire has a question. Do you offer part-time courses in the day for adults on all campuses? I suppose I'll probably start that off from a maths and English perspective, and from September we will have daytime offers for maths and English in GCSE and functional skills at all campuses. I suppose if I can open that up to the team to see at what sort of part-time course is available for adults of the day.
Do you want me to jump in with from the teaching assistant's point of view? We do part-time courses at level 2 and level 3, where you're in 1 day a week at both the Tamworth and the Cannock campus. And for the introduction to teaching course, that's part-time courses which run in the evening as well at Tamworth and Lichfield campuses.
Okay. So, anybody else jumping in on that one? Or I think we've given as much information as what we can on that.
And Craig, we also run non-accredited community courses ranging from anything from pottery and sculpture, we do art history, and many more. I'd just advise anybody that was interested to look at our website. Okay,
lovely, thank you. Melanie has asked, how does the vet nursing work for work experience? Does anybody have any information on vet nursing and perhaps the work experience element?
I think that was covered a bit earlier as well. There was a session early this morning on land-based and veterinary nursing.
Okay, no problem. So Melanie, please check out our YouTube channel. There may well be a replay of that you can gain the information from. If you did want that information still, then obviously please contact our inquiries line at southstaffs.ac.uk. Sam has asked, if you have done some level 2 distance learning courses, are there any plans to offer higher levels for learners to progress? So I suppose it's what the progression is, guys, from level 2 distance learning.
We are looking into offering level 3 in a new academic year, but also the progression is into college, so if they can do a part-time course with a relevant subject sector.
Okay, lovely, thank you. One last question, because we have run out of time, unfortunately, but one last question from Becky is, where do you take the exams for maths? Will this be at the college or online at home? So Becky, you've pretty much got your choice of all the campuses when you enrol with us, so you can take the exam at any campus. Just let us know which one that is. If the current situation continues, then the awarding body we use are starting to offer exams at home that hopefully we can start delivering from college again. So we have run out of time there, unfortunately, guys, but thank you very much for watching the session and the virtual open day in general. Please do get in touch with us on 0300 456 2424 or email inquiries at southstaffs.ac.uk if you have any further questions or need the info. But in terms from us, thanks and a bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.